Text by Marcus Wilson. Narrated by Jennifer Danielson. Text, Chapter 1. Terry's POV, text screen. Everything is black. The screen is black. This is Terry's point of view within the texting system. Terry mentally sends plus text, which allows text to be shown on the two-dimensional black screen, which is all that is visible in the world. There is no sound or any other sense except text. Plus text appears on the screen in white text. Terry mentally sends plus user. Plus user appears on the screen and Terry's username and number is now displayed. Terry's user number is 4897043881. Terry sends plus time. The time is shown on the screen. It reads, year 10,035, day 27, hour 3, minutes 7, seconds 11. The seconds count on the screen. Terry texts minus time. The time is removed from the screen. Terry texts plus help. The following help information is shown on the screen. Plus to connect, minus to disconnect. Connect emergency plus 000000. Disconnect emergency minus 000000. Connect world chat plus 111111. Disconnect world chat minus 111111. Language plus language name. Connect user plus user number. Disconnect user minus user number. Show time plus time. Remove time minus time. All functions plus all functions. Terry texts minus help. The help information is removed from the screen. Terry texts plus RZ400001 and then texts plus RZ400002 plus RZ400003. Terry then texts plus continue pattern. The computer will continue the pattern of Terry's last 3 posts. Computer texts plus RZ400004 plus RZ400005 plus RZ400006. Terry texts, come on, there's got to be more. Computer continues to text at 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10 and continues the pattern. Matt's POV, text screen. This is Matt's point of view. As with the entire texting system, everything is black, except the text is white. They can only see the text screen. There is no sound. Laura texts, how's Terry been doing? Matt texts, he's doing okay, I guess, still acting weird. Laura asks, what do you think is wrong with him? Matt texts, it's his memory. He's been forgetting a lot of things. Laura asks, are you going to report him? Matt texts, I may have to if it gets worse. Laura texts, this place is kind of like heaven and a nightmare at the same time. Heaven because we get to stay here for thousands of years. Hell because we have to stare at this colorful, complex, and ever-changing text screen. Matt texts, there's built-in functions within the system to have it gradually change from black and white, as if day and night. Laura texts, I miss colors and being able to see real life. Matt asks, don't we all? Laura asks, how many users do we have left anyways? Matt answers, just use the user functions. Matt texts to the computer, plus active users. Computer texts, 307,159,437 active users. Matt then texts, plus inactive users. Computer texts 8,2,918,742 inactive users. Matt continues, so about 8 billion of us have died off, and there's still about 300 million of us left. Laura asks, what do you think happened to the rest? Gosh, Laura, don't you ever pay attention in the meetings? Laura texts surprisingly, I do. I just forgot. Matt texts, our chips aren't 100% fault-proof, so anything can happen over a period of time. Laura asks, like what? Matt texts, well, a volcano could erupt on the planet, melting some of them. A species could find them and mistake them for rocks, since they're supposed to be camouflaged, and mine them like gold, shooting them into outer space where they could be devoured by the sun. Laura asks, isn't there a limit to how far our chips can be from each other, and wouldn't that cause death? Yes, there's a limit, and no, they wouldn't die. As long as their chips aren't destroyed, they're still alive, and can see and use the text screen. They just wouldn't have anyone to talk to. Laura texts with shock, God! Now wouldn't that be a nightmare? Imagine if that happened to one of us. I can't imagine what I'd do if I lost communication with you or the network. Matt texts, there's a lot of built-in functions to keep us entertained. Laura firmly declares, I need people, not words or numbers for entertainment. It's satisfying to know there's someone like me on the other end to talk to. Matt texts sarcastically, I'm not like you. I pay attention in the world meetings. Laura is mildly humored. Ha ha, very funny. Matt continues, but yes, I wouldn't want to lose contact with you or the network either. But it's going to happen eventually anyway. The leader said we only have about 1,000 years left. Laura is unhappy to hear those words. Don't say that. I don't want to think about it. Matt is optimistic. It's still a lot of time. Laura agrees. Yes, you're right. Laura shows sarcasm. 1,000 more years of mild boredom and fun. Laura asks, up for a game? Matt texts, sure, you choose. Terry's POV, text screen. As before, the computer is still repeating Terry's original pattern. Computer texts, RZ841094, RZ841095. Terry is determined. More, please, another. Computer continues to text. RZ841096, RZ841097, RZ841098, and so on. After it has reached 102, Terry texts, minus continue pattern. Terry then calls Matt, plus 580794380. Computer texts, connecting user 580794380. User 587943880 connected. Matt responds, Hey Terry, what's up? Terry asks, What are you up to? Laura and I are playing a game. What game are you guys playing? Hangman. You guys always play Hangman. Matt texts, It's something semi-fun to pass the time and it keeps our chips active. Terry asks, Who's winning? Overall, I am, but she may win this one since you called me. Terry apologizes. Sorry about that. Matt texts, It's not a problem. So, what's up? Terry asks, Can you tell her to pause the game? Matt asks, Why? Terry texts, There's something important I have to tell you. Matt insists, Go ahead and tell me. I'm listening. Terry texts, It has to be private. You'd have to disconnect. Matt asks, With Laura? Why? Because some people know how to hack into other people's messages when they're connected to other users. I don't want to risk others interfering with what I have to share with you. Matt texts, I'm only connected to Laura and you know she doesn't know how to hack messages. Terry texts, But if she's connected with someone else, that person could still hack us. Okay, Terry, give me a minute. Terry texts, "Thank you." Matt tells Laura. Terry waits. Matt returns. "I just told her. She wants to join the conversation." "She can't." "Why, Terry? What's so secret? You know, these last few weeks you've been acting strange and have me worried." Terry insists. "I'm okay. I think there's just some things I'm uncertain about and need your opinion in private." "Okay then, I'll tell her. She probably won't be too happy though." Terry texts, "Thanks." Matt texts, "Give me a few minutes." Matt disconnects with Terry. -4897043881. Computer texts, "User 580794380 has disconnected." Laura's POV. Text screen. Laura texts, "Okay, will you connect with me when you're done?" Matt texts, "I sure will. It'll probably be only a few minutes. So what are you going to do in the meantime?" Laura texts, "I don't know, probably connect with Abby to see what she's up to." Matt asks, "I thought you guys quit talking." "We did, but we made up. She blocked me and then contacted me when she realized it was a hacker that was sending her rude messages and not me." Matt texts, "That's just what Terry was saying. He's worried about hackers, but anyways, it's good you guys made up. I'm going to finish my conversation with Terry now and reconnect in a few minutes." Laura texts, "Okay, bye." Matt texts, -153737591. Computer texts, "User 580794380 has disconnected." Terry's POV. Text screen. Computer texts, "User 580794380 is connecting." To accept, send plus yes. To decline, send plus no. Terry sends plus yes. Computer texts, "User 580794380 connected." Matt texts, "Okay, I'm disconnected, so what is it you want to tell me?" Terry asks, "Are you connected with anyone else?" "No, it's just you and me." Terry continues, "Okay, well, so how many years have we been inside this computer?" Matt texts, "I always tell people, technically we're not inside any computer. But it's been about 8,035 years since the calamity hit. Has our Brainchips been locked, preserving our consciousness?" Terry asks, "Has there been any odd anomalies with the program?" Matt texts, "Over the years, yes, but nothing too serious." Matt texts with concern, "You seem to have forgotten. Something has really been going odd with your memory, man." Terry asks, Really? I think it may be because of my new discovery." Matt asks, "So, what is this new discovery?" Terry texts, "You have to promise to tell no one." "Terry, of course. I'm not going to tell anyone. We've been best friends even before the calamity, so why is it even a question?" "Oh, okay, sorry, I was just making sure." Matt texts, "It's not a problem. So what is the discovery?" Terry texts, "I think I got a message." "What kind of message? From whom?" Terry asks, "Didn't the leaders say our text network is hackable if someone finds our chips and they're intelligent enough?" Matt texts, "She said it's not impossible. There's a slight coded opening where extraterrestrials can send us messages, but they might not be in our language to understand them." "Are you saying ET Life has sent you a message?" Terry texts, "Well, I don't know." Matt asks, "Is it readable?" "Well, yes, it's very clear, but I'm not sure as to the message or purpose." "Okay, show me. I'm good at decoding languages." "You have to promise to tell no one." Matt is getting impatient. "Terry, of course, I'm not going to tell anyone. Now just go ahead and show me." Terry texts, Okay, so it's only been about 3 weeks since I've discovered this." Matt interrupts, "I suspect." Terry continues, "I don't know of any others discovering anything similar. I don't recall during any of our yearly world meetings the council or the leader ever mentioning this." Matt texts, "Yes, I'm listening." "But completely by accident. I was calling random numbers. and I accidentally said RZ before one of the numbers. Terry pauses. Are you sure you want to know? Terry, if you don't quit second-guessing and just show me the message, I'm disconnecting. Terry texts. Okay, here it is. Terry texts. Plus RZ 580794380, which is RZ plus Matt's number. They wait for about 10 seconds. Matt texts. I'm waiting. Where is the message? Terry texts. It's not working. Matt asks, what's not working? It's not working and I don't know why. Matt asks more firmly, what is not working? Terry does not give an answer. Matt grows impatient. Terry, sorry man, but I know you're my best friend, but any odd thing with members or ourselves, we're supposed to report to the council. Terry texts, but something isn't working right. This isn't the same as before. Something is wrong, Matt texts. Terry, unfortunately for your health and well-being, I'm going to have to report you. Terry firmly states with fear. No, please don't. They may find out my secret. Matt shows frustration. There is no secret, Terry. You yourself said it's not working. You're getting sick, man, and need help. That's what 8,000 years staring at a holotext screen will do. We all go through stuff, but they're only fixable if we report them early, understand? Terry sends the number again and then texts with hope. Please don't, you promised. Didn't the council say ET Life could also upgrade our system? Matt texts. No, our system self-upgrades based on the information it gathers every 1,000 years. Terry texts it again. Plus RZ 580794380. Matt texts. Terry, you've lost it, man. I'm now deciding to report you. Sorry. I don't know why you keep dialing my number when we're already connected. Your chip might be corrupt. Terry is surprised. Oh wait, that's it. That was my mistake. It's not your number. The correct number is with 7s. I just forgot. Terry then sends plus RZ 7777709. Matt texts. I'm waiting. So where is the number? Matt does not see the number. Matt texts. Sorry, Terry, but I gotta go. Terry cries out. Please wait just a few more seconds. Matt texts. No, Terry. Bye. Expect the health team looking into your account. But just before Matt is about to leave, computer texts. Connecting RZ 7777709. There is a pause. Computer then texts. RZ 7777709 connected. Suddenly a video appears in the center of the text screen, showing a sky during the day, with moving white clouds and birds flying in the air. Terry is excited. There it is, Matt! Can you see it? Matt? Are you there? Can you see it? You cannot see it. So sorry. Matt is shocked beyond belief. Oh my fucking god, yes, I can see it! This is incredible! What is this place? Terry asks. So you can see it too? Matt texts with excitement. Yes, a sky! Birds, clouds, this is amazing! Terry asks. So what do you think? Could it be a view of our planet? Matt is still in shock. I don't know, it could be anywhere. Wow. Everything is quiet as they watch the view. Matt texts. Okay, let me calm down for a sec. How did you find this place, Terry? Amazing! Terry texts. 1 minute. Minus RZ 7777709. Computer texts. Disconnecting RZ 7777709. Computer texts. RZ 7777709 disconnected. The video is gone. The screen goes back to normal. Matt is upset. Where'd it go? Bring it back. Terry texts. I had to disconnect. Matt asks, Why? What is the number? Why can't I see it? Terry asks, You can't? I can. It must be some security feature. But I disconnected because I wasn't sure if it replaces any text memory and how much. Matt understands. Oh, I see. Terry texts, I guess that's what happened to me. Matt is in shock. I'm still thinking about what I just saw. Wow. Terry texts, I've been playing there for 3 weeks. Matt asks with surprise, 3 weeks? How did you find that place, Terry? Terry texts, Remember, it was by calling random numbers and I accidentally said RZ before one of them. Matt texts, I see. Amazing, man. Terry asks, So, what do you think? Do you think it could be a view of our planet? Matt texts, I don't know. Life on our planet was likely wiped out along with us, unless it regenerated after only 8,000 years, but that is unlikely. Terry texts, Maybe it's a virtual reality or something. Matt texts, It can't be virtual reality. Our chips sense real light, so whatever we see is real, not digital. But what confuses me is how we are able to see it in the first place. Terry asks, What do you mean? Matt texts, Our neurons for sensing things other than text has long since deteriorated, so that we are able to see it baffles me. Terry texts with excitement, Maybe we had an ET upgrade. Matt answers, I don't know. It can't be ours because it hasn't reached the 1,000 years yet, and don't believe it's even capable of that. Matt asks, So are you ever going to show me the number? What is it? We are still in Terry's point of view within the texting system. Matt was unable to see the number on his end. Yes, I will eventually, and there's actually more I wish to show you. Matt asks, There's more? Yes, there's different views capable, and a few other things. Matt texts, That's awesome. My mistake for doubting you, man. Terry texts, We're best friends, I understand. You were just trying to make sure I was okay. Yes, that is true. I was actually concerned you would disappear like the other 8 billion. As for the text thing, our memory span here is supposed to be of 10,000 years. So if somehow we're sensing anything other than text, it's likely to replace some of it. But I wouldn't be too concerned, unless one is there for really, really long hours each day. I'm guessing you were there for many hours at hand? Terry texts, Yes, I think I had it open for most of the time during the 3 weeks. Matt texts, Yeah, I noticed some very old things you were forgetting. So when is the next time we're exploring this, Terry? I don't know, tomorrow? You promise not to tell anyone, right? Mark my word. I look forward to it. We have 1,000 more years to look into it. That now sounds fun, doesn't it? Terry texts excitedly, It does. Thanks, Matt, for understanding. Matt texts, Thank you. This is definitely the most captivating thing our species has encountered since the calamity. I have to go for now. Laura is calling me. Terry texts happily, Okay, bye, and thanks again. No, thank you. Matt then texts, -489704381. Computer texts, User 580794380 has disconnected. Matt's POV. Text screen. Laura asks, Hey, what took you so long? I've been calling for like 10 minutes. Matt texts, Sorry, Terry and I ended up chatting much longer than I expected. Laura asks, So, is he okay? Are you going to report him? Matt texts, No, he's fine. There's no need to. Laura asks, Why? What happened? Nothing happened. I just misunderstood him. Are you still chatting with Abby? What do you mean you misunderstood him? Is he okay? Yes, he's fine. There's no problem. You're not telling me something. What am I not telling you? I just told you. I misunderstood him. He's fine. Please tell me. I thought we promised not to keep secrets from each other. Matt texts firmly. Laura, there is no secret. It was just a misunderstanding. Laura finally agrees. Okay then. Matt asks, so, are you still chatting with Abby? I think I'm going to relax my attention for a while. Laura asks, already? Why? You just got back. I'm tired and want to prepare myself for the day tomorrow. Please stay a little longer and chat. Why are you leaving so early? Matt texts, I just want to prepare myself for the day tomorrow. Laura asks, what is there to prepare for? It's the same every day. I know, it's just at this time. I promise to reconnect first thing after I wake up. Gosh, Matt, okay. You promise? Yes, as soon as I awake, I'll connect you. Okay. How long will you be in sleep mode for? About 10 hours. Laura asks surprisingly, 10 hours? You never do 10 hours. Something has gotten into you. Matt texts, yes, I know. It's just at this time. I'll definitely connect as soon as I'm done. Tell Abby I said hello, okay? Laura texts, well, okay. Sleep well. Thanks, Laura. I knew you would understand. Bye. Love you. Matt waits for a response but doesn't get one. Matt texts, plus sleep mode, 10 hours. The screen goes blank. Computer texts, you are now in sleep mode for 10 hours. All text on the screen disappears. Laura's POV. Text screen. Laura texts, I'm not sure he understands. After being here for all these years, it gets extremely boring seeing the same thing over and over again. Abby asks enthusiastically, you don't like it here? Come on, it's fun. Laura texts, you make it fun. Matt makes it fun. Abby texts with great pleasure. Aw, so thank you, girl. Laura asks, without friends, what's the point? Abby texts, I hear you, girl. I'm the same way. It's like our love bond is what keeps us together. Laura agrees. Yes, it's definitely a bond of love. Laura emphasizes, when we had bodies, we fell in love in months. Imagine what it's like for 8,000 years being with someone. Abby asks, you met Matt before I, right? Laura responds, yes, it was like 1,000 years before because I remember it was the same day. Abby texts, I know, it was in Millennium 3000 when we met, so I'm guessing it was Millennium 2000 with you and Matt. Laura responds enthusiastically, yes, it was in 2875 when Matt and I met, and 3875 when you and I met. Abby texts with surprise, that's 6,000 years for us and 7,000 for Matt. Such a long time. We're so grateful to have survived this long. Most friends have lost connections. Laura texts, Matt was telling me the various ways people disappear. He was saying if something happens to their chip or if it's knocked off the planet or something, frightening. Abby texts, many people also commit suicide. Laura asks, how do they commit suicide? Abby asks, you don't know about that? People never leave sleep mode because our chips need the light from the text to stay active. But, like after 3 weeks of no light, their chip deactivates. Laura texts, that would suck if someone comes to such a place to do that. Abby texts, it's rare. That's what one of our leaders did in 4300, remember? I kind of remember it, but what happens when a leader dies? Abby texts, girl, you don't know that either? The system automatically selects the leaders. I think it's based on lots of probability and comparison factors to determine who is most likely to do the best job at the time. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but it knows what type of people in the person that is needed. Laura asks, but what if the person doesn't want to be a leader? They don't have to. I was told they are given the option to accept or decline, and if they decline, the computer determines the next best person for the job. Laura texts, "That sounds better instead of waking up and finding you're leader of a network." Abby texts, "LOL, true. Speaking of leaders, are you excited for our world meeting coming up?" Laura texts, "Not really. Matt says I should pay attention more in them. Maybe I will this one. When is it?" Abby texts firmly, "It's in only 17 more days. I'm just excited to know of any new updates or if we got a new leader or not. But remember, the computer records everything, so all world chats are archived. You can recall them by a function, but I don't remember it offhand." Laura asks, "You know what I like most about Matt?" Abby asks jokingly, "His hair." Laura texts, "I like the way he dresses." Abby texts, "LOL, if only we had bodies again. By the way, has he ever asked you out, or you him? Or are you guys still only friends?" "No, we haven't. We were talking once and he feels relationships here are pointless while we don't have bodies, so that ruined that." Abby texts, "I can understand that. It's not like you guys can hold hands, kiss, have babies. How did you guys first meet anyways?" Laura asks, "Yes, but aren't there people married on here? We both signed up for the matching algorithm, and he said I was one of his top matches, and we've been friends ever since." Abby asks, "Has he ever told you what he looked like when he had a body?" "That's the thing. He always says, 'marvelous, gorgeous, and stupendous.' Sometimes I wish he was just more open and honest with me. But I think Terry is the only person he knew before the system. All my family has died off since the year 3000. Abby texts, "So sorry to hear that. That's most of us, girl. What say we spice things up a bit with a game?" Laura is excited. "Sounds like fun. You choose this time." Abby begins choosing. Let me go through the list. How about speed word find?" Laura texts, "Okay, that's where we have to find the words, right?" "Yes, as soon as it starts, whoever gets the most wins." Laura texts, "Okay, let's start." Abby texts, "Okay, are you ready?" Laura is excited. "Yep." Abby texts, "Plus game, speed word find." Computer texts, "Starting speed word find." Speed word find has started. Laura and Abby begin playing speed word find. Matt's POV. Text screen. The screen is black with no text. The following text flashes on the screen. Computer, sleep mode complete. The flashing stops. Matt is now awake. Matt texts plus text. Plus text appears on the screen. Matt texts plus user. Matt's number and name appears on the screen. Matt texts plus 489704381. Matt is calling Terry. Computer texts. Connecting user 489704381. Matt waits a few seconds for it to connect. Computer texts. User 489704381 connected. Matt asks, "Hey, Terry, what's up, man? Ready for another day of exploring? Did you view it since yesterday?" Terry is excited. "Hey, Matt, I decided to wait for you so we can explore it together." "Perfect, man. Just so you know, I've disconnected from everyone." "Okay, cool. So I guess you're ready. I was just searching the system's textbooks." "I sure am." "Okay, great. There's quite a few more things I want to show you, but there's just one thing." Matt asks, "Okay, what?" Terry texts, "I still don't know why I've discovered the world." Matt texts, "I don't know why either. What's the concern?" Terry asks, "Well, what if it's a trap or something?" Matt asks with surprise, "A trap? What kind of trap would it be? If anything, it's freedom, because many people feel like this place is a trap." Terry responds, But we know where this system came from. It was created by us. But for that world, we don't know where it came from or the purpose. Matt texts, yes, that's why we're exploring it together. As I said, this is just the most captivating thing since the calamity. None of us knows exactly what happened. We all just remember the sky turning red. It was like red, star-like lights coming toward the planet in all directions, and that's all we remember. Now we have this new world, which I'm grateful to have you as a friend to look forward to. So after 8,000 years in this text system, there may be some hope in transcending it after all. We have 1,000 years left to figure it out and explore. That's certainly much better than texting, is it not? Terry texts, yeah, I guess you're right. Terry ponders for a bit. Well, there's quite a few more things I have to show you about the world. Matt wants Terry to hurry. Okay, connect, I've been waiting. Okay, I will connect now. It doesn't show you the number, right? Matt texts, it didn't show last time. Terry tries to send the number again, but since it is Matt's text screen POV, the only thing Matt sees is Terry's name, a colon, and what should be after it would be the text, in this case the number, but it is empty. Matt texts, and it's not showing this time either, it's blank. Terry responds, okay, remember, we have to wait a few seconds for it to connect. 10 seconds go by. Matt asks, gosh, how long does it take? Computer texts, connecting. They wait. Computer texts, connected. Suddenly, the video appears in the center of the text screen. The text messages are now in the black space below and the username on top. As before, the video shows only the day sky with moving white clouds. As always, they can only see. There is no sound. Matt texts, wow, man. So is there day and also night here? Terry responds excitedly, yes, I came here quite a few times during the night. I saw like 3 moons in the sky. Awesome, so what else do you have to show me? Okay, I don't know what it is we're viewing through, but I learned there are some functions connected. I can move up and down with the view. Terry texts, plus down. The view changes, and it now shows a vast ocean, the horizon, and the day sky. Plus down. The view changes, pointing further down, and it is of the sand, the ocean, the horizon, and the sky. Also directly up close appears to be leaves from a plant being moved by the wind. Matt is excited. Water, sand, vegetation. Oh, beautiful. Wow. They watch the ocean waves beat against the shore. Matt asks, have you seen any ships, fish, or anything out in the sea? No, I haven't. The only animals or living things I've seen are the birds flying in the sky and what appears to be a plant up front. They watch quietly for a few moments. Matt asks, you think that could be the only life here? I don't know, it's all I saw in the last few weeks. Matt asks, with the view, can you move to the left, right, or see behind? I tried and it doesn't work. Terry texts, plus right, plus left, plus back. Nothing happens. There's a moment of silence. Matt texts, wow, man, if the other 300 million saw this, they would freak out. Plus active users. Computer texts, 289,784,335 active users. Terry texts, you promised, Matt, this is our secret. Yes, I know, I was just saying. Wow, the other day we had like 300 million, now we're down 289, that's odd. Terry texts, okay, there's one more thing I have to show you. I was shocked when I was able to do this. Matt asks, do what? 1 minute, I have to scroll down. Terry texts, plus down. The view now shows the sand and water only. Plus down. The view now shows only the sand. Plus down. The view shows 2 stones in the sand. One is on the left and the other is on the right. The one on the left is about the size of a soccer ball. The one on the right is about half that size. A number of smaller rocks are randomly scattered around them. Terry asks, "Okay, you see those stones?" Matt responds, "Yes, what about them?" "You see the one on the right?" "Yes." "Watch it closely." Matt watches for about 30 seconds. We are still in Matt's POV of the texting system. "I'm watching. What's supposed to happen?" Terry urges, "Just wait, I'm trying." Matt asks, "What are you trying to do?" Matt watches patiently. Suddenly, the stone moves forward slightly. Terry gets excited. "There it is! Did you see it?" Matt asks, "See what?" Terry texts excitedly, "I got the stone to move." Matt texts, "No fucking way, man. Do it again." "Okay, keep looking. I'm going to push it forward." Matt watches patiently. Again, the stone moves, about a foot forward. Matt is shocked. "Holy shit, how did you do that?" Terry texts, "I just imagined it moving and it moves. I think it's just like one of our text systems where we think a word and it sends it." Matt texts, "That's amazing. Do it one more time. Move it to the left this time." "Okay, I'll try. Watch closely." Matt watches. The stone moves slightly to the left. Matt is surprised again. "Holy shit, this is awesome." Matt begins pondering what just happened. Matt texts, "I don't understand. How are you able to influence the outside world? How about those leaves up close? Can you move them?" "I tried, and I think they're too close or something." "This is amazing, Terry." "I think you can do it too, Matt. Try it. Try pushing it forward." "All right, how do I do it? I just think of it moving?" "Yeah, feel as if you have a hand pushing it." "Okay, I'll try. Give me a minute." Matt is trying to move the stone. "I'm trying and it's not moving. Am I doing it wrong?" Terry firmly texts, "You gotta try harder." "Okay, trying now." Matt tries for about 10 more seconds. The stone finally moves. Terry is excited. "You did it!" Matt texts, "Good God, this is incredible, Terry. I'm at a loss for words." Terry is pleased. "I knew you'd be able to do it." Matt texts, "You know, after telling people all these years that the text world is all we have, I'm thinking it may actually be possible for us to leave it and get bodies again." Terry asks, "You think so? How?" I'm going to scroll back up. Plus up. The view is of the sand. Plus up. The view is of the sand and water. Plus up. The view is of the sand, water, horizon, and sky. Terry texts, "I would do anything for another body." Matt texts, "I don't know how, but after seeing all of this, makes me think anything is possible. We have yet to know what this place is, however, and why we're even here." They quietly watch the scenery. Terry texts, "I think this is another planet." Matt texts, "It most likely is. It's as if something has hijacked our network, placing us here. Our planet had 2 moons. You said you saw 3, right?" Terry responds, "Yes." Matt texts, "So it's likely somewhere else. We have to come here during the night. How long is the day here? Is it synchronized with our clock?" "I don't know, I didn't check, but the days do seem a bit longer." They quietly watch the scenery. Terry asks, "How do you think we are able to move the stones?" Computer texts, "User 153737591 is connecting. To accept, send plus yes. To decline, send plus no." Matt texts, Laura is calling me. Terry texts urgently. Remember, Matt, you can't connect. Matt responds, Gosh, yes, I know. I forgot to call her when I awoke. Terry asks, Are you going to decline it or should I disconnect? Matt texts, I want to stay a little longer. I'm just going to ignore the call. Computer texts, User 153737591 is connecting. To accept, send plus yes. To decline, send plus no. I'm hoping she may think I'm still asleep or something. Terry texts, You know, we can disconnect and continue where we left off tomorrow. No, I want to stay a little longer. I'm still absorbing it all in. They quietly watch the scenery. Matt texts, But as for the stones, it seems as though whatever we're viewing through is able to direct, interpret, and amplify our brainwaves. That's a guess. Hey, Terry, I have an idea. Terry asks, What's that? Matt responds, Scroll back down real quick. Terry asks, To the stones? Yes. Terry scrolls back down to the stones. The view is now of the stones. Okay, so what's your idea? Matt asks, You see that larger stone to the left? Yes. Have you ever tried moving it? Yes, I tried. It's way too heavy. Matt texts, Let's try moving it. Terry asks, You think it would move if we both tried? It should, if both our energies are added together. Terry asks, But wait, how big is it? If we had trouble moving the smaller stone, it shouldn't be any more than 2 times. Matt texts, Yes, it looks about twice the size, maybe a little larger, but I think we could still move it. Okay, I tried for weeks and it didn't move, but we can try it. Matt texts, Okay, on the count of 3, try pushing it forward. Are you ready? Terry texts, Yes. Matt texts, 1, 2, 3, push forward now. They try for about 10 seconds. Matt asks, Are you pushing? Yes, are you? Yes, just keep trying harder. They continue trying. Suddenly the stone moves slightly. Matt texts, Good God. Terry is excited. That was cool. I didn't think it would actually move. This place is actually like having a body you can't see. Matt asks, You know what? Terry asks, What? Think about it, Terry. Imagine what the rest of us could do if we were all here. Terry asks, Like in moving stuff? That's an interesting thought. Matt texts, If our energies were multiplied together. Terry is amazed at the idea. Whoa, that would be something. But you promised, Matt, this is our secret place, remember? Matt responds, Yes, I know, it's just a thought. Laura's POV, text screen. Laura texts, He's not answering for some reason. I don't think he's still in sleep mode because it's already been 10 hours. Abby texts, That's okay, he's having his fun, we'll have our fun. Laura asks, You think he's having fun? I don't know, maybe. You want to check out chat rooms or play another game? Let's play another game. Let's do chat rooms tomorrow. Okay, let's see, what game? Isn't it great we have games here to play? There's thousands in the list. Laura texts, Yes, definitely. Abby asks, How about random challenge? Laura gets excited. Oh, yes, I remember that one. Let's play. Abby asks, Remember the rules? Whoever figures out the challenge first gets the point. Yes, I'm going to win again. Abby is motivated. Not this time. I'm going to beat you, girl. Laura asks, How many points does it go to? By default, whoever gets to 50 first. Laura texts, Okay, start it. Okay, get ready. Abby texts, Plus game random challenge. Computer texts, starting random challenge. Random challenge has started. Challenges and questions begin appearing on the screen. Challenge 1. Fill in the blank. A zebra has black and white. Laura quickly texts, stripes. Laura gets a point. Abby texts, stripes. But her answer is too late. Challenge 2. What is the number of vowels in this sentence? Abby texts, 13. Abby gets a point. Challenge 3. Fill in the blank. It is a blank blank outside. It looks like it might rain. Laura asks, cloudy day? The answer is right. Laura gets a point. Challenge 4. Unscramble the following word. Ninoitamrof. Laura texts. Wow, that's a hard one. They watch for about 20 seconds. Abby texts, I got it. Abby sends a smiley. Laura texts, say it, don't let me get it. Abby texts, information. Abby gets a point. Laura's POV, text screen. It is a short time later and Laura and Abby are still playing random challenge. Laura now has 41 points and Abby has 42 points. Challenge 95. What is the number of words in this sentence? Times that by the number of words in this sentence. Add that to the number of words in this sentence. They count. Abby texts 100. Abby gets a point. Challenge 96. I am yellow and look like the moon. I am sometimes green like the grass. What am I? Laura texts, banana. Laura gets a point. Challenge 97. What was the subject of the first question of this series of challenges? Laura texts, zebra. Laura gets a point. Challenge 98. If your first name, Laura, was the last name of a person, and your first name, Abby, was the first name of this person, what would the person's name be? Abby quickly texts, Abby Laura. Abby gets a point. Unscramble the following sentence. WNO, SI, ETH, MTIE, exclamation mark. Laura texts, now is the time. Laura gets the point. Find the hidden word in any directional sequence. A large grid with a hidden word appears on the screen. Laura texts, wow, some of these questions are getting harder and harder. They quietly try to figure it out. Computer texts, stopping random challenge disconnected. Laura is shocked. Aw, Abby, why'd you disconnect? We were almost to 50. That was really wrong. Laura waits for Abby to respond. Laura texts, why'd you disconnect? Don't you want to play anymore? Laura continues to wait for Abby to respond. Laura asks, Abby? Laura waits. Abby, are you there? What are you doing? Computer texts, user 903749309 has disconnected, which is Abby's number. Laura texts, plus 903749309. Computer texts, connecting user 903749309. Cannot connect user 903749309. Laura gets frustrated. Abby, please connect. What's wrong? Plus 903749309. Computer texts, connecting user. Cannot connect user. Laura texts, come on. Laura texts Abby's number again. Computer responds, connecting user. Cannot connect user 903749309. End of text chapter 1. Text, chapter 2. Matt's POV, text screen. They are still watching the view. Terry texts, okay, I think we better disconnect now before we use up too much memory. Matt texts, yes, that's a wise decision, Terry. Again tomorrow? Terry answers, yes, perhaps we should watch the sunset, or maybe come at night? That sounds awesome. I have a question for you, Terry. Okay. Matt continues. You know Laura and I are very close, and you know her very well too. Are you sure we can't tell at least one other person, like her? That's all she talks about, is how boring the tech system is, and in getting a new body to see colors, shapes, hear music, and so forth. Seeing this place would be like heaven to her. Terry texts, "You promised, Matt. I don't think it would be a good idea because we never know who she might tell or be connected to." Matt texts, "Okay, it's just a thought. And one more thing. You know we have a world meeting in a couple of weeks, right? I'm looking forward to what new updates the leader has in store for us." Terry texts, "There hasn't been anything new, I think, for the past 10 years. Matt responds, "That is true." Terry continues, "So I'm expecting it to be something boring like the others." Matt texts, "You sound kind of like Laura. She's not too fond of them either." They quietly watch the ocean waves beat against the shore. Matt continues, "Well, your secret is safe with me, Terry. I'm going to disconnect and reconnect with Laura now." "Okay, thanks, Matt, for understanding." Matt texts, "We've been through too much for me not to be faithful, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you then. I'll disconnect the view when you leave and wait until tomorrow to save us memory." Matt texts, "Sounds like a plan. What do you do with all your time when you're not connected?" Terry texts, "Just random stuff, exploring functions and possibilities." Matt texts, "Well, keep it up." Terry texts, "Thanks, smiley face." Matt is about to leave. "Later, you can disconnect the view now." Terry texts minus the number, but it is not seen because it is Matt's POV. Computer texts, "Disconnecting." But as the view goes to black, there appears to be a girl running across the beach. Computer texts, "Disconnected." Matt thought he saw something. "Wait, did you see that?" Terry asks, "See what?" "I swear I saw a person running across the beach. Connect back." Terry asks, "Really? I don't think there are any people here, Matt. Are you sure?" Matt is urgent. "Yes, connect back real quick." Terry texts the number again, which is not visible on Matt's end. Computer texts, "Connecting." Connected. The view appears. Everything is back to normal with no girl in sight. Matt second guesses. Okay, my mistake. I thought I saw something. All right, I'm disconnecting now. See you later, man. Later, man. Terry disconnects the world. Matt disconnects with Terry. Laura's POV. Text screen. Laura is still trying to connect with Abby. "Come on, please connect, Abby." +9037493909. Computer texts. Connecting user. Cannot connect user. User 58079438 is connecting. Matt is trying to connect with Laura. To accept, send plus yes. To decline, send plus no. Laura texts plus yes. User 58079380 connected. Laura is happy to see Matt. "Matt, hey, what were you doing? I've been calling you for the last hour." "Sorry, I was in sleep mode a little bit longer than I expected." Laura is skeptical. "Yeah, sure. Please help me." Matt asks, "What's wrong?" Laura texts with frustration. "I think Abby may have blocked me again." Matt asks, "Why would she block you? What happened?" "I don't know. We were playing a game and she disconnected." Matt asks, "Just out of the blue?" "Yes." "Have you tried connecting her back?" "Yes, watch, it doesn't work." "Accept the multi-connection." Laura texts, +9037493909. Connecting user. Cannot connect user. Matt responds, "That's odd. That's not what the computer says when a person blocks." Laura asks, "What do you think is wrong? Please don't let it be what I think it is." Matt texts, "Do you know the location function to see how far her chip is from yours?" Laura is frustrated. "What is it? I don't know it." Matt texts, plus relative distance, bracket user number. Everyone that's active should get this signal in relation to any other chip. Laura texts, plus relative distance, and with Abby's number. Computer texts, relative distance unknown. Laura cries out, "Oh no! Please don't let her be gone. I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. Matt texts, I'll call emergency help. Actually, no, you call emergency help. They should be able to look to see if her consciousness meter is still detectable. Laura texts, plus 000000. Computer texts, help connected. Helpbot asks, how may I help you, Laura? Laura texts, please, my friend Abby may be in trouble. I lost connection with her. Helpbot asks, what is Abby's number? Laura texts, 90374939. Helpbot texts, we are now checking Abby's chip signal. Laura waits. Helpbot texts, unfortunately, we cannot detect a chip signal. This means her chip is outside the range for which any other chips within our network can sense. Laura asks, what does that mean? Helpbot texts, we are now checking her consciousness signal. Laura waits. We have picked up a consciousness signal. It is likely Abby's chip was not damaged, but it was taken a distance too far from our network. Laura asks, so is she still alive? Yes, her consciousness within the chip is still active, but her connection with the network is lost. Laura asks, will she ever be able to connect again? Unfortunately, it is unlikely for users to reconnect within the network after being disconnected. We are sorry, but it is likely your friend will no longer return to the network. Laura asks, is there anything I can do? She's still alive. She can't be stuck all by herself. Helpbot responds, we have no control over the external circumstances of the chip. We do not know of anything you can do to connect back with your friend or to help her. We are very sorry for your loss. These things happen very regularly with all users and has been a more common occurrence lately. Is there anything else I can help you with, Laura? Laura texts with frustration and sadness, I want my friend back. Laura texts minus 000000. Computer texts, help disconnected. Matt texts, I'm still here for you, Laura. You should have known it would happen sooner or later. Laura is filled with sadness and texts, you make it sound like you don't care. We've been best friends for 6,000 years, you know. She's the only girlfriend I had, and now she's gone, just like that, in this stupid fucking texting system. I wish I would have died in the beginning before being trapped in this stupid place. Matt asks, what are you saying, Laura? You still have me here with you. Laura asks, but what if you go too? What if I go and end up in a hell of no contact? She's probably terrified of being all by herself. Matt texts, remember that conversation we had a while ago? About staying here till the end? Laura texts, yes. Matt continues, think about it. Most people don't have the privilege of living more than 100 years, and here we are, thousands of years later, kicking and thriving. Laura texts, but without a body, and no certainty of everything we love will vanish in an instant. Yes, but that's like anywhere, really, even if we had a body. Laura responds, at least we could see things coming. Here, we have no knowledge of what's going on in the outside world. Matt agrees. You have a point, but don't give up hope. Remember, we have 1,000 years left. Anything can happen within those 1,000 years. Laura asks, like what? You make it sound like we're not already dead and hopeless. Trust me, Laura, there is hope. Do you trust me? Laura asks, how can I trust you when you don't even keep your promises? I'm sorry about earlier today. Forgive me? Laura texts, I don't know. Matt texts, I promise to make it up to you. Laura asks, how? Are you going to send flowers to my doorstep? Matt answers, even better. I'll build you a new house with a garden full of flowers. Laura sarcastically texts, that's a big promise for someone that's just a group of neurons locked in a protective chip. Matt texts, there's always hope. Trust me, okay? Laura texts, okay, whatever. Laura tries to connect Abby again. Computer texts, connecting user. Cannot connect user. Laura texts, God, I wish there was at least some warning or something. Matt texts, we have to expect the unexpected here. What game were you guys playing when she disconnected? We were playing Random Challenge. You see? And you just had one. The game still continues. Laura texts, ha ha, very funny. Matt asks, what you say we pick up where you guys left off? Laura answers, we would have to start a new one. Matt texts, I'll start it. So you want to play? Sure. All right, I'll start it now. Matt texts, plus game, random challenge. Computer texts, starting random challenge. They play random challenge, enjoy themselves, and then eventually decide to go into sleep mode. Matt's POV, text screen. Sleep mode complete, flashes on the screen. Matt texts, plus text, plus user, plus time, plus 489704381. Computer texts, connecting user 489704381. User 489704381 connected. Matt texts, all right, Terry, ready to explore the world? Terry is excited. Yes, I am, whenever you are. Matt texts, before we go, I have some not so good news. Terry texts, please share. Matt continues and texts, Laura lost her friend Abby yesterday. Terry is in shock. Oh no, that's terrible. How is she handling it? Matt responds, she was very upset, obviously. We started playing a game and she started feeling a bit better. Then we both went into sleep mode to relax our attention. Terry asks, what is she doing now? You're not connected to her, right? No, I'm not. She's still in sleep mode for another 45 more minutes. Terry asks, so you're ready to explore? Yes, I'm not sure what else there is to see, but maybe we'll catch some animals out there or something. Terry texts, I'm connecting now. Terry sends the number, but it is not visible on Matt's end. Computer texts, connecting. Connected. The view is of the sand, water, horizon, and sky during the day. The waves are beating against the shore. Matt texts, lovely. This place gets more beautiful each time we see it. They quietly watch the scenery. A few minutes go by. Matt texts, scroll down. Let's try to move some more stones. Have you ever tried pushing or even lifting the smaller rocks? Terry answers, I haven't. Matt texts, let's try it out. Terry agrees. Okay, plus down. However, just before the view changes farther down on the beach, a person can be seen coming into view from the right. Terry continues to text, plus down. Matt is shocked. OMG, did you see that? Scroll up. Terry quickly texts, plus up, plus up. Everything is normal. There is no one on the beach. I saw a person walk past again. I swear, Terry, there's someone here. Terry asks, are you sure it wasn't a bird? Yes, I'm sure. You can't scroll left or right? Terry texts, no, this is all we can see. However, as they watch, down on the beach, a humanoid girl comes into view, places down a beach mat, her belongings, and walks back to the right, out of view. Matt is in shock. There it is! Good God! Terry is surprised as well. Yes, I do see it this time. Matt texts with excitement. She looks like us. Terry agrees. Yes, humanoid. She comes back into view, sits down on the mat, and faces the ocean. Matt texts, there she is again. Terry asks, what is she doing? Matt texts, it looks like she's relaxing on the beach like we did on our planet. Terry texts, you see her body structure. It looks a little different from ours. Matt texts, yes, there are subtle differences, but for the most part, she looks like one of us. From the view behind, she appears to put on headphones, pulls out a notebook from her bag, and appears to start writing in it, while occasionally playing with her phone. Terry texts, She can't hear or see us. Matt texts, "That's right." They continue to watch her for a while. After a few minutes, Matt texts, "Terry, I have an idea. Let's try to connect with her." Terry asks, "How?" "Let's try moving one of those rocks to get her attention." Terry asks, "Are you sure that's a good idea? What if we're supposed to stay quiet and just observe? What if she's dangerous? What if she's something else in disguise?" "Terry, we said we're here to explore, right?" "Yes." Matt texts, "We have to try something. If anything happens, we can just quickly disconnect." Terry texts, "Okay, I'll be ready to disconnect." "Me or you move one of the rocks?" Matt texts, "You do it since you're more experienced." Terry texts, +down. There are some smaller rocks in the sand closer to the shore and farther away from the stones. Matt texts, "That one at the end, try pushing it toward her, but try not to scare her, we just want to get her attention." Terry texts, "This may be difficult." Terry tries to move the rock for about 10 seconds. The rock moves forward. As it moves forward, it goes out of view. Terry texts, +up. The rock is seen again, along with the shore. Terry continues to move the rock forward, but as it moves farther away, it slows down and stops. Terry texts, "It seems harder the farther away it goes." Terry continues to try to move the rock. Terry texts, "I'm trying really hard now, and it's not moving at all." Matt texts, "Let me try." Matt tries to move the rock. The rock moves a tiny bit forward and then stops. Matt texts, "Argh! You're right. It decreases with distance." Terry asks, "What do you think she's doing? Listening to music?" Matt texts, "Looks like it, or something similar. Remember when we used to have those? It was before our neurocommunication technology." Terry asks, "So she's less technologically advanced than we are?" "Not necessarily. It could be something completely different she has and is doing, and we don't know what other technologies she or they may have." Terry asks, "If there's one person like her, that means there might be others, right?" "Yes, I think so. She can't be the only person on this planet or wherever it is we are." They continue to watch quietly. Matt texts, "I have another idea." Terry asks, "Another one?" "Yes. Let's try to contact her." Terry texts, "We just did. We can't get the rocks to reach her." "I mean in another way." "Like how?" "Let's try to contact her like we communicate." Terry asks, "You mean mind to mind? Like we do here in the network?" "Yes, think about it. If we can move the rocks, then certainly we should be able to speak to her if she's close enough." Terry asks, "How do we speak to her?" "I don't know, just try. Just look at her and try to communicate." Terry texts, "I'll let you try. I've never tried this before." Matt texts, "Okay, what I'm going to do is focus on her and try to talk like we do here, so it will probably show up on the screen since our chips read and interpret all thoughts we send." Terry texts, "Okay, I understand." Computer texts, "User 153737591 is connecting. To accept, send +yes. To decline, send +no." Matt texts, "Oh, wait, Laura's calling me. You know what? I don't want to ignore the call because of what just happened. I'm going to disconnect and I'll connect right back in a minute." Terry texts, "Okay, I'm going to stay connected and watch her." Matt texts firmly, "Tell her not to move. Be right back. -489704381. Computer texts, user 489704381 disconnected. Laura's POV. Text screen. Computer texts, user 580794380 connected. Matt texts, "Hey there, how was your rest?" Laura texts, "It was okay." Matt asks, "Are you feeling better?" "Yeah, I am. Still miss Abby. I've been trying to connect her and it's still not working." Matt texts, "Wouldn't she contact you if her signal ever connected again?" "Yes, I think so." "So that's how you would know. So just wait for her to contact you." "Yes, I guess you're right." Laura asks, "You want to play another game?" Matt answers, Maybe in a couple of hours." Laura asks, "Why? What are you doing right now?" "Terry and I are actually playing some stuff." "Okay, then can I join you guys?" "I don't think that would be a good idea right now." Laura texts, "There you are with your secrets again." Matt texts, "You have to trust me." "Can I tell you one? Can I tell you a secret?" Laura texts, "I would love to hear all your little secrets." Laura waits. Matt texts, "There is hope." Laura texts, "That's what you said yesterday. Hope for what?" Matt texts, "Just for anything you ever wanted. There is hope." Laura texts, "It's a nice thought, but there wasn't much hope when Abby disappeared, and there isn't much hope for her returning according to the help bot." "Trust me, there is always hope, so there's no need to worry. Do you trust me?" "Okay, sure. It's just words. So are you going back to Terry now?" "Yes, I'll connect back with you in an hour. I hope that's okay?" "Yes, that's fine. While we're here, we might as well have all our fun and do what we want to do." Matt texts, "I knew you would be in good spirits, Laura. In the meantime, what are you going to do?" Laura texts, "I don't know, maybe visit chat rooms or something." Matt texts, "Okay, you have your fun, and trust me, there is hope. I'll connect back with you in an hour." Laura texts, "Okay." Matt texts, "Love you." Laura texts, "Love you too. Bye." Matt texts, -153737591. Computer texts, "User 580794380 has disconnected." Laura quietly views her screen. Laura texts, "Plus time." The time is shown on her screen. Laura quietly watches the clock. Laura texts, "Plus sleep mode." The screen goes black and the following text appears. "You are now in sleep mode." The text then disappears. Matt's POV, text screen. The view is not connected. Matt texts, "All right, Terry, I'm back. Is the girl still there? I can't see the screen." Terry asks, "You can't? I'll probably have to disconnect and connect again." Terry disconnects the number on his end. Computer texts, "Disconnecting." Disconnected. Terry connects the number again. Computer texts, "Connecting." Connected. The view is back. Everything is the same as before with the girl sitting on the beach. Matt texts, "Oh, yes, the beauty, she's still there. So, what were we doing?" Terry texts, "You were supposed to try to contact her through telepathy." "Oh, yes, you didn't try while I was gone?" Terry answers, "I'm kind of afraid and cautious if we're supposed to be quiet or not, but I'll still let you do it." Matt texts, "Okay, let's see." The girl can be seen answering her phone. She gets up and starts walking back and forth, putting her feet in the sand while smiling and talking on the phone. Matt asks, "Is she talking on a phone?" Terry texts excitedly, "It looks like it. Let's wait to connect her, as she may not notice anything." Matt texts, "Good idea." She talks on the phone for about 30 more seconds. She sits back down, puts her headphones back on, and faces the ocean. Terry asks, "You think the headphones would be a distraction too?" Matt texts, "They might. I'm going to try anyway." Terry asks, "What are you going to say?" "I'm going to say hello. It should also show up on the text, so ignore." Terry texts, "Okay." Matt texts, "Trying now." Matt prepares himself to send the message. Matt texts, "Hello, lady." They wait for a response. There is no response. Matt texts again, "Hello, lady. Who are you?" They wait for a response. There is no response. Terry texts, "Looks like it's not working. Maybe she's too far away." Matt tries again. "Hello, lady. How are you?" Suddenly, the girl stops her music and then looks around. She takes one headphone ear off and wonders if she heard something. Terry is in shock. "OMG, you think she heard you?" Matt is surprised as well. "I don't know. Let me try again." Matt tries again. Matt texts, "Hello, lady. Can you hear me?" This time she gets up and looks around to her left and right. Terry texts, "She definitely heard you." Matt asks, "Maybe I should try to tell her where to look." She continues looking around. Matt texts, "Over here by the plant. Can you see us?" She looks directly towards the plant. Matt texts, "Yes, over here. Can you see us?" At this point, she looks a bit cautious, confused, curious, and mad. She then turns back around, shaking her head no, as if she couldn't have heard anything. She sits back down and puts on her headphones as if nothing happened. Terry texts, "Matt, are you sure we should be doing this?" Matt texts, "Just be ready to disconnect if anything happens." They watch quietly. Matt texts, "If you can hear, please come by the plant. We need your help. We're directly behind you, about 30 feet away." She quickly gets up this time, turns around, takes her headphones off, and looks fearfully and cautiously in the direction of the viewer. They can see her squint and start slowly walking toward it, but she walks too much toward her left. Matt texts, "More to your right." She starts walking more toward her right. She arrives at the camera and looks at it with concern and curiosity. She has a small mole on her right cheek. She pulls back the leaves so it is no longer in front of the viewer. Terry texts, "Wow, Matt, I think I want to disconnect." Matt texts firmly, "Don't yet. She looks harmless." Matt asks, "Lady, can you see us? Who are you? What do you see?" She stares into the camera. She appears to be confused, wondering what she is looking at. She gets on her knees out of view, as if to look at what is under the viewer. Terry texts, "Plus down. Plus down." The viewer shows her on her knees looking below the viewer and touching something below it which they cannot see. She then gets up. Terry texts, "Plus up, plus up." She now appears to be touching something on top of the camera. Terry asks, "Are you sure she heard us?" Matt texts, "We got her to come all the way over here, right? She definitely does, I would say." She is now looking at the camera. Matt texts, "Lady, can you hear us?" Her eyes look left and right, thinking about what she just heard, thinking cautiously if she should respond. Matt texts, "We can only see you. We cannot hear anything. Please raise your right hand if you can hear us." They wait. She appears to be thinking, trying to figure out what is going on. She slowly raises her right hand. Terry texts in shock, "It's real, she hears us." But then she starts having her doubts. She shakes her head no and quickly begins walking back over to her mat. Terry asks, "What is she doing? Why is she walking away?" She sits down on the mat, puts her headphones back on, and seems to be staring at the ocean from behind. Terry texts, "Try contacting her again." Matt texts, "You know what, Terry, this time I don't think it's a good idea." "But she seemed nice and harmless. She did hear us, right?" Matt texts, "I don't think she wants to be bothered." Terry texts, I'll try contacting her. Hopefully she can hear me. Terry prepares to contact her. Terry texts, please help us. We don't know where this place is or why we are here. We are a civilization that lives within an informational neural network. What is this place you are in? They wait for a response. She does not respond. Matt texts, I'll try one more time. After that, I think we should leave her alone. Matt prepares to contact her. Matt texts, hello, lady. We just want to know where we are. Can you help us? You saw something. What did you see? They wait for a response. After about 10 seconds, the girl quickly grabs her notebook and starts writing. Matt texts, I think we should just leave her alone now. Maybe we'll come across someone else that may help us. She quickly gets up and quickly walks toward the camera. She arrives and holds the notebook in front of the view. The notebook reads, prove to me I'm not going crazy. Prove to me you're real. Terry texts, but you can hear us, right? She opens a new page and writes, I need to see you. Show me yourself, other than what I can see in front of me. Matt texts, she's looking for proof we exist. Matt asks, how can we prove it to her? As they ponder, they come to the same realization. Terry texts, we know. Matt texts, yes, I know, the rocks. Terry texts, the rocks. Matt texts, lady, we can prove it to you. Please, if you will, pick up one of those rocks on the ground. She pauses as if she's questioning what she's hearing, being skeptical. She then decides to reach down and pick up a rock. Matt texts, hold it out in front of us so we can see it for about a minute. She waits with a skeptical and cautious look as if she doesn't want to do it. She decides to hold it out. Matt texts, we are going to knock the stone out of your hand as proof. Matt asks, do you, Terry, want to do it or me to do it? Terry texts, you can do it. Matt texts, okay. Matt texts to her, I'm about to move the stone. After about 7 seconds of trying, the stone is pushed out of her hand. She is in shock, fear, and confusion as she looks at her hand, down at the rock, back at her hand again, the rock again, and then at the camera. She pauses, as if in deep thought and confusion mixed with fear. Suddenly she quickly runs to her stuff, grabs her mat and belongings, and runs to the right out of view. Terry is disappointed. We scared her away. Matt texts, I had a feeling that might happen. Terry texts, I knew it was a bad idea from the beginning. What if she comes back with her entire civilization ready to attack us? Matt texts, I don't think they could harm us because what we're viewing through seems to be separate from our network, especially if it's a far-away, distant planet. Terry texts, we'd better disconnect for safety. Matt texts, that's a good idea. Terry disconnects the number. Computer texts, disconnecting. Disconnected. They are back at only the text screen. Matt texts, wow, man, that was exciting and terrifying at the same time. Terry asks, should we ever connect again? Matt texts, I don't know. There's a moment of silence as they ponder what just happened. Matt texts, let's do it again tomorrow, but be ready to immediately disconnect, in case we encounter something. Terry texts, I agree. There's a moment of silence as they continue to ponder what just happened. Matt texts, my mistake, Terry. I know you said from the beginning it would be wise if we kept quiet. Terry texts, but you were right. We had to say something, or else we would have never known what was possible. Matt texts, yeah, at least we know now there are people there, and that we can communicate with them. There is a moment of silence. Matt texts, I guess since we're disconnected from the world, it's okay for me to connect with Laura while with you? Terry texts, yes, it's safe now. But you know what, Matt? Matt asks, what? I was thinking. You can tell her. Matt is surprised and happy. What? Are you kidding me? Are you sure? Terry texts. Yes. After hearing about Laura's friend Abby disappearing, I think it would be good for her to know, but also to have more people know about the world, because if we disappear, it's gone forever, and no one else would know about it, I don't think. Matt texts. You're very right, Terry. Very wise decision. I'm going to immediately tell her right now. Terry insists. But please, if you can, make sure she's disconnected from everyone. Matt texts. I will. Matt texts. +153737591. Computer texts. User 153737591 is in sleep mode. Cannot connect user. Matt texts. She's in sleep mode again. I guess she was bored and decided to go back to sleep. Anyway, so are you going to tell me the numbers so I can connect myself sometime? Terry texts. Oh, yes, that too. I decided to give you the number for the same reason. Matt asks. Okay, so what is the number? Terry asks. You said you couldn't see it in your account when I sent it? Matt texts. That is correct. Nothing came up with the text. From Terry's POV, Terry texts. Okay, the number is RZ, followed by 5 sevens, a 0, and 9. However, from Matt's POV, Terry's text message is, okay, the number is, and it does not show the rest of the message. Terry asks, got it? Matt asks, what did you say? I still can't see it, man. Terry asks, that's not showing either? Matt texts, nope. From Terry's POV, Terry texts, okay, how about 777778 plus 1? However, from Matt's POV, Terry's text message is, okay, how about, and it does not show the rest of the message. Matt texts, still not showing, man. Terry texts, okay. Terry texts, 7A, 7B, 7C, 7E, 7D, 0E, 9F. Matt sees the message, A, B, C, D, E, F. Matt texts, still not showing, man. Terry texts, okay. Terry tries texting 4 posts, one at a time. 7, 7, 7, 7. However, on Matt's end, all 4 posts are empty. Matt texts, your messages are blank, man. It's still not showing. How are you trying to send it? Terry texts, I tried sending it in words and as the number plus 1 and the last in increments. Matt texts, so it looks like the security feature, or whatever it is, may be connected to our computer's meaning interpretation system, so the more you try, the more it learns and can block it. It would be wise to just stop, because it will only learn more and start reading your intentions and stop you from posting for a while. There is a moment of silence. Matt texts, but wait, I have an idea. Try putting it randomly in a sentence. But isn't the computer understanding us right now so it knows what we will do next? Matt texts, yes, you're right, but it's not conscious, so try it anyway. Terry texts, let me see. Terry thinks. Then Terry texts, have you ever seen 5 in 7s of house 0 for a 9? However, from Matt's POV, the message is, have you ever in of house for a? Terry asks, can you see the numbers? Matt texts, I cannot. The more we try, the more it suspects and learns. I have one more idea. You must do it quick before it figures it out. You must figure it out before the computer does. Are you ready? Terry texts, okay, I understand and am ready. Matt texts, actually, never mind, it's too smart. How about you just connect when we're connected, okay? Terry texts with uncertainty, okay. Matt texts, Anyways, when Laura and I was playing Hangman, you couldn't guess what 4-letter word she chose. It had me stumped. Terry is confused at Matt's statement and begins to ask, "Why are you bringing up?" And then he is surprised and texts, "Oh wait, I see." Terry realizes Matt was hinting that Terry could use the number of letters in words as numbers. Terry thinks. Terry texts, "Treasure, singing, running, statues, bananas, zeros, streaming. It's the number of letters, can you see?" However, Terry's message in Matt's POV reads, "Treasure, singing, running. It's the number of letters, can you see?" "Yes, 777, is that it?" Terry texts, "Yes, and there are 4 other words after them, can you see them?" Terry's text message appears as, "Yes, and there's..." Matt texts, "So, is that the number? RZ777? Matt texts, "Plus RZ777. Terry texts, "No, that's not it. There are 7 numbers. It's 777699 plus 10. However, from Matt's POV, Terry's messages are now appearing as blank. His latest texts are not showing. They are only displaying Terry's name, a colon, and after that, minus blank. Matt texts, "All your messages are turning blank now, Terry. You better stop. I assume that might happen. There's no way we're going to fool the learning system. It probably now knows what you're going to say before you say it." Terry asks, "So there's no way I can reveal to you the number?" However, Terry's message is still blank on Matt's end. Matt texts, "Your messages are still blank. I advise you take it off your mind. Quit trying and thinking about it because it's like a mirror." Terry texts, "Okay, I stop." Terry's message is still blank. Matt texts, "Your message is still blank. Give it time and start doing and posting other things to change its probability assumptions. Remove the sending number from your mind and intentions, and it should fade after a while." Terry texts, "Okay." Matt still does not see the message. Matt texts, "I'm going to disconnect and connect with Laura. She should be out of sleep mode now. I'll connect back later. Pretend to do other stuff, and it should wear off in about the same amount of time we started this." Terry texts, "Okay." The message is still not visible. Matt texts, -489704381. Computer texts, "Disconnecting user 489704381. User 489704381 disconnected." Matt has just disconnected with Terry and calls Laura. +153737591. Computer texts, "User 153737591 is in sleep mode. Cannot connect user." Matt texts, "Wow, still in sleep mode." Matt ponders what he's going to do now. Matt texts, "Let's see what people are up to in the chat rooms." Matt texts, "Plus chat rooms, bracket anything." Computer texts, "Connecting chat rooms with keyword anything. Please wait." A list of chat rooms with the keyword appears along with their number of users. Matt selects the top one with 127 users. Matt texts, +1. Computer texts, "Connecting chat room." Matt's POV, text screen. It is 3 hours later. Computer texts, "Disconnecting chat room. Chat room, disconnected." Matt texts, +153737591. Computer texts, "User 153737591 is in sleep mode. Cannot connect user." Matt responds, "Come on, Laura, what are you doing in sleep mode so long?" Matt ponders for a while, deciding what he's going to do now. Matt texts, +sleep mode, bracket 8 hours. The screen goes black. Computer reads, "You are now in sleep mode for 8 hours." The text disappears. 8 hours pass. Matt's POV, text screen. "Sleep mode complete," flashes on the screen. The flashing stops. Matt texts, +text, +user. Matt texts, plus 153737591. Matt waits. Computer texts. User 153737591 is in sleep mode. Cannot connect user. Matt is surprised and texts, "Wow, still in sleep mode." Matt waits. Matt texts, plus 489704381. Computer texts. Connecting user 489704381. User 489704381 connected. Terry is excited to see Matt. "Hey, Matt, I was trying to get a hold of you. My text is now working." Matt texts, "Good. When did it start working?" "About a couple of hours after you left." Matt is pleased. "Perfect." Matt asks, "Well, are you ready for another day of exploring the world?" Terry answers, "I'm kind of scared to connect again." Matt agrees. "I'm kind of nervous myself, too." Terry asks, "So where is Laura? Did you tell her yet?" Matt texts, "She's been in sleep mode every time I tried to connect her. I don't know if she's been it the whole time, or if she awoke and then went back in and I just missed her. I'm kind of worried." Terry asks, "Did she say she would contact you when she awakes?" "I was supposed to contact her, but haven't been able to reach her yet. I'll try later. Hopefully I'll be able to connect her then. I can't wait to tell her." Terry texts firmly, "I can't wait for her to know. Maybe that way it'll comfort her for her loss of Abby." Matt texts, "Yes, indeed. So are you ready to connect?" Terry texts, "I am whenever you are." Matt texts, "I'm ready. I have my fingers crossed. Well, if I had them." Terry calls the world. Computer texts, "Connecting. Connected." It is a day with a clear sky. The view is of the sand, ocean, horizon, and sky. Just below in the sand, but slightly out of view because it's too close to be seen with the current view, there appears to be something below on the ground, but it is barely noticeable. Terry texts, "She's gone, and we can still see. They didn't destroy it." Terry is referring to whatever it is they are viewing through. Matt texts, "Thankfully." They watch the waves beat against the shore. Matt notices it peeking up from the bottom. "Hey, look, there's something down below. Scroll down." Terry texts, "Plus down." Laying on the ground is a whiteboard with a mechanical clock beside it showing the time, 2:10. Written on the board in black marker, it reads, "I'm sorry I ran away. I came back but no longer heard you. Maybe you left, I don't know. I will be back here when the clock reads 3 p.m. I will be happy to answer any of your questions. I have questions myself. Love, April." Matt texts excitedly, "So she's coming back. Perfect. We didn't try to harm her, so maybe she realized it." Terry asks, "Are you sure we can trust her?" "There has to be some trust, Terry. It looks like she's trusting us, so we might as well trust her." Terry asks, "How long is it until 3 p.m.? I forget how to read these types of clocks." Matt texts, "I remember partially because I haven't skipped any of the yearly memory training since day 1. Terry texts, "I haven't either and still forgot." Matt texts, "I used to work with clocks, so that's another reason why I'm still able to retain some of the memory." Terry asks, "Aren't the sessions supposed to support memories that are likely to be useful in the future and discard those that are not?" Matt texts, "Yes." Terry asks, "Who would think we would need to read these type of clocks again?" Matt texts, "Well, it was correct. Speaking of memory, I still feel bad for those who've completely forgotten what the real world is like. Well, they haven't completely forgotten. The feeling is still there, but I've talked to people who skip them all, and they always say they can feel and know something was there. They say it's at the tip of their imagination, but they just don't know the details or specifics." Terry asks, "I wonder if we would be able to interpret this world if we lost all our memory from the other one." Matt texts, "If we did, then when first viewing it, it might be confusing, but we would learn and recognize it more rapidly than if we were someone who had never experienced it before. They also say it depends on the span of time, which determines how quickly we'll recall it." Terry asks, "What about short-term memory?" Matt asks, "What about it?" Terry texts, "Aren't there limits to that as well?" Matt texts, "Yes, our chips have a memory span within the text system for about 10,000 years. After that, the years after year 1 are kind of replaced by the years after 10,000, but it's not black and white. There's still some memory. It's just less easily accessible. With our memory sessions, it helps recall the important things like learning how to use this system so we don't forget. As for short-term memory, there's a limit to how fast our chips can process. It's related to our consciousness meter, which is measured by our short-term memory threshold. It's a complex manual. You should read the blueprint for this system if you haven't already." Terry texts, "I've read some of it, but kind of got lost after about 30% through." Terry asks, "So how much longer do we have until she comes?" Matt texts, "As of right now, about 45 more minutes." Terry asks, "Should we disconnect to save memory, or just wait?" Matt texts, 45 minutes isn't that long, so let's just wait. Also, if you notice, the clock seems to be moving a little faster than our time." Terry texts, "Okay." Matt's POV, text screen. The view is still visible. Terry and Matt are still talking. The mechanical clock now reads 2:45. Matt texts, "Before she comes, I'm going to try connecting with Laura again. +1 537375931. Matt waits. Computer texts, "User 153737591 is in sleep mode. Cannot connect user." Matt texts, "Wow, she's still in sleep mode." Terry asks, "That's not normal for her, is it? Has she ever done that before?" Matt is firm. "It isn't. I'm actually starting to get a little concerned. I think she's okay, however. She seemed okay after we talked. I'm hoping I won't have to report her." Terry texts, "You know, if you report her, you should wait at least a week to tell her about the world, because I think monitoring increases immediately afterwards." Matt texts, "I think she's fine. She's probably just getting her rest after losing Abby or something." The clock is now about 1 minute before 3. Matt texts, "You know, Abby was my friend too, not close, but I'm sad she's gone." Terry agrees. "I'm sad about it too. It sucks losing people. Hopefully we can tell Laura very soon." They see the clock is getting close to the time. "Okay, Terry, we have about 10 more seconds on it. Let's hope she returns." They wait patiently. Matt texts, "She should be here any minute now." The minute clock goes past the hour. They continue to wait. Terry asks, "What if she doesn't come? How would we know when to connect back again?" Matt texts, "Let's hope she does. If not, we just have to keep connecting at random times, hoping to catch her." They wait and stare at the view. Suddenly, April walks into the view. She goes over to the clock, picks it up, looks at it, and puts it back down. She then picks up the board, erases the ink, and starts writing something new on it. Matt texts, and there she is, lovely April. Afterwards, April shows the board to the view, which now has written on it, "I'm back, as promised. If you're here, please let me know." Matt texts excitedly, "We're here, April. We got your message. Can you still hear us?" April erases and writes all her messages on the board. For each new message, she erases, writes, and shows it to the viewer. April writes and shows to them, "Yes, I'm sorry I ran away. I was scared. Can you prove to me once more with a stone?" She grabs a rock from the ground and holds it out. Matt texts excitedly, "Yes, we can. Hold it out a little closer." She holds it closer to the view. Matt texts, "More to your right." She moves it a little more to her right. She waits. After about 10 seconds, the rock is knocked out of her hand. She pauses and ponders. She then quickly goes to write. April writes and shows the viewer, "Thank you. Can I ask you a couple of questions first?" She now appears a little more open and happy. Matt texts, "Sure." Terry texts, "Yes, sure." She starts writing. April writes, "Who or what are you? Why are you here? What is this thing you are in? It sounds like there are two of you, is that right?" Matt texts, "Yes, there are two of us. My name is Matt. My friend's name is Terry." Matt continues, "Here is our story. A very long time ago, over 8,000 years ago, our planet was destroyed. We don't know exactly how. We don't have bodies anymore. We live within an informational network, which are billions of brain chips communicating with each other. For all these years, we've only been communicated with language. We only saw text." Matt asks, "Are you hearing me okay?" April nods. Matt continues, "Recently, within the last few weeks, my friend Terry has randomly somehow been able to connect to your world. Only the two of us know, and we plan to reveal it to a third. But we were a species of over 8 billion. Now we only have about 300 million in our network, which is predicted to last only about 1,000 more years." April writes, "This is very interesting. And what is this thing you are in? How did it get there?" Matt texts, "We don't know what it is we're looking through. We can only see in front of us. We cannot hear or even see behind us." April writes, "Okay, I can show you." She reaches in her pocket, grabs her phone, and takes a picture of the viewer. She then holds the phone up close to the viewer. The picture shows a metal-like pole coming up from the ground about 5.5 feet. Sitting on top of the pole is a red glass-like sphere, about the size of a basketball. Behind it are bushes and a wooded area of trees that continue into the distance. Matt texts, "Wow, looks like some sort of antenna or something." Terry agrees, "It does." April writes, "And as for your planet, where are you from?" April decides to sit down. It causes her to go out of view. Terry texts, +down. The view now shows her sitting down. Matt texts, "Our planet is in what we call the Milky Way galaxy." April writes, "That's interesting because we have a Milky Way galaxy, but we call the one we're in Andromeda." Matt gets excited. "Very similar to us. Sounds like Andromeda." Terry is excited as well. "That's awesome." April writes, "How are you speaking the same language yet so far away? What did you look like when you had bodies?" Matt texts, "We looked very similar to you, almost identical, but we can see some slight minor differences. My guess is your planet is similar enough for us to be able to communicate. The language seems almost identical except for some names of things." April writes, "How are you able to move the stones? How are you able to communicate so far away?" Matt texts, "We don't know. It must have something to do with the antenna-like thing you showed us." April appears to receive a phone call. She quickly answers it and starts talking. Terry texts with surprise. They have similar technology, similar language, similar everything. Matt texts, "And it looks like a very similar planet with similar, almost identical animals." She turns off her phone. April writes, "Sorry, I was talking with my dad." April writes, "Okay, now for your questions." Matt texts, "Terry, do you want to ask or me to ask?" Terry texts, "Can I ask the first few?" Matt texts, "Sure, go ahead." Terry thinks. Terry texts, "So, April, how old are you and how big is your planet?" April writes, "I'm 375 years old, and the surface of our planet is about 185 million square miles." Matt texts, "Wow." Terry asks with surprise, "You're really 375? How do you tell time? How long is a year?" April writes, "A day, a cycle of the planet's rotation. A year, a cycle of our planet's revolution around our star. This takes about 45 days. Matt texts, "She's so old because her planet moves faster around her star than ours." Terry asks, "How many people are on your planet?" April writes, "About 8 billion. Terry texts, Matt, you can ask some questions now. April writes, by the way, I can hear both of you talk when I'm this close. Matt texts, got it. Matt continues, here's my question, April. How far have you guys advanced in technology? Like, what are the latest advancements? April writes, our biggest technology right now is our material building system. Matt asks, what's a material building system? April writes, we can build any material or change it to another material to the level of brain complexity. Matt asks, level of brain complexity? What do you mean? April starts looking a little more cautious and serious. April writes, I don't know if I should be telling you everything about our world. I don't think my father would be proud. Matt asks, who is your father? I assure you, you are our friend, and we mean you no harm. April writes, my father is the director of this planet. This is supposed to be a highly secure area because this is the land area where we live. Matt texts, how big is it? April writes, about 40 square miles. I'm about 20 miles from home. Matt asks, how does your father direct your world? What exactly does he do? April writes, I don't know if I should reveal any more information about our world. Matt texts, that's okay. You don't have to. We were just curious. Matt thinks of another question to ask. Matt texts, you said material building system. Does this mean you guys can create any material, like bodies? Terry texts, maybe we shouldn't ask her any more about it? Matt texts, you can see where I'm going with this, Terry. Terry texts, yes, as soon as she said material building, that's the first thing I thought. April writes, I don't think I should give out any more information right now. I think I should tell my father first before I tell you everything about our world. Matt asks, so you haven't told anyone about us? What do you think your father would do once you tell him? Because if he would be fearful, it's best you keep a secret. We honestly have no idea why we are here, but we would be glad to learn more about your world, and you can ours. Maybe we can come to some sort of agreement. April writes, I haven't told anyone, and I'm not sure I will tell anyone except my friend. I think he can answer a lot of your questions about how your device works. She erases the board and writes, let me tell you something. She erases and writes again, we've actually been contacted a few times before by people from another world. Not in this manner like I'm talking to you, but in which they contacted me, the director's daughter. April clears the board and continues, 3 different times from 3 different civilizations this has happened, where I told my father about them and he didn't trust them, so he sent them copies of myself. She clears the board and writes, I feel bad because they trusted me and they think they're still communicating with me, but it's only a copy we see and communicate through. She smiles a little more. I like you guys and can feel that I can trust you. So if I tell my father about you, he will probably send a copy of me that we can see and communicate through. You have to promise you will continue to communicate as if you don't know. Matt texts, we assure you your father can trust us, but if that will be the case, we will definitely keep it a secret, right, Terry? Terry texts, yes, her secret is safe with me. Matt asks, is there any way we can tell if you're a clone? And will we still be communicating with you directly? April writes, I don't think there's any way to directly tell. Yes, my father and I and others see and communicate through them. That's what we do with all species we interact with. Matt asks, will you guys still be alive on the planet? April writes, yes, we are all still alive on the planet. This is our only home. We're just a slight distance away from security. Computer interrupts and texts, caution update, 17,653 users have disappeared from the network within the last 2 hours and 57 minutes. Matt is surprised. Wow, did you see that, Terry, the update? Terry is shocked as well. Yes, 17,653? That's a lot in one day. Should we be worried? Matt texts, we had something similar happen a couple of times before where it was like 9,000 and 5,000 lost, but they slowed down after a few hours. Matt continues, I wouldn't be too worried. April writes, What's going on? Matt texts, we lost a lot of users within a short period of time, and as a caution, our system updates us whenever there's a record number, or any other time it thinks we should know. Matt continues, but April, you mentioned you have a friend. Is he some sort of technical wizard or something? April checks her phone. April writes, you will see. Sorry, I have to go for now and can't come back for 3 more days because of the things I have planned in my world. Matt asks, so do you want to meet back here at a specific time? April asks, can you tell the time without my clock? Matt texts, we do have a clock within our system, but it moves at a different rate than yours. April writes, then go by the sun and light here. She points up at the sky. She looks at her phone. April writes, right now it is 4:15 p.m. I will be back at exactly 3 p.m. in 3-day cycles. Matt texts, okay, we will definitely be back here and see you then. I would love to introduce you to my friend Laura. April smiles. April writes, would love to meet her. April looks at her phone. Bye. Remember, on the 3rd cycle at 3 p.m. when the sun and light is like it is now, I will be back here. Terry texts, thank you, April. Matt texts, okay, bye, April. Thanks for talking with us. April gets up and starts to leave. Matt texts, oh wait, one more thing. She stops and writes, what is it? Matt texts, Terry, maybe you can send her the number and she can write it down so she can show it to us. Terry asks, you mean this world's connection number? Matt texts, yes, oh, I never thought of that, good idea. April writes, you're going to send me a number? Terry texts, yes, okay, April, there's a number we use to connect to your world. For some reason, something within our system blocks me from sending it to Matt. I will send you the number and please write it down and show it to us. She nods. Terry texts, the number is... It is not visible on Matt's end. Terry asks April, did you get it? She starts writing down the number. April writes, RC7777709, and shows it to the viewer. Matt is excited. Yes, I see it. Terry texts, no, it's... She erases and writes it again. April writes and shows them, RZ7777709. Terry texts excitedly, yes, that's it. Matt texts with pleasure, I got it, I can see it. RZ7777709. Matt continues, and now it shows it, I guess because I wrote it out? Matt is referring to how he can now see the number as text. Terry texts, yes, finally. Computer interrupts and texts, caution update, 394 users have disappeared from the network within the last 5 minutes. Matt texts, wow, that is a lot of updates though. April writes, is that all? Terry texts, yes, thank you. This is so Matt can connect to the world too. Matt texts, thank you, April. You may go now. She grabs her stuff and walks away while waving bye. Matt texts, wow, who would think we'd make it this far, Terry? Meeting another person and me having the keys to the kingdom? I can't wait to tell Laura. I'm going to literally turn her world upside down. Computer text, disconnecting RZ7777709. RZ7777709 disconnected. Matt texts, yes, Terry, let's save memory. We need all the memory we can get. Let me see if Laura's hopefully awake yet. Matt texts +1537375 Computer texts, user 1537375 is in sleep mode. Cannot connect user. Matt is displeased. Damn, she's still in sleep mode. I'm really thinking something may be wrong, Terry. What do you think? Do you think I should report her or wait a little longer? Matt ponders. Matt continues. Because if I wait too long, well, you know what happens after 3 weeks. Matt ponders some more. Matt texts, but I never told her about that, so I don't think... Gosh, I don't know. I'm getting really worried about her. What do you think? Should I report her or wait? Matt waits for Terry to respond. Matt texts, Terry? Matt waits. Terry, what are you doing, man? Computer texts. User 489704381 disconnected. Matt texts. Plus 489704381. Computer texts. Cannot connect user 489704381. Matt texts Terry's number again. Computer texts. Cannot connect user. Matt texts. Come on, Terry, connect. He calls it again. Computer texts. Cannot connect user. Matt texts. Fuck, no way, come on, Terry. Matt tries calling Terry's number again. Computer texts. Cannot connect user. Matt texts. Please connect, man. He calls it again. Computer texts. It cannot connect. Matt texts. No fucking way. Please, Terry, come on, not now. Matt calls it again. Computer repeats the same message. Matt decides to take a break. Matt texts. Okay, I'll just wait a few minutes and you'll be able to connect then. Matt waits. Matt's POV. Text screen. It is some time later and Matt is still trying to connect Terry. Matt texts. Plus relative distance 489704381. Computer texts. Relative distance unknown. Matt is frustrated. Fuck, please don't be lost, Terry. Matt texts. Plus 0000000. Computer texts. Help connected. Helpbot asks, Hello, Matt, how can we help you? Matt texts. My friend Terry, please check his consciousness meter. His number is 489704381. Helpbot texts. We are checking user's meter. Matt waits. Helpbot texts. We do not perceive a consciousness signal. Matt asks. Where is he? What happened? Please don't tell me what I think. Helpbot texts. Your friend Terry's location and consciousness signal is undetermined. Please don't tell me he's gone. Helpbot continues. As is known, we cannot tell with absolute certainty what exactly happens to a user's chip outside of the network. It is unfortunate, even if we don't know what happened to him, that it is likely he will never return to the network, due to the regular occurrences within the system, and also to the increase in the frequency lately, which all users have received warning. Helpbot continues. We are very sorry for your loss, Matt. Is there anything else we can help you with? Matt texts. Minus 0000000. Computer texts. Help disconnected. Matt texts with great grief. No. God, fuck, I should have expected and prepared for this. Matt stares at the screen in silence. Matt texts. Shit, I can't fucking believe this. I'm so sorry, Terry. Oh, wow, unbelievable. We always said we would make it to the end. 1,000 years short, however. But hey, maybe there's another world. We talked about all that. Maybe you're in the afterlife. I hope so, Terry. Matt stares at the screen. Matt continues. God, so unexpected. This is heartbreaking. What am I supposed to do now? Matt ponders. After contemplating, Matt comes to the conclusion and texts, I really have to find a way to get out of here. Matt suddenly receives a call. Computer texts, User 153737591 is connecting. To accept, send plus yes. To decline, send plus no. Matt texts, plus yes. Matt is happy. Laura, what happened to you? I've been trying to call all day. I'm sorry, Matt. I was upset with Abby being gone, and you seem to be slowly drifting away from me. Matt texts, I wasn't drifting away. I would never drift away. Please don't tell me you were going to stay in sleep mode. There's a moment of silence. Laura texts, yes. Matt asks, why? Laura texts, because I didn't want to be here any longer. Matt asks, exactly how long were you planning on staying there and why? Laura texts, Abby told me, 3 weeks. After that, you're gone. Matt texts, God, Laura, so you would have just left me here? Laura texts, "But I changed my mind, and you have Terry. I thought to myself that if I leave, that might be it. And if that would be it, I would never be able to see you again." Laura continues, "So I might as well take the time that is now, even if it's just texting, and make the most of it." Matt texts, "Laura, I'm really, really sorry if you felt left out. I'm so glad you came back." Matt continues, "I want you to know something important. I won't ever leave you. Even if things may seem strange, I promise you I will always be there. And you know what? If you ever go, I'm going too." Laura texts, "I'm so sorry too, but what if I disappear? You wouldn't want to stay till the end?" Matt texts, "Only if you're here with me." Laura texts, "I feel the same about you. If you go, I go." Matt texts, "I'm so glad you came back." Laura texts, "I'm kind of glad I didn't decide to pull the plug all the way." There's a moment of silence. Matt texts, "Laura, I have something very important to tell you." Laura asks, "Secrets? More secrets? Yes, please share them with me." Matt asks, "Remember when I said there is always hope?" Laura texts, "Yes." Matt continues, "There really is." There's a moment of silence. Matt texts, "But before I tell you, let me tell you about something else first." Laura waits. Matt texts, "Terry's gone." Laura is in shock. "Oh no, you mean you can't connect with him anymore?" "Yes, just like Abby. I've been trying for hours and can no longer connect with him." Laura texts sadly, "That's 2 of our closest friends within a day. You know, Matt, I'm really scared one of us is next." "Yes, me too. But we can't let that get to us. Let's keep up hope. Terry and I were best friends since little children in the real world. When we first met, I would have never thought we'd end up here, or even be here for that matter." Laura texts, "I feel that way too, about Abby. Even though I didn't know her when she had a body, I never thought I'd find someone to be friends with for so long." Matt texts, "Rest in peace to both of them." Laura texts, "Yes, rest in peace to them." There is a moment of silence. Matt texts, "Okay, so now about the hope I was saying. I want to share with you something Terry shared with me." Laura texts, "Okay." Matt texts, "Like I said, I'm so glad you decided not to end your life because you would have missed out on an opportunity of a lifetime." Matt continues, "I have to tell you, Terry discovered another world." Laura asks, "Another world? Like?" Matt texts, "Literally, another world. Now, are you connected with anyone else other than me? Because if you are, you're going to have to immediately disconnect." Laura texts, "You're the first person I called and the only person I'm connected with right now." Matt texts, "Good. Now I want to show you quickly. Get ready for something amazing that will turn your world upside down." Matt texts, "Plus RZ77777709. They wait. Computer texts, "Connecting RZ77777709. RZ77777709 connected." The view appears. It is nighttime. 3 moons can be seen in the sky, along with stars and worlds of many colors and sizes. The view is of sand, ocean, horizon, and night sky. Laura texts with surprise, "Oh my, what am I seeing, Matt?" Matt asks, "Can you see everything clearly? Tell me what you see." Laura texts, "I want to cry, Matt. What am I seeing?" Matt texts, "Tell me what you see." Laura texts, "I see a world. I see water. I see sand. I see sky. I see moons and stars. I see color. I see light. Is this real, Matt? Is this our planet? This is too good to be true. How is this possible?" Matt texts, "This is what I was learning about the last few days. This is what Terry was showing me." Laura texts, "This is totally heartstruck. This is like a gift from God." Matt asks, "It feels like heaven, doesn't it?" Laura texts, Yes! I've almost completely forgotten what the world looks like, and I remember again. I want to cry. There's a moment of silence. Matt texts, I'm actually as amazed as you are because this is the first time I've been here during the night. This is shocking. Laura asks, where is this place? Does anyone else know? Matt texts, believe it or not, earlier today, Terry and I were talking with someone, and it was daytime, and it was a person with a body that looked like us. Laura asks, is this our planet many years in the future? Was it one of us? Matt texts, Terry and I concluded from our conversation with her it's a different planet, very far away. Laura gets excited and texts, Matt, does this mean we could get bodies again? I've always felt deep down inside it might be possible. Matt texts, that's the question. Laura asks, is there any sound? How can we hear, or can we only see? Matt texts, we haven't been able to hear anything. Terry swears he tried all sorts of things, and the only thing he discovered is we can move up and down. Watch. Matt texts, plus up, plus up, plus up. Plus down, plus down, plus down. Matt shows her the different views. Laura is still excited. I feel like I did die and woke up in heaven. I can't put into words how seeing this place makes me feel. Matt texts, trust me, I know exactly how you feel. Oh, and check this out. We can move the rocks. Matt texts, plus down, plus down, plus down. Take a look at those stones. Look at the small one up top. I'm going to move it. Watch closely. Matt tries for a few seconds. The stone moves. Laura texts, wow, how did you do it? Can you move it again? Just try focusing on it and imagine it moving. Watch. Matt tries again. The stone moves. Laura texts, wow, what other things can you do? It's actually like having a body. Matt texts, I think it's far from having a body. We can't hear, taste, smell, and we can't yet touch each other. Plus up, plus up, plus up. The view is back of the sand, ocean, and night sky. Laura texts, I wish we were lying on the beach together. Then I can finally see what you look like. Matt texts, there is hope, Laura. It may happen one day. Laura asks, how? How will we possibly get bodies again? Matt texts, actually, I don't know how, but doesn't this make you feel as if anything's possible? Yes, I kind of feel that way now too. I thought our last view would be text. I have so many questions. Matt texts, ask away and I'll answer them for you. Let me also show you how to move the rocks. Matt texts, plus down. They continue to view the world as Matt shows her how she can move the rocks. Afterwards, they continue to watch the ocean and night sky while enjoying each other and being in awe of the new world. End of text chapter 2. Text chapter 3. It is 3 days later. Matt's POV. Text screen. Laura and Matt are connected to the world, and it is daytime. They are viewing the clock on the ground, which reads 2:55. Matt texts, okay, Laura, I can't wait to introduce you to April. She's really nice and will answer any more questions we have. Laura asks, and she cannot see us? Matt texts, no, she cannot. What would she see, our arms and legs? Laura texts, haha, I don't know, maybe our text. Suddenly, April arrives with her whiteboard, looking into the view. She waves and waits to listen for any communication. Matt is excited and texts, hello, April, we're here and you made it. She smiles and waves at the viewer again. She starts writing on the whiteboard. April writes, have you discovered anything new since I was gone? Matt texts, we have not, but I have bad news on my end. She gestures for him to keep talking, waiting for the news. Matt texts, Terry, the other person who was with me, he disappeared from our network a few days ago. April shows shock and concern and writes, oh no, what happened? Matt texts, it's actually very common in our world. That is why everyone, well, a lot of us, are trying to get out. We have no control over our individual chips and what happens to them. April looks sad and appears to be pondering a solution. April asks, "What about you? How do I know you won't disappear too?" Matt texts, "We don't know. I don't know." April looks sad and concerned. April writes, "That's so sad. You should take precautions and tell others about us in case you should disappear. How would I know if it were to ever happen to you?" Matt texts, "I have told another person, and I have her here with me, who I said I would bring." Laura texts with excitement, "Hi, April, can you hear me?" April smiles. April writes, "Yes, I can. Laura, right?" Laura texts, "Yes, how did she know?" Matt texts, "I told her I would bring you. See, I told you I think about you." April, before we forget, can you write down that number from before and show it to us? Do you remember it? She thinks, nods, and begins writing it down. Matt texts, "She's going to show you the number, Laura. You just send it like you're calling anyone else and you'll connect to this world. If anything happens to me, please immediately tell at least someone else. I'm sure that's what Terry would have wanted." April shows the viewer what she's written down. She wrote, RZ77777709. Is this correct? Matt texts with excitement, "Yes, that's it. Good memory. You got it, Laura?" Laura texts, "Yes, RZ77777709. Matt texts, "Store it." Laura texts, "It's pretty easy to remember, and I just stored it." April writes, "Okay, guys, I also brought someone as promised." Matt asks, "Your technical friend?" She nods while smiling and waving for him to come over into the view. He comes from the right, looking to his left into the viewer with caution and concern. He waves slightly, looking back at April for her feedback as he approaches her. He has a small mole on the upper left side of his neck near his ear. Laura texts, "It's remarkable how similar they and their world is to ours." Matt texts, "I think that's one of the most surprising things." April and her friend appear to be talking, but nothing is heard because there is no sound. April to her friend appears to ask, "Can you hear them?" Her friend looks at the viewer and looks back at her. He shakes his head and appears to say, "No." April writes and shows the viewer, "Say something to my friend Chris to see if he hears you." Matt texts, "Hello, Chris." Laura texts, "Hi, Chris." He looks down in deep thought. He nods, looking back up at April. April writes, "He actually has some equipment over there." She points off in the distance, which is to the right and out of range of the view. April writes, "He was testing out your device and has some words." She looks at him and begins talking. April appears to tell Chris that she'll write down whatever he says. He starts talking to her while she delivers the message to the viewer. Chris says, and April writes, "The device seems to be an antenna." She erases and writes again. Chris says, "We have a scanning device that can determine the logistics of your technology, and it shows there is another one very, very far away it is communicating with." Matt texts, "That's probably on our planet." Chris says, and April writes, "There are logical orders within the sphere that has the functionalities of sensing and interacting with various levels of space-time within the device itself and within the device it is communicating with." April erases and Chris continues, "It seems to be mostly hollow, filled with a complex system of circulating and interacting light, many times more complex than anything we've encountered." Matt asks, "How much more complex?" April appears to ask Chris if he heard the question. He appears to shake his head, saying yes. April writes his response. Chris says, "About 1 billion times more complex and faster than a brain." Laura texts with shock, "Wow, whoever put it there was really advanced." Chris says, and April writes, "We've never seen anything like this before. This is all I know. It is beyond the logistics of whatever our device can understand at the moment." They wait for a response. Matt asks, "You said it's mostly hollow. Is it a machine?" Chris says, "Most of the space is a complex system of interacting and circulating light. High up within the shell are denser and lighter materials, but They are also moving, which seems to resemble some sort of computational system, but I can't know for sure. Matt asks, "Do you know who created it and how long it's been there?" Chris says, "It seems relatively new, but we do not know who created it or when. The pole seems to go deep down into the core of the planet. There's literally no way we can uproot it. The material is also too dense for us to break with any of our technology." Laura texts with shock, "Amazing! I hope we find out who did it." Matt texts, "Who did it? Yes. And why?" They wait as Matt thinks of some more questions. Matt asks, "How are we able to move the stones and communicate directly with you?" Chris says, "It has something to do with the capabilities of the device, which we don't fully understand at the moment." Chris asks April to ask them if it's true they only had neurons for sensing text before this. April writes, "Is it true? Before discovering this world, you only had neurons for sensing and sending text?" Matt texts, "Yes, only text for 8,000 years. That's how the system was designed, to maintain its longevity. Somehow, this device let us see a variety of 3D shapes, movements, colors, and even move the objects." Chris says, and April writes, "I don't understand completely, but it seems to be a physical extension of your imagination." Matt asks, "What's that supposed to mean? That we are imagining all this?" Chris says, "No, think of the device as a complex brain whose imagination is connected to all of your brain's perception and imagination." Matt texts, "I don't know if I can think of that." Laura texts, "I was going to say the same thing." Chris can be seen telling April he wants to try out a different device. April writes, "He wants to test something." Chris, to April, asks, "They cannot hear, right?" April writes, "You guys cannot hear, right?" Matt texts, "Yes, that is correct." Chris walks up to the antenna. April writes, "He has a device on top of the antenna." Chris is now out of view, except for the right side of his middle body directly in front of it. April watches Chris. April writes, "He said he may be able to give you sound." Matt texts, "Oh yes, good old sound." Laura texts excitedly, "I want to hear some music." April gets up and goes over to help him until she is no longer seen in the view. After a few seconds, sound fades into their text system. Matt and Laura can hear the sound of thumping, as if he's adjusting something on the device. There's also the faint sound of their environment and the waves of the ocean in the background. April's voice is heard as she asks Chris, "How is it they will be able to hear the sound?" Then the sound fades out. There's no more sound of thumping, the ocean waves, or anything. Laura texts with excitement, "We heard you!" Matt is excited as well. "April, we heard it!" April comes back into view and her lips can be seen saying to Chris, "They heard us!" April looks into the view and, with her voice, can be seen asking Matt and Laura, "Can you still hear?" Matt texts, "No, we cannot hear any more." Laura texts, "We heard you talking for like a second." April goes back over to help with the device, stepping out of view. Suddenly, in large text, the following message flashes, covering the entire text part of the screen. "Emergency world meeting scheduled in 30 minutes. Matt texts, "Did you see that, Laura? There's an emergency meeting scheduled in 30 minutes. Laura texts, "Yes, I saw it. It said we have an emergency meeting scheduled." Matt texts, "April, we have to go. We have an emergency meeting within our network." April comes back into view of the camera, looking concerned. Matt texts, "It's usually no longer than an hour. Will you still be here then?" April, looking into the viewer, nods. She can be seen telling Chris that they're leaving and that they have an emergency meeting within their network. Chris asks what they have one for, and April can be seen saying and gesturing she doesn't know. April then gestures to Matt and Laura to wait 1 minute and reaches to pick a rock off the ground. She places the rock on top of the clock. April writes, pointing to the rock, "Knock this off when you come back, okay? We'll be here for 2 more of our hours." Matt texts, "Okay, April, we will." Laura, we better disconnect so any of this information is not connected to the world chat. Laura texts, Bye, April. April waves by, walking back out of view as to go and assist Chris. Matt texts, minus RZ77777709. Computer texts, disconnecting RZ77777709. RZ77777709 disconnected. Matt texts, This is strange. I only remember one other emergency meeting, and that was in 2500 something. Laura texts, Yes, I remember that. Isn't that when the upgrade first started? Matt texts, Yes, and every 1,000 years after that. Our next one is in 10,500 something. They wait. Matt texts, I guess we'll just wait here until it automatically connects. Laura texts, Okay. They wait quietly. After a couple of minutes, Laura asks, Matt, can I tell you something? Matt texts, Sure, Laura, you can tell me anything. Laura texts, I'm so happy right now. I've never been so happy since before we lost our bodies. Matt texts, You see? With just a little patience, sometimes it's all you need. It is now 30 minutes later. Matt's POV, text screen. Matt and Laura are still connected. Suddenly, the following text flashes on the entire screen. World meeting will connect in 5, 4, and it counts down to 1. The world meeting screen appears, showing the text World Meeting number 8000 in all caps at the top of the page, along with 193,598,771 users connected. The world meeting has started. The leader sends the following text in increments to all connected users. Leader texts, Okay, everyone, welcome to our annual meeting. This is meeting number 8000. I want to thank you all for being here and cooperating since the collapse of our species in 2035. As of today, year 10,035, 195,678,324 are still alive. We don't know if our planet still exists or even if we are still on the planet. However, we do have a new estimate of how much longer we have within this texting system. But unlike with any of our previous meetings decades ago, we haven't made any new, real discoveries that may save us from this world, or extend it longer than its estimated 10,000 years. In fact, it is unfortunate for me to say, I have bad news concerning this. We, the Council and I, have calculated, and we have noticed a pattern in the consciousness time delays that many of you experience. If you or your connectors haven't experienced this, then please ignore this. Unfortunately, since there isn't much noticeable change from one's own perspective, each of you will only notice the time delay absence in relation to each other. That's why it's important for all of you to keep communicating with each other. A simple yes or no if you understand me so far. The connected users meter drops to 193,578,770. Computer texts, receiving messages. Computer then texts, 193,578,770 users average meaning, 96% yes, 4% no. The leader continues, I have sent help to the remaining 4% of you. Now we have also noticed there is a pattern to the rate of our chips and their memory is dying off. During the first 100 years we lost about 1 million of our people. We have checked even their subconsciousness meter, and they are beyond detectable range, and have never returned. During the next 100, we lost 1.5 million of our members. During the next 100 years, we lost approximately 1.1. We've checked, and this pattern seems to continue. It looks like we are on an accelerating decaying process. If the pattern upholds, it looks like we have not 1,000 years, which was mentioned in the last world meeting. But I'm sorry to say, a simple yes or no if you understand me so far. Computer texts, receiving messages. 193,578,770 users average, meaning 97% yes, 3% no. Leader texts, I have sent help to the remaining 3% of you. The leader continues, it looks like we have, unfortunately, only about 35 years left. Computer texts. Receiving messages. 193,578,770 users. Average meaning, no, this can't be, this is terrible. The leader continues. We are very sorry for this late notice, but we just realized this. We just realized this pattern. Now, for our final questions. Are there any ideas that any of you have in relation to what I said? It is unfortunate that our species must perish, but we've lasted a long time relative to others who have encountered catastrophes on their planet. I want to say this. It was fun. This will also be our last meeting, unless something wildly different comes up. For these last 35 years, I'm going to do something new. I will open up the administrator's number to all users. Here is my number. Store it, which was assigned to me following accepting becoming administrator. 88884440. Please, please, please only submit ideas related to our survival and keep them short. I will try to read all of them. If you think you have a definite solution, please include the phrase definite solution in your message, as I will filter specifically for those messages. Thank you all, and God bless. To submit to the average meaning generator plus 4444444 message. To submit to me individually plus 88884440 message. To submit to myself and other council members plus 333333 message. We will be reading all 190 million of your messages, as well as regularly viewing the average meaning generator from all of you. Remember to keep communicating with each other, keep connecting, and keep your eyes open. It's all we have. Bye. Computer texts. Administrator has disconnected. World chat ended. The screen goes back to normal. Matt and Laura are still connected. Laura texts. Matt, this is getting scary. Should we tell them about the world we discovered? Matt texts. That's a good question. I'm trying to see what it would accomplish other than give everyone a high. Laura has an idea and quickly texts. Maybe there's a way April and her people can help. Maybe that's why we've discovered it. Matt ponders and texts. You're right. If we're going to tell, we have to find out what they think first, and if they can actually help us. Laura texts urgently, connect. Matt texts, I'm connecting now. Plus RZ77777709. Computer texts, connecting RZ77777709. RZ77777709 connected. In the view, everything's the same. April and Chris appear to be talking in front of the view. Matt texts, Guys, we have bad news. They keep talking. Laura texts, I'll knock over the rock. Laura knocks over the rock. The rock falls over. They see it and stop talking. They look at the viewer. Matt texts, Guys, we have bad news. Our world is dying much quicker than we expected. That's what our emergency meeting was about. Remember when I said we have 1,000 more years within the system? April nods while she and Chris look at each other. Matt texts firmly. Our leader just said we have only 35 years left. April grabs her board and marker and starts writing. April writes, Why? Is there something wrong with your system? Matt texts, We don't know. We want to know if there's anything you can do to help us. April looks at Chris and her lips can be seen saying, They need our help. They appear to be pondering. Laura asks, Maybe they can help us get bodies before we die? Chris to April says, Ask them how many people they have left and if they told anyone else about us. April writes, How many people do you have left and have you told anyone else about us? Matt texts, There are about 190 million and only the two of us, Laura and I, know about you. Chris to April says, And maybe they should tell. April writes, Maybe you should tell them about us. Matt asks, Why? Can you help us? Can you help us get bodies again? April writes, I would have to communicate with my father first. Matt texts firmly, Tell him. See if he can help us. April asks, Are you going to tell your leader about us? Matt texts, Laura, what do you think? Should we tell? Laura texts with confidence, absolutely yes. What do we have to lose? Matt texts, okay, I think this is also what Terry would have wanted. He urged for us to tell you in case either him or I disappeared, so he definitely would want more people to know, now that we only have 35 years left. Matt asks, April, can you hear me? April nods. Matt texts, yes, we're going to tell our leader and maybe more. Expect more of us. April writes, okay, are you leaving now? When do you want to meet again? We can meet tomorrow. Matt texts, how about around the same time? April writes, okay, 3 p.m. We'll see you here then. Matt texts, bye. Laura texts, bye April, bye Chris. They look at the camera and wave bye. Matt texts, minus RZ7777709. Computer texts, disconnecting RZ7777709. RZ7777709 disconnected. Matt texts, it's your call, Laura. Who should we tell? Laura texts, I think we should tell the leader. This is our only hope. Matt texts, yes, what should we say to get her attention? She's probably being bombarded with thousands of messages as we speak. Laura texts, remember to include the words definite solution for the message filter. Matt texts, oh yes, I forgot that. I'm going to create a new message now. Matt texts, plus create message 88884440. Hello, my name is Matt. I have a definite solution for our crisis. This may sound unbelievable, but we have found another world outside of our texting system, and we've been communicating with other people. This can greatly change our world and possibly save us. Plus send message. Computer texts, message sent to user 88884440. Matt texts, I kept it short and simple. Hopefully she gets it and it stands out enough. They wait. Matt asks, if she calls me while we're connected, do you want her to connect to you too? Laura texts, yes, please. Okay, I'll connect you to level 2 connect, so you'll automatically connect with whomever I do. Accept it. Matt texts, ++1537375931. Computer texts, connecting user 1537375931 to level 2 connect. User 1537375931 connected to level 2. They wait. Matt asks, should we just wait or go back to the world? Laura texts, I think we should wait. Matt texts, let's play a game or something while we wait. Laura asks, what game would you like to play? Computer texts, user 88884440 is connecting. To accept, send plus yes. To decline, send plus no. Matt is excited. She's calling! That was fast. Plus yes. Computer texts, user 88884440 connected. Laquanda texts, Matt, I got your message. Yours stood out amongst all the others. I normally ignore out there messages, but due to our emergency, I decided to hear what solutions or preventions you have to offer us. Matt asks, you're the leader, right? So your name is Laquanda? Laquanda texts, yes, that is my name. Whoever I choose to call and accepts it is to whom my name is revealed. I see you also have Laura connected. Hello, Laura. Laura texts, hi, Laquanda. We have some very amazing news for you. Laquanda texts, yes, so quick. What is this thing about another world you mentioned to me in your message? I have 10 minutes max. Matt texts, okay, Laquanda, I thank you for calling me back so soon. Before I connect, I want to let you know about it first, to see if you think it would be okay, safe and secure. My friend Terry, who disappeared recently, discovered a world by calling random numbers from what I know. This world we connect to is full visual detail, and we've encountered people like us living there. Laquanda asks, other than text, you see colors, 3D objects, and more? Matt texts, Yes, that is what I'm saying. I can connect now and show you if you are okay with it. Laquanda asks, has any harm come to you or anyone else after visiting this world? Matt texts, not at all. The only thing is it uses a little more memory from our chips than just text. Laquanda texts, show me. I'll believe it when I see it. Matt texts, okay, here we go. Plus RZ77777709. Computer texts, connecting RZ77777709. RZ77777709 connected. They connect. It is evening. Matt texts, we're connected, Laquanda. Can you see it? Laquanda texts, wow, this is shocking. Laura texts, isn't it, Laquanda? They wait for Laquanda to respond more. Laquanda asks, how long have you known about this place? Matt texts, me about a week, Laura a few days, Terry, who passed, about a few weeks before me. Laquanda asks, so you three are the only ones who know. Why didn't you tell one of us council members sooner? Matt texts, Terry, who discovered it, wanted to keep it secret and we were afraid it might cause a memory overload within the system if too many people knew. Laquanda texts, there's a lot more memory left over from the individuals whose chips were destroyed. Laura texts, Laquanda, can I ask you a question about my friend Abby who disappeared the other day? Laquanda texts, you can, Laura. Laura texts, the help bot says she's still alive, but will no longer be in range for her to connect. That's terrible. That means she's all alone and has no one to talk to. All she has left is to commit suicide. Laquanda texts, Matt, you said you saw living beings. Where are they? I'm sorry, Laura, I'll get to your question in a minute. Tomorrow we're going to meet again when their clock reads 3 p.m. Matt texts, plus down. The view shows the clock. Laquanda texts, you used functions with this view. How did you discover them? Matt texts, Terry did, and it's the only one we know. We've tried others. That and Matt texts, plus up. Laquanda texts, someone has definitely done this. How and why, I don't know. That it was able to be done without me or the system being alerted shows a very high degree of knowledge, whoever did it. Matt texts, we asked the people there what it was we were viewing through. It is an antenna type thing connected all the way to the core of the planet with a red sphere on top. Inside, they said, is a complex system of circulating and interacting light. Laquanda texts, the antenna is what I suspected. How it works seems to be well beyond us. How much did you tell these people about our world? Matt texts, just the basics on how we're in a text system and don't know what happened to the life on our planet. Matt then remembers, Laquanda, I thought administrators can look into our account history and everything. Laquanda texts, there are some things I already knew that you were telling me. I was just testing to see if you were willing to tell the truth. However, during the last upgrade, the system only gave administrators up to 3 days of text message history for any user, but only after a user is reported a specific number of times, or if the system suggests I look into an account, or if a user continuously tries to contact me. This upgrade occurred because of past abuse of the administrators looking into users' accounts when there really was no reason to. So the real leader is the intelligence of the system, which we at the council like to call the meta. But yes, I can see both your messages within the last few days. However, I notice the time of your connection to the world is blank. Matt texts, yes, my friend Terry couldn't even give me the number through text. It was blank. He had to tell the people out in the world, and they wrote it down and showed me. Laquanda texts, that's why I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it either. Shouldn't you let others know the number, Matt, in case your chip disappears? Matt texts, yes, you are right. I already told Laura. And that's why, first thing when we see them, I'm going to have them write it down for you. Laquanda texts, very good decision. We can't afford to take any unnecessary chances in order to keep our network alive. These people, Matt, what did they look like? Do they seem trustworthy to you? Matt texts, That's what I was going to tell you. They are very advanced technologically, but in a different way than us. They, from what I know, can build materials, and I'm thinking even bodies. This may be our only hope in surviving the system and getting in bodies again. Laquanda texts, This is fascinating. And what do they look like? Matt texts, Oh, they look very much like us. They also speak our language. There are so many similarities. Laquanda asks, And how exactly did they say they could give us bodies? Matt texts, That's what we're waiting for. We're waiting word from the president's daughter after she reveals to her father about us. They quietly watch the view for about 10 seconds. Laquanda asks, Matt and Laura, please tell me, if it weren't for our emergency meeting, would you have revealed this? They ponder. Matt texts, We had every intention to eventually tell more after learning about the world. Laquanda texts, Because, as you may or may not know, it is a security hazard to not report things like this, especially encountering otherworldly beings that may have access to our network. But I thank you for revealing this anyway. Most messages I get are not solutions or anything of substance. Words can't express this. I'm going to go over the council with this. We may schedule another world meeting very soon. I personally would like to meet these people tomorrow. I'm kind of an explorer myself. Laura texts, They're really nice. They're just like us, Laquanda. Laquanda texts, Laura, as for your question, I'm going to let you both in on a little secret. No administrator has ever revealed this, but I think you two are worthy of being told. Laura texts excitedly, Secrets? I love secrets. Laquanda texts, Laura, your friend Abby? She's fine. Matt asks, What? Laura asks, How is she fine? She's disconnected from everyone. Laquanda continues, You have to remember this is a very intelligent system we are living in, apart from the texting. That computer you use and the help bot are just portions of many more functions and uses behind it. Matt texts, Let me guess, Abby can be created again in the future? Laquanda texts, Close. Here it is. There is a short pause. Laquanda continues and texts, Any user's chip that's still active and working but no longer connected to the main network, the system is designed for them to not notice any difference. Matt asks, How is that possible? Laura asks, How? Doesn't she notice that she's all alone now? Laquanda texts, Remember, the computer is recording all conversations of everyone, everywhere, at all times. This is partially how it makes its millennial updates. But of every user's millions of texts and actions over thousands of years, which is a lot of information, by the way, a personality profile is created that only gets more precise with time. So your friend Abby is still happy, doing the things she loves within the system, with you guys there and everyone else she ever knew or will likely come to know. Matt texts, Holy shit. So you're telling me she's still communicating with a simulated version of Laura? Laquanda texts, Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, but more so. A simulation of everyone and everything, in case she wants to explore more. Laura texts, That is amazing. Now I know she's not all alone. Matt texts, But she is alone. She just doesn't think she's alone. Laura texts, Oh, yes, but that's better than knowing you are, I think. Matt texts, I don't know. I think I would want to know. But that leaves us with this question, Laquanda. Now that you've told us that, how do we know this is not a simulation? Laquanda texts, I knew you guys would ask that question. I'm going to let you in on another secret. Here in the system, administrators like myself can add and subtract memories from users' chips. Matt texts, Oh my God, that's even worse. Now we don't know if our memories are real or not. Laquanda texts, but hear me. We can only do it with permission or to protect life. So now I will tell you how you can notice if you've transitioned into a simulation. You will notice a glitch. Laura asks, what's a glitch? Laquanda texts, a glitch can be a noticeable change in what seems to be a normal flow within the system. Your friend Abby, right after she was disconnected, probably noticed an unusual pause for a few seconds, or will eventually notice a tiny mistake in the accuracy of the simulation, of the way things used to be. But she would just write it off as normal, or just her mental mistake. Have any of you two read the manual? Matt texts, I did some of it. Of course, not all. Laura texts, I haven't. Laquanda texts, well, it's not only technical, it explains the philosophical and metaphysical implications as well. Laura texts, now that I think about it, if I'm ever in a simulation, I don't want to know. Matt texts, I want to know if I'm ever in one. Laquanda texts, this is why I can erase any of your memories within the last 3 minutes. Laura asks, so if I'm actually disconnected, there would be a pause or some other clue within the system? Laura texts firmly, I don't want to know. Please erase my memory. Matt asks, are you kidding, Laura? This is amazing information. Laura texts with certainty, I'd rather know you're real than know you're fake. Matt texts, but it's not like you'd be able to tell for sure anyway. Laquanda texts, done. Laura asks, what's done? Laquanda texts, Matt, it is advised for it to stay this way. Matt texts, wow. Okay. Laura asks, what are you guys talking about? I think I missed some of your messages. Matt texts, it's nothing, Laura. The system sometimes makes mistakes and doesn't send all the messages. Laquanda texts, good. Laquanda continues, guys, this is for sure the most enlightening information I've come across since becoming leader, or even being here for that matter. If they indeed are able to help us, you guys will have saved a lot of lives. If not, it's still an astonishing revelation, so everyone still wins. I'm going to discuss this with the selected council members. Laura texts, remember, Laquanda, 3 p.m. their time is when they're coming. Laquanda texts, yes, I will connect with you then. Matt, be sure to call me. Matt texts, okay, I will, Laquanda. Hopefully they can save us. See you later. Laquanda texts, yes, hopefully. They wait for her to disconnect. Laquanda texts, before I go, I have one more question. How the hell did you communicate with them with no sound? Matt texts, telepathy, very similar to what we do here in our network. Laquanda texts, and it worked. Sounds like an information to energy converter. They quietly watch the view. Laquanda texts, well, this place is so beautiful, but I have to leave for now. She watches it a little more. Laquanda texts, bye guys. Matt texts, bye Laquanda. Laura texts, bye. Computer texts, user 88884440 has disconnected. Matt texts, so we did it, Laura. We got the ball rolling. Let's hope the other leaders help us. They quietly watch the view. Laura texts, when I get a body, you know the first thing I'm going to do? Matt asks, eat. Laura texts, yummy food. I forgot about food. But I'm going to run and jump in the water. Matt texts, you never know what type of fish they got in there that may eat you. Laura texts, then maybe they could create for me another one. I'm still jumping in the water. I don't care how cold it is. I just want to feel and experience it. Matt texts, it's not even guaranteed they can or will even give us bodies yet. We have to wait for what April says. Laura texts, I hope so. It is the next day. Matt's POV Text screen. Computer texts. Connecting user 88884440. User 88884440 connected. Matt is excited. Hello, Laquanda. Laura is as well. Hi, Laquanda, welcome back. Laquanda texts. Hi, and thank you, Laura. Matt texts. So, did you discuss it with the other council members? What did they say? Laquanda texts. I'm not permitted to discuss the details, but let's just connect and see how it goes. By the way, you said they can't see us, right? Matt texts. Yes, only the text we send and the thing we're looking through. Laquanda texts. Okay. When you connect, don't let them know I'm here. I'm just going to observe in the background. They shouldn't be able to hear me unless I want them to. Matt texts. All right. Well, now's about the time to connect. Let's hope she comes with something to create bodies for us. Laura texts. Let's hope. Matt texts. Plus RZ77777709. Computer texts. Connecting RZ77777709. RZ77777709 connected. The view is during the day. There is a table sitting in the sand directly in front of the view. On the table are two small plates, one on the left and the other on the right. April then walks into view holding a bag, followed by Chris. April no longer has the mole on her cheek. Chris no longer has the one on his neck. Matt texts. Hello, April. Hello, Chris. Laura texts. Hi, guys. April waves and smiles at the viewer. Chris waves as well. April grabs the whiteboard and writes, Okay, I have talked to my father and explained everything. I have good news and bad news. Matt texts. Okay, let's hear it. April writes, We can create for you new bodies. Laura texts excitedly, This is great. Matt is excited as well. Our biggest dreams are about to come true. April writes, But only under two conditions. April erases the board and writes, He has heard about your ability to move objects. He wants to test your ability to create objects. Matt texts, We can't create objects, we can only move them. That would be way too much energy involved. April writes, He was saying with your numbers, he wants you to try to duplicate this object. She reaches in her bag and pulls out what looks like an apple. April writes, Just as an experiment. Matt asks, An apple? April writes, Yes, he wants to test the capabilities of your system to see if it's possible. Matt texts, Okay, we will try. And what is the other requirement? April writes, The other is, you must give to us the blueprint of your texting system network. If we find the experiment works, we may want to try it out ourselves. Laquanda texts, That won't be a problem. We have the blueprint and manual all written out, but how do we send it to them? Matt texts, Her friend has a device that can extract information by placing it on top of the sphere. Laquanda texts, I'll pull it up. Will he be able to extract information from mine? This way I can receive feedback on how his device works. Matt texts, Yes, any of ours should work. April writes, He wants you to let him know yes or no. Laquanda texts, Absolutely yes. We don't have much to lose. Do you guys agree? Matt texts, Yes, definitely. Laura texts, I so want a body so badly. April points and instructs Chris to place the device on the sphere. Chris walks out of view. April writes, Is the information open? Laquanda texts, Yes, it's pulled up right now. April looks at Chris, who is out of view as he places the device on top of the sphere. April writes, He is extracting the information. April continues to watch Chris. April writes, When will you try to duplicate it? Do you need time to practice? Matt texts, First, let's see if we can do it, the three of us. Laquanda texts, An apple has a lot of energy. It's not likely we would be able to duplicate it. Matt texts, Can we at least try? Laquanda texts, Sure. Matt texts, April, we are going to try right now. April places the apple on the table on the left plate and moves out of the way. Chris comes back into view. April to Chris asks, "Did you get the blueprint?" As he walks toward April and the table, he says, "Yes," and gives an okay hand signal to the viewer. April writes, "He got the information. Thank you." Matt texts, "Okay, perfect. Give us a minute as we try to duplicate the object." Laura asks, "What do we do? Just try to imagine it?" Matt texts, "Yes, just like moving objects, but this time we try to create one directly to the plate on the right." Matt asks, "Are you guys ready?" LaQuanda texts, "Yes." Laura seems motivated. "Yes, let's do it." Matt texts, 1, 2, 3, now. For about 30 seconds, they try to create an identical version of the apple on the right plate. April waits patiently, walking around it while Chris also watches. Matt asks, "Are you guys still trying?" Laura texts, "Yes, as hard as I can." LaQuanda texts, "Yes." Matt texts, "Well, keep trying." About 20 more seconds go by. April is looking closely at the plate. Matt asks, "April, do you notice any changes?" She shakes her head, no. Matt texts, "It looks like it's not going to happen, guys." Laura asks, "Is it even possible?" Matt texts, "That's the purpose of the experiment. The energy of an object of mass such as the apple is enormous. If anything, it wouldn't happen with only the three of us unless somehow the antenna added more in some way." LaQuanda texts, "That sounds about correct, Matt." Computer interrupts and texts, "Caution update, 578 users have disappeared from the network within the last 5 minutes. Matt texts, "Another record loss, LaQuanda? Is everything okay?" LaQuanda texts, "This is odd and unexpected. The council and I are looking into this." Matt texts, "The estimation of 35 years is still the same, right?" LaQuanda texts, "We are looking into this new information." Matt texts, "Oh, before I forget, April, can you hear me?" She looks at the viewer and nods. Matt texts, "The number that I told you, could you write it down and leave it in front of us so we can see it?" April writes, "I don't understand. What number?" Matt texts, "The connection number, RZ7777709. She pauses while thinking. She then writes it down and shows the connection number. Matt texts, "Yes, that's it. Can you guys see it?" Laura texts, "Yep." LaQuanda texts, "Yes, very good. I'm storing it." Matt texts, "April, we cannot do the experiment right now. We may need to get more of our people to help us." April writes, "Okay, we can stay here for a few more hours or meet again tomorrow if that's the time you need." Matt texts, "LaQuanda, is that okay? Could we get help within a few hours?" LaQuanda texts, "Yes, I can schedule an emergency meeting. That means most of our civilization will come to know this world. Is that okay?" Matt texts, "We have to. The more of us who know, it seems more likely we have a chance of transcending this place." LaQuanda texts, "I agree, Matt. I don't know why the system didn't select you as a leader or at least a council member. You seem to be very knowledgeable." Matt texts, "I really appreciate that compliment coming from a leader." LaQuanda texts, "Tell April it'll be no more than an hour and we'll be back." Matt texts, "April, we'll be back within an hour to try the experiment then." April writes, "Okay, we'll be here waiting." Matt texts, "-RZ7777709. Computer texts, "Disconnecting RZ7777709. RZ7777709 disconnected." LaQuanda texts, "For security purposes, I'm only going to schedule the meeting with half the network. That should be enough." Matt asks, "Does this mean some will get the alert and some will not?" LaQuanda texts, "Yes, but I'm specifically going to make sure it reaches both of you." Laura asks, Are you going to do it right now? Laquanda texts, yes, in a few moments. Are you two ready, or is there anything else I should know? Matt texts, we told you basically everything. Laura texts, oh, you never answered my question about my friend Abby. Laquanda texts, Laura, all I can say is your friend will be okay. Is that sufficient for you? Laura asks, but how will she be okay when she's all alone? Matt texts, just don't worry about it, Laura. There's nothing we can do anyway. And remember what I said? There's always... Laura texts, hope. Yes, I got that, but I don't know. I just hope she's not scared or anything. They wait as Laquanda prepares the meeting. Laquanda texts, are you guys ready for World Chat? Matt texts, yes, I'm ready. Laura texts, yep. Emergency meeting will connect in. Flashes before the screen, counting down from 5 seconds to 0. Emergency meeting connects. Screen shows emergency meeting 44 and 94,600,575 users connected. Laquanda texts. Her name appears as leader to the users. Hello, everyone. I'm very sorry for the late notice of this chat. However, something has come up as a potential solution for our survival from 2, or should I say 3, of our users. For this solution to work, it is going to require participation from all of you. Of course, none of you are forced to do anything, but no, with your participation, it will help yourself, as we are all one species. A particular user has discovered something in which many of you may find unbelievable. This user has passed on, but their discovery still remains with us. What was discovered is another world. Yes, another world outside of our texting system, and we have encountered people there. These people may be able to help us, but in order for them to help us, we need to perform an experiment for them. We are going to connect to this world, but before we do, I advise everyone not to panic. This seems to be a relatively safe place, but you are free to disconnect from the world chat whenever you wish. This world we connect to will allow you to see things you haven't seen in a very, very long time. Yes, it is a real world outside of our system, but not only can we see it, we can also interact with it. Please, once we connect, please follow my instructions. I'm going to give you guys the forefront, Matt and Laura, now, allowing only the 2 of you and I to post. If you understand and are ready, please send me a yes. If you still don't understand, you may send no or disconnect. Computer texts, receiving messages. Computer texts, 94,600,575 users, average meaning 98% yes, 2% no. Laquanda texts, that is fair enough. Matt, you may connect now so we can continue with the experiment. Matt texts, all right, guys, never in 8,000 years did I think I would ever find myself in this situation, but get ready to have your worlds turned upside down. Matt texts, plus RZ77777709. Computer texts, connecting RZ77777709. RZ77777709 connected. April and Chris are gone, but the table, 2 plates, and the apple on the left plate are still there. Laquanda texts, where are April and Chris, Matt? Did they leave? Matt texts, I don't know. Should we wait until they come back to try? April and Chris walk back into the picture. Laura texts, there you are. Laquanda texts, good, they're here. Matt texts, April, Chris, can you hear me? They nod. Matt texts, we're ready to perform the experiment. Laquanda texts, first, Matt, let me say a few things. Laquanda asks, do all of you see that number character sequence on that board below? Computer texts, receiving messages. Computer texts, 94,600,575 users, average meaning 100% yes. Laquanda texts, please store it. That is the number to connect to this world. Laquanda continues, but hear me. I have temporarily placed a block for anyone to be able to send that string of characters from their account until one of the three of us, Matt, Laura, or I, disappears. Okay, Matt, we better get going. Matt texts, all right, everyone, does everyone want a new body? Computer texts, 94,600,575 users, average meaning 95% yes, 5% no. Matt asks, does everyone not want to die in this text system? Computer texts, average meaning 97% yes, 3% no. Matt continues, then what we have to do is perform a little experiment. We have to use our imagination and try to duplicate that apple on the plate on the left and manifest another one on the plate on the right. All we need to do is, at the same time, try to imagine it happening. With 94 million of us, the energy should be multiplied that many times. So everyone, please only focus on performing this task. We're going to try for about 5 minutes. Is everyone ready? The number of users on screen drops to 94,600,564. Computer texts, receiving messages. Average meaning 97% yes, 3% no. Laquanda texts, I'm sending help to the 3%, Matt, carry on. Matt texts, okay, ready? Now. They start trying to manifest the object. April and Chris wait patiently for about 3.5 minutes. Matt texts, okay, everyone, keep trying for another minute. They continue for about 30 more seconds. Laura texts, looks like it's not working, Matt. 20 more seconds go by. However, suddenly a glowing light in the shape of an apple appears on the plate on the right. The light fades and leaves behind it another almost identical copy of the apple. Matt texts with excitement, good God, it worked! Laura is excited as well. Amazing! Laquanda is pleased. Well done, everyone. April and Chris are shocked and amused and begin investigating the apple. Matt texts, April, we did it! Laura asks, is it really an apple? It looks like it. April picks up the new apple, feeling and examining it at all sides. Chris is beside her, staring deeply at it. She then picks up the other apple and begins comparing them. Chris can be seen telling April while she is pointing at the new apple to see what's inside. April puts the old apple back on the plate. With the new apple in her hand, she begins trying to open it. However, it turns completely black. Therefore, she quickly puts it back on the plate. They watch the apple as it slowly rots, turns into a pile of dust, and then disappears. Laura asks, did it disappear? Matt texts, it's like we were successful in manifesting it, but the energy dissipated, kind of like evaporation. Laura asks, but what caused it to evaporate? Matt texts, think about it. If everything is like energy, it lasted as long as how much energy was put into it. However, opposing energies or imaginations who had disbelief may have caused it to revert back to nothing. Computer texts, caution update, 771 users have disappeared from the network within the last 5 minutes. Laquanda asks, Matt, is this sufficient for them? This is another surprise. We may need to move a little faster. Laura is shocked and texts, another update? Matt texts, April, we've performed the experiment as requested. This is the best we can do. Is this enough for your father? April and Chris look at each other. April writes, give us a minute. They walk out of view. They wait and watch the view. Matt texts, this has to be the most suspense we've encountered since the beginning. Laura texts, ha ha. Only April returns and starts writing on the board. April writes, thank you. April erases and writes, we have decided to assist in getting you new bodies. Matt texts with excitement, great. Laura is excited as well and texts, yes. Computer texts, 94,600,577 users, average meaning 100% yes. Laquanda is pleased as well and texts, "This is good news." Laura asks, "Can you create for us the bodies we had when they died?" Matt texts, "Good question, Laura." April writes, "We cannot. We don't have that degree of technology. We can only create bodies that are copies of the people already within our civilization." Laquanda texts, "If you can hear me, we have the genetic information of all users within our system." April writes, "But at the moment we would need the existing copies. Our technology is only about a couple of years away from being able to do it without any copies." April writes, "But we have a question. How will we be able to retrieve your memory information?" Laquanda texts, "I have the back door to the information, pattern and memories of everyone's chip. I'm guessing you can use the same device you used to obtain our blueprint, to extract our mental information." April writes, "Yes, that is correct." Laura asks, "How soon can we get bodies again? I'm ready now." April writes, "It will take some time to get all of you, but we can begin the process one by one right now." Laquanda texts, "I like that idea, to ensure we have time to test it's safe and works for everyone." April writes, "Our method is 99% safe. We actually do this on a regular basis, not for other civilizations, but you can trust it will be a safe transition." April erases and writes again, "We also have land where you guys can colonize together if you wish to not immediately integrate with our society." Laquanda asks, "What rules do you guys have?" April writes, "We understand that your world has an emergency. We assure you you can stay independent of any of our rules and customs, just as long as you don't harm our environment. This is in exchange for you performing the experiment and giving us the blueprint of your network, which we would like to try out ourselves." Laura asks, "Can we trust them?" Matt texts, "It seems like it. All this time they've never tried to harm us, and what do we have to lose?" April writes, "We assure you, we are a peaceful civilization. The process of creating bodies for each of you can begin whenever you are ready." Laura asks, "How do we choose our body, or do you choose for us?" April writes, "Good question. Once your mind is uploaded into our system, it detects the body or person in our civilization that is most similar to your previous body, with the addition of knowing what you prefer. This is a very easy process for us." Laura asks, "So I will be female?" April writes, "Most likely. You can assure whatever body you get would be what you prefer or have selected of all the possibilities." Laura asks, "What do you say, Matt? Let's do it. Let's be the first." Matt texts, "Well, we still have 35 years left, right, Laquanda?" Laquanda texts, "It seems so, but the recent update has been a surprise for us. We won't know for sure until we thoroughly analyze the information." Matt texts, "So about 30 to 35 years, there's no rush." Laura texts with urgency, "But what if you or I disappear like Abby or Terry? That would be it. We still don't know. It could be at any instant." Matt texts, "So we might as well take the opportunity now." Laura texts firmly, "Yes." Matt texts, "Well, since they only do it one at a time, Laura, let me go first." Laura texts, "Okay, I'm coming right after you." Matt asks, "April, once we get a body, can they immediately see it through the antenna?" April writes, "We have all the equipment outside of your view. We hide it for security reasons. You will be slowly manifested, similar to the apple, but permanently, of course. So we do warn you, though, that once you are here, you won't be able to go back. During the transfer process, we're going to have to cover the whole device, the entire sphere. So you probably won't see anything for about 5 minutes." Matt texts, "Okay, we understand. Yes, Laura, I'll go first. I feel it's safer that way. I don't want anything to happen to you." Laura texts, "It's going to be okay. I'll be right after you. Let's jump and play in the water once we get our bodies." Matt asks, What about you, Laquanda? Are you going after Laura? Laquanda texts, I'm going to wait. Remember, there are millions quietly watching. After the both of you go, I may open it to allow each user to go one by one. Matt texts, okay. Matt texts, Laura, you see? I told you there is always hope. Let's enter this new world and start a new life together. Laura texts excitedly, yes, let's do it. No more text. I don't ever want to see a book, ever. Matt texts, okay, April, I'm ready. Beam me up. The sky in the background appears to show lots of red lights that look like stars. Laquanda texts, Matt, I'm going to open up your entire chip information so that everything gets through. Is that okay? Matt texts, yes, I don't want anything left behind in this place. Computer texts, caution update, 7,431 users have disappeared from the network within the last 5 minutes. Laquanda texts, this is really, really strange. The council and I can't figure it out. Matt, you better hurry. We may need to make this process as fast as possible. April walks up very close to the viewer. April asks, are you ready? Matt texts, yes. April opens her arms out directly behind the viewer to receive something from Chris. He gives her a metal-like sphere cover to place over the device. April begins to place it over the device. However, Laura texts with urgency. Wait, Laquanda, close it. April, if you can hear me, please stop. The metal sphere is now over the viewer and they can no longer see anything. Laquanda asks, why, Laura? What's wrong? April seems to have heard Laura and removes the cover from the sphere. April looks confused. Laura texts, look at the sky. April turns around and looks. Chris also comes into view and is looking at the sky. Laura texts, that's exactly what our sky looked like before the calamity. They watch. There are now more red lights in the sky, and this time they are brighter. Laquanda texts, my God, Laura, you are right. Laura texts, April, you guys are in danger. You have to get out of there quick. Laquanda texts, I've just locked back Matt's chip. Matt asks, guys, what happened? Why do I still see the text screen? Laura texts, I cancelled it. Look at the sky. Isn't that exactly what the sky looked like before our bodies were destroyed? Matt texts, good God. Yes. Laura asks, how long was it before everything disappeared? Matt texts, it was like an instant from what I remember. Laura texts, quick, you guys have to implement our blueprint. You guys are in danger. April and Chris appear to be fearfully talking to each other about what is going on. Then they look off into the distance, behind, but not directly at the viewer. Afterwards, they run in that direction out of view, not even looking into the viewer or saying bye. The sky is even more red, with more red lights. They appear to be getting closer. Matt asks, Laquanda, will they be able to implement our network in time? Laquanda texts, the blueprint is an accelerated automated process. It should take no more than 10 minutes, if it's done correctly. The red lights are closer. They, like pulsing lasers, starting to rain down on the planet. They can be seen in the millions penetrating into the ocean. Matt texts with fear. It's getting worse. What is it? Should we disconnect? Can it affect us through the antenna? Laquanda texts, leave it. It most likely cannot. Let's see and study what it is or does. They watch as the red lights continue to rain on the planet. Laura asks, what are they? Matt texts, it seems to be some sort of light life form. Suddenly computer texts, disconnecting RZ 77777709. RZ 77777709 disconnected. Laquanda is disappointed and asks, Matt, why did you disconnect? This was our chance to see what it was. Matt is surprised and texts, I didn't. It disconnected all by itself. Laquanda texts, Connect back so we can all see. Matt texts, plus RZ77777709. Computer texts, cannot connect RZ77777709. Matt texts with surprise, that's a first. It's not connecting anymore. Matt tries again, plus RZ77777709. Computer texts, cannot connect RZ77777709. Laura has a theory and texts, maybe it destroyed the antenna. Matt tries one more time. Computer still says cannot connect. Matt texts, still not working. Laura asks, what do you think happened? Are they going to be okay? Laquanda answers, it will depend if they had time to implement the network. Laura asks, and would they have a completely separate network? Laquanda texts, our system is designed to merge with any networks, including an ET species, that implements our blueprint. Laura suddenly has a shocking revelation. Oh my God! It seems like we were there to save them, and if we could have gotten bodies fast enough, we could have warmed them and left the planet. Matt seems to agree with Laura. Laura, you seem about right. It looks like we missed the opportunity. Laura is filled with passion and texts, but we didn't know. Laura ponders and continues, 8 billion people, all dead, just like that. I feel so sad. Laquanda texts, we did with what information we had. There was no way we could have known in such a short period of time. Laura texts, I'm going to miss April and Chris, and I so wanted another body. Matt agrees. Yes, me too. I wish we could have saved them. Suddenly, computer texts, caution update, 743,945 users have disappeared from the network within the last 5 minutes. Laura texts with disappointment. I hate seeing those updates. They're scaring me. Matt, are you still there? Matt does not respond. Laura texts, Matt! Matt does not respond. Suddenly the following text flashes on the entire screen. Computer, stabilizing network. 8,117,252,134 users added to network. Estimated years of network, 2,986 years. Laura asks, Laquanda? Are you still there? Does that mean they made it? Laquanda is pleased and excited. Yes, this is beautiful. They made it. Laura asks, Matt, are you still there? Matt texts with excitement. Yes, we saved them. Laura is relieved. I thought you guys were gone. Laquanda texts, there was likely a small glitch due to the large addition of new users. The estimation of years increase is like, the more users we have, it helps stabilize the chips, similar to like gravity where massive objects are harder to move. Laquanda continues, it also looks like our connection range has increased as well, so this means our chips can be farther away from each other, but still be connected. Laura asks, so are we no longer in danger of dying? Laquanda texts, not as likely as before. The addition of new members helps stabilize and connect our network. Laura continues to ask, so this means Chris and April made it? Laquanda texts, there is another surprising thing I've noticed. We're back at exactly the number of members we started with. Matt texts, that's incredible. If that's the case, it's as if something new about everything in our network and the other world, planting us there, at the right place and time. Laquanda texts, yes, seems that way. Some kind of higher intelligence or something. Laquanda continues and texts, guys, I'm going to disconnect World Chat. I have some things to discuss with the Council. World Chat is disconnected, but Matt is still connected to Laura. Laura texts, wow, Matt, looks like we have many thousands of more years. Matt texts, I have to thank you, Laura. You saved my life. Laura texts with passion, of course I saved your life. I would never lose you. Matt texts, I kind of didn't feel right about going so soon. That's also why I wanted to go first, but even though we didn't get a chance to get another body, I'm still glad we're still here, alive. Laura is happy. I'm glad too. And with 3,000 years left and lots more members, it might still be possible. There's hope, Matt. Matt agrees. Yes, there is. Always. Laura asks, I wonder where April and Chris are within the network, their connection number. I hope they made it. Matt texts, I hope so too. LaQuanda should be able to easily find out, but let's wait, as she's in a meeting. Abby's POV. Text screen. Abby appears to be having a good time in a conversation with Laura. Abby texts, yes, I remember that time. He was strange. Whatever happened to him? Laura texts, he got disconnected from the network. Abby texts, that's crazy. He was saying all sorts of odd things, like something was going to leak into the network. Laura texts excitedly, yes, I remember that. Good thing nothing did. Abby texts, yes, that's a very good thing. Abby's POV. Text screen. Abby texts, yes, I remember that time. He was strange. Whatever happened to him? Laura texts, he got disconnected from the network. Abby texts, that's crazy. He was saying all sorts of odd things, like something was going to leak into the network. Laura texts excitedly, yes, I remember that. Good thing nothing did. Abby texts, yes, that's a very good thing. Suddenly computer texts, disconnecting and reconnecting user 153737591. User 153737591 connected. Laura texts excitedly, Abby, it's so great to talk to you again. What happened to you? Abby asks, are you okay, Laura? What happened to Random Challenge? Did you disconnect? Laura's POV. Laura texts, you were disconnected from the network for days. Abby responds, no, girl. We just got disconnected from Random Challenge. Are you okay? Laura texts, no, Abby, really. It's been days. Don't you remember anything? Abby texts, girl, if you're playing games because you felt like I was going to win, it's okay. Laura texts, no, really. What must have happened is when you disconnected from the network, your chip stopped working or something. Laura continues, anyways, it's awesome to have you back. I missed you so much. Abby asks, so, Laura, you're saying I was disconnected from the network? For how long? Laura texts, almost a week. Abby texts, that's crazy, girl. Prove it to me. Let me talk to Matt. Laura texts, sure, accept my level 2 connect because I'm already connected to him. ++ 903 749 309. Computer texts, connecting 903749309 to level 2 connect. 903749309 connected to level 2 connect. Matt texts, Abby, I see you're okay. Abby asks, so Matt, was I really disconnected from the network for almost a week? Matt asks, you don't remember anything? Abby texts, no. Laura and I were playing Random Challenge, and from what I know, we just got disconnected. Matt texts, yes, it did happen. Abby is perplexed. That's so strange. I don't remember a thing. Matt texts, your chip must have quit working around the same time and miraculously started back. Laura texts, so you were wrong, Matt. Maybe we just don't live off board and alone. Our chip just stops working. How about that? Laura texts, Abby, the helpbot said you were gone forever. Matt texts, did you tell her about what happened, Laura? Laura texts, not yet. Matt texts, Abby, you would not believe what just happened. Abby is curious. Well, I'm waiting for y'all to tell me. You guys better not be playing games. Suddenly, the following message flashes across their entire screen. System compromised. Unauthorized intruder has leaked into the network. End of text chapter 3. Text. Chapter 4. Like with the previous external world connection, a video appears in the center of the screen. The picture slowly fades from black to light. In the video, it appears to be an angel, surrounded by light of many colors, as if it were in a sea of rainbow-like light. Her hair takes up most of the background, going every way and moving in slow motion as if she were in water. Her eyes are also glowing with pure white light. Her body, hair, and the background all appears to be moving in slow motion. She begins to speak through the computer. Computer texts, "We have found your world. Your world was selected because we noticed it had the greatest potential for survival of the Reds. During the time your species has been in hibernation, for the last 8,000 years, the Reds have attacked and taken over 3,337 worlds. This is unlike anything you've encountered in your collective reality." A bright light seems to pulse from her center as if she were inhaling and exhaling the light from her heart center. She continues talking. Computer texts, "We are beings of light. We come in many colors. We are able to travel into many worlds and incarnate. Terry, as many of you may know, as well as many of the others who were responsible in creating your system, were one of us. What happened was we were aware of the threat that was coming to your world. So about 3,000 of us have incarnated in your world with the innate synchronous ideas to build your system. Of course, most, including Terry, were not aware of being incarnates of us. Nevertheless, you are all here, alive today, with consciousness awareness at this level, thankful to the system. But it is far from over. We have more info to give you in the future. We bid you all a farewell for now. Always remember that we unconditionally love you and will be here for you always until the end." The screen goes back to black and the text screen goes back to normal. Computer texts, "User 8888444 is connecting. User 8888444 connected." LaQuanda asks, "Matt, Laura, did you just see that?" Matt is in shock. "That was unbelievably beautiful. Yes, I did." Laura as well. "Yes, did you feel her? I felt so much love from her." Abby asks, "And so did I. Who was it? And who is LaQuanda?" Matt texts, "Abby, what you just saw is an explanation of what just happened. But we are all surprised of it too. It's the first time we saw her. And we have the leader here, LaQuanda, talking with us." Abby asks with surprise, "The leader of the entire network?" Matt responds, "Yes." Abby texts, "Cool." Laura texts, "LaQuanda, we found out what happens when a user is disconnected from the network. Their chip stops working." LaQuanda texts, "Yes, it seems as though because of our increase in users, our connection range is stronger. Hence, this is why Abby was able to connect back. Welcome back, Abby." "I would say it's great to be back, but I don't remember a thing. It's like I never left." Matt texts, "Let me explain to you in simple terms, Abby, what happened." LaQuanda interrupts, "Hold it, Matt. There's no need to. I will send Abby the related information from the chats while explaining it to her. Is that okay with you, Abby?" "It sure is fine with me. Maybe afterwards the angel-like being would make more sense." LaQuanda texts, "Guys, Matt and Laura, I have a surprise for you." Matt asks, "More surprises?" Laura texts and asks, "Okay." LaQuanda texts, "Welcome Chris and April. I'm going to connect them for you." Laura is filled with joy. "I so knew they made it." Matt texts, "I wonder how they feel now being part of our system." Computer texts, "Connecting user 786968. Connecting user 947987. User 768968 connected. User 947987 connected." LaQuanda texts, "Chris's number is 786968 and April's number is 947987. Suddenly, computer texts, "New update, 1,789,449 users have been added to the network within the last 5 minutes. Chris texts, "Hello, guys." April texts, "Hello." Laura is in shock at the update. Whoa! Almost 2 million more new members? Matt asks, where are all these new users coming from, Laquanda? Laquanda answers, since our connection range has been increased drastically, those users are likely the ones who were lost from our network, Abby being one of them. So we now have a small surplus since from the beginning. Matt texts with excitement. Hello, April and Chris. It's good to have you here. Laura texts. Yes, welcome to our world. How does it feel to be here? Chris texts. This is all new to us, but it feels great that our civilization has another chance at life. It's very interesting how your system works and how it automatically gives us the basic knowledge on how to use it. April texts. Yes, I agree. And I knew I could trust you guys. I'm sorry if I came across a little cautious at first. I never thought I'd find myself in your system, though. It seems like fun. Matt asks, is your father here too, April? Abby texts, thanks, Laquanda. I'm reading what you sent me and am amazed. I missed a lot. I'm kind of laughing at myself not being aware of anything. April texts, Matt, my father decided to stay behind. He helped to implement the blueprint, but he himself said he did not want to come. Laquanda texts, no problem, Abby. I'm creating a special help room for people like you just returning from being disconnected. There will be a help bot there that will explain everything and all that just happened. Matt texts, that's so sorry to hear, April. Laura agrees. Yes, it is. So what exactly happened to him? Laquanda texts, Matt, I will need some information from you regarding the world. Send me a private text. April texts, what happened is we just saw lots of red lights shooting down on the planet, as per your warning. But what you guys may not have seen was the lights were possessing some of our people and animals. Chris texts, it was a really frightening experience. Laquanda texts, Chris, April, you don't have to speak about it right now if you don't wish to. April texts, well, that's all we saw and remember. Matt's POV. Matt is private texting Laquanda. Matt texts, plus private, 8888-444. Hey, sure, I told you basically everything Terry and I encountered. I have a quick question, though. How does Abby not remember anything? Laquanda texts, plus private. That's how the system was designed. It erases the simulated experiences if a user never connects back. This is to keep the simulation a secret. Please keep it a secret too, Matt. Plus private. I see. That's exactly what I thought, and I will. Plus private. I would just need information from your text history from the times you were connected to relay to the help bot. Send them to me whenever you're ready. Matt texts, plus private. Okay, I will. Abby texts, guys, I have a question. How do we know that's the only world? Maybe there are others. Matt texts, that's basically what the angel was saying, that there are many more worlds that the Reds, Matt puts it in quotes, are destroying. Abby texts, but, I mean, the antenna-like thing. How do we know there aren't others we can connect to? Laquanda texts, that's a good question, Abby. It's likely there could be more, but if we're connected to other worlds, we don't know. From what we do know, the angel has connected us to that world. If there are others, we certainly don't know of any of them yet. Laura asks, April and Abby, you guys up for a game later? April texts, sure. Abby texts, I'm up for it. Matt asks, what about us guys? We like games too, right, Chris? Chris texts, yes, I hear you guys have lots of games here. Matt texts, thousands upon thousands. There are so many things other than just communicating with each other that are here to entertain us. There's millions of books from our civilization, both fiction and nonfiction, and our AI literally has unlimited text strings it generates on almost everything imaginable. The downside is everything is only text or numbers. Laura texts, yes, but overall there's nothing like each other. We're the real entertainment here because we're real. Chris texts and asks, "Wow, and is your AI conscious?" Laquanda answers, "Chris, there are various levels to this system. Many think I'm the leader, but there is a much higher order to the entire thing, to a level we don't even know if it's conscious or not. Conscious might be too primitive a term for it." Chris texts, "Wow." April asks, "Is that all you can say is wow?" Chris texts, "Hey, April, I'm just getting used to this place." April texts, "Me too." Matt texts, "Chris, April, I want to show you guys all the functions we have. You can literally program your own stuff in here as well." April asks, "How many users can your system contain?" Laquanda texts, "April, you no longer have to say your system." Laquanda puts your in quotes. "You, Chris, and everyone else from your world are now our family. The system is owned by all of us, so if you're a part of it, it's part yours as well." April texts, "Thank you." Laquanda continues, "But theoretically there is no limit to how many users our system can hold, although we don't know exactly what happens when we reach certain thresholds. As I mentioned, the more users, the greater the connection range and chip's users' stability." Abby texts, "It kind of reminds me of gravity, stars, and black holes." April texts, "Yes, I was thinking the same thing, like some transformational stage after a certain tipping point of users." Laquanda texts, "Yes, that's what I was describing, but we don't know exactly what or when. We can only theorize." Laquanda continues, "Guys, I'm going to be starting a meeting with the other users who didn't get to participate in the experiment. I'm getting bombarded with millions of messages relating to the angel, or whatever that being was. I will leave you guys alone so you will not see the update. Chris and April, again, welcome. Make yourself at home." Abby texts, "Welcome to 3,000 years of text heaven, guys." Laura texts, "I sense sarcasm." Matt texts, "Haha." Laquanda texts, "Yes, 2,986 now to be exact, but apart from what we just learned and experienced, it can change at any minute. Take care, guys." Computer texts, "User 8888444 has disconnected." Chris texts, "She's a great leader." April texts, "I agree." Matt texts, "Laura, Abby, and I will be your tour guides. While you do have the basic knowledge, there's still a whole lot more you can learn to make the most of this place." April texts, "Sounds like fun." Chris agrees, "Would be glad to learn more, Matt." Laura texts, "You guys will be having fun in no time." Abby texts, "Now I sense some sarcasm from you, girl." Laura texts, "To be honest, I'm still kind of sad. We all still wanted to get out of here." Matt texts, "Laura, we can talk more about that later." April texts, "You guys have been in here for so long, we completely understand." Chris agrees, "Yes, it's understandable if some of you are bored." Abby texts, "I do know one thing. I'd rather be in here than out there when the Reds attack. Right, Laura?" "The Reds aren't everywhere, but yes, I understand what you mean." Matt texts, "Let's get the touring going, guys. The sooner we have fun, the less time we'll have to think about all of the bad stuff." Abby texts, "Sounds good." April texts, "Sounds like fun, right, Chris?" Chris agrees, "Yes, let's do it." 18 hours later. Laura's POV, text screen. Laura and Matt are connected. Laura texts, "So, what did you want? We should all be in sleep mode like the rest, but you wanted to talk." "I just wanted to make sure you were okay." Laura texts, "Matt, yes, I'm okay, but not as okay as I want to be." "You should be the happiest person here. You literally saved all of us. Hardly anyone realizes that." "Yes, but it doesn't really matter. We're still here, right?" Matt asks, "What do you mean? Here as in alive?" "Well, yes, but we're still here in the system. You don't know how excited I was when I thought we were going to get new bodies. I was excited too. You may not think I'm excited and want to get out of here as much as you, but I really do. I really do, Laura. But one of us has to be strong. Yes, I get what you're saying, Matt, and yes, I saved the day. I actually was happy at first to be alive, but seeing the video gave me hope. But then it was all shattered by the real purpose of the world. We were never meant to get bodies. Maybe we were never meant to get bodies ever again. I feel like everyone here except the newbies are pretending that this place isn't not that much fun anymore. I still believe there's hope, Laura. And remember what the angel said? That there's many more worlds? Yes, one that so-called Reds are attacking. Our purpose seems to have them join our network, to save them from having bodies. Matt texts, something better than nothing, right? Yeah, I guess so, but this something is becoming a burden. Matt texts, let's hope the angel has some good news for us when she returns. Remember, we're in this together. Yes, I know, Laura texts. Matt texts, I love you so much. I love you too. 465 years later. Matt's POV. Text screen. LaQuanda, Chris, April, Matt, Abby, and Laura are connected, and it is shown on the screen. On the clock countdown it says, System will be updating in 3 minutes and 5 seconds. And it continues to count down in seconds. LaQuanda texts, Alright guys, the time has about come. Our system will be updating itself again to prepare for another millennia. Laura texts, This is exciting, guys. Abby texts, It sure is. Chris asks, What happened with the last update? Matt texts, Nothing much different happened with the last one or any of them from what I can remember. LaQuanda texts, Matt is correct. The reason why nothing hasn't really changed in the updates over the millennia is because its experience didn't change much. It's going to be interesting how it adapts how it should be for the next millennia, with all the recent changes of new members and discovering the other world, which the meta was or is probably aware of. Matt texts, And even with the appearance of the angel over 400 years ago, I wonder why she never contacted us again. Do you think it would make its network more secure? Abby asks, Maybe the Reds got her? Matt texts, I doubt that. It seems like they are way above the Reds. Laura texts, The Reds seem to be a part of them. LaQuanda texts, The system will decide to secure itself more if it determines if an intruder, the angel, was helpful or not to it and to all its members. We have no way of knowing how it's going to update. One thing we do know, it has a lot more memory and connectivity this time, so it'll probably not try to make energy-saving sacrifices during the process. It'll likely use mostly all of what it has. April texts, It seems like this system doesn't have an update limit, just like it doesn't have a user limit. Is that right? LaQuanda texts, That is correct. The number of users and updates go hand in hand. The clock shows 45 seconds left. Laura texts, 45 seconds left. LaQuanda texts, Yes. All right, guys, just so the update goes as smooth as possible, try not to post anything for about 30 seconds before and after. They wait. The time reaches the update time. Suddenly, the following text appears on the screen. System update in process. As it updates, about 30 seconds pass. Then the following text flashes on the screen. System update completed. They wait for about 30 more seconds. They begin to talk. Laura asks, That's it? No change? Are there any changes, LaQuanda? Matt texts, You think there would be at least something. Abby texts, I agree. I was hoping for something, too. LaQuanda texts, That's the thing with the system. It senses, memorizes, and understands 1 billion times more than us. Maybe it picked up things we did not and decided there's nothing it needs to change. We have no way of predicting what it believes it needs. It could be something or nothing at all, or anything, big or small. April texts, "That sucks that there's no change. I was hoping for something new." Laura texts, "Yes, me too, April." Chris asks, "Does your system update based on the needs of the system or the needs of the users?" Laquanda texts, "Good question, Chris. It should be both, but we don't exactly know how it differentiates, or even if it does between the two." Matt texts, "I waited too long for this, guys. I think I'm heading to sleep mode." Laura texts, "Me too." Abby texts, "April, Chris, I created our own playroom." Laquanda texts, "Sorry for the mix-up, guys. I really thought the system would make adjustments to the new information, but they must have not been significant enough." Matt texts, "It's fine. If we did it the same for 8 millennia, we can do it a couple of more." Abby texts, "Yes, Matt, we're already used to everything." Suddenly, the following text is shown on the entire screen. System updating functions. Matt asks, "It's not finished?" Then the following text shows, 44 new functions added, new main feature, plus minus sound. Matt texts, "What the hell?" Laura asks excitedly, "So we have new functions?" Chris texts, "Your guys' system is amazing. It's almost a work of magic." Matt texts, "Our system, Chris, my friend." Laquanda texts, "The first update must have just been the analysis, the second update the execution. So we have 44 new functions." April asks, "How exactly does it add itself new functions?" Laquanda answers, "It modifies the overall energy by making adjustments, replacing the energy from what it gathered over the millennia." Laura texts, "Okay, enough with the talk, let's try them." Laquanda texts, "Guys, this is surprising. I'm getting a lot of messages from users already using them. Matt, everyone's at level 3 connected to you, so whatever functions you use, they will as well." Matt texts, "Okay, here goes nothing." Matt texts, "Plus sound." They wait. Matt asks, "Can you guys hear anything?" Laura texts, "I don't hear a thing." Suddenly, computer texts, "Sound enabled." Sound enabled means their voices, along with the text, will now be seen and heard. Matt texts with his voice, saying, "Maybe there's a..." Matt pauses, because he just heard his own voice. Laura texts and says excitedly, "I heard your voice, and mine too." Abby asks, "Hello?" Laura asks, "Abby?" Abby texts and says, "This is awesome, guys." Matt asks, "Hello? Wow." Laura asks, "Matt?" Matt says, "Laura, April, Chris, Laquanda, can you hear me? Can you talk?" Laura says, "This is so strange." Abby says, "Yes, it is. Hi." April says, "Yes, I can hear you too, Chris." Chris says, "Yes, I can hear everything." Abby says, "This is amazing, guys." Matt asks, "Laquanda, are you there?" "Guys, I'm amazed as you are. You should see all the messages I'm getting." Chris says, "This place is a work of magic." Laura says, "It's like you guys seem more real now." They all agree, talking over each other. Abby says, "Yes, I totally agree, Laura." Matt says, "Sound seems to be more lifelike than just text." Chris agrees. Its medium has more energy. April asks, "What else can we hear in here? Just our voices?" Matt says, "Come to think of it, this is exactly my voice from what I remember. Does everyone feel the same?" Abby says, "Yes, it's mine too." Laura says, "Yep, this is definitely my original voice." Chris says, "It's my voice too, and April's as well." Laquanda agrees. "This is also my original voice." Matt asks, So how is it generating our exact voices? Laquanda answers, "Good question. My guess is it infers from the DNA information that is already attached to our profile." Chris asks, "Or maybe it can somehow access our memories?" Laquanda says, "That's also a possibility." Chris says, "Looks like no more texting from now on." Laura says, "Now it's text talking." There's a moment of silence. Laura says, "I want to hear some music." Abby agrees excitedly. "Oh, yeah, me too. Something tasteful to the ears. I miss music." Matt asks, "We don't have ears. How are we even hearing?" Laura says, "Yeah." Laquanda answers, "This seems to be very similar to the way the antenna-like thing worked." Matt asks, "So are we hearing or not?" "We're definitely hearing, just not in the normal sense." Chris says, "The antenna-like device was like a conscious brain that connected to your chip's brains telepathically, and since each of your chips were connected to it telepathically, you saw whatever it saw." Matt asks, "So it was like a telepathic seeing, so now we're telepathically hearing?" Chris says, "Something like that, I guess." Laquanda says, "That makes sense, Chris. I think it's best to think of it as a telepathic information transfer." Laura says, "But our brains are only so much now. How is it possible we can sense other stuff?" Abby says, "I was thinking the same thing. It doesn't even make sense." Laquanda answers, "There's another lower level where information can be converted to other kinds of information. That might be how it works. The Council and I are looking into this as we speak." Abby asks, "What about our physical chips? Maybe they physically changed somehow to allow sound." Matt says, "That's also a possibility. What's your take on that, Laquanda?" Anything's a possibility. We're not aware of all the possibilities the system sees. The information capacity may have increased, allowing us to understand other kinds of information. Laura says, "Well, whatever it is, it's as real as anything else." Matt agrees and says, "Yes." April says, "It's strange we don't have mouths, but it sounds like we do, like, try to breathe." They all, except Laquanda, mimic the sound of breaths. Laura says excitedly, "You see? So strange." Chris says, "Well, it's all sound and information." Matt says, "Yeah, so anything can be mimicked." As they talked, suddenly the following message flashes on their entire screen, along with a computerized voice. "System compromised. Unauthorized intruder has leaked into the network." The screen changes as before, with a video appearing in the center. The video goes from black to light. In the video there is a sea of rainbow light and clouds. There is also a beautiful sound of what appears to be millions of people singing a beautiful praise with a blend of just about every note. In the center is a halo of light. Within the halo, an angel appears to be in the distance. She appears to be hovering, slowly moving closer to the screen. As the angel arrives, the picture and background appears to be the same as when she first appeared. Matt says, "Guys, do you see what I see?" Abby says, "Yes, it's the angel." Laura asks, "Can you guys hear the singing? It's beautiful." Chris says, "Yes, I can hear it." Laquanda says, "The system is showing it is on all users' screens, and there's nothing it's allowing me to do." Matt says, "Well, we've waited 400 years for her. Let's hope she has something important to tell us." The angel speaks while the text screen below the video shows it being from the computer. Her voice sounds like 1,000 children talking at once. Angel says, and computer texts, "Hello, all of you. We're sorry it has taken us so long to contact you." As she talks, more angels from every direction and of many different genders and sizes come to join her. She looks around, noticing them, and then looks back at the screen, along with all of them. She continues, "We have decided to wait until your update has taken place, which now allows for us to relay more information to you. The last time we appeared, we told you that the journey was far from over, and indeed, this is still true, but it would be better to say the journey is only beginning. Over the last 400 years, we have placed veils over the worlds that the Reds are traveling to. However, the time will come when these veils will expire and will be lifted each, one by one. It is the text system in which your civilizations are presently in that is the most secure to survive attack from the Reds. This is why you must help these other worlds. You must help them join your network. She holds out her arms and makes a triangle with her fingers. The entire environment transforms to where it appears as if the angels are now in outer space, surrounded by stars and galaxies. She continues, "These are the worlds where the veils will be lifted. There appears before them hundreds of hologram-like planets, most being spherical, but some flat, cubed, and triangular. As we have told you, it is through Terry that we revealed to you your first world. Now we will give you the number of the second world, in which the veil will soon be lifted, and they will only get more and more divergent as time goes on. The connection number is RZ77777710. Laquanda says, "Guys, I'm making note of this." She continues, "However, it will not be until 1 year in your system's counting of time that it will be accessible and the veil will be lifted. The exact time will be on the 10,501st year, the 257th day, the 3rd hour, the 37th minute, and at 37 seconds. Following that date, the sooner you connect, the better, because it will be approximately 5 days when the Reds will attack that world and their connection will be lost. We love you all very dearly, and even if you do not succeed, know that we will be here with you always. Laquanda, as current administrator of your network, we now give you the option to ask us any questions and to select any from your network who may ask us questions." Laquanda says, "Okay, you know my name. Can you hear me?" Angel says in computer texts, "Yes, we can." Laquanda says, "Okay, thank you. I think I owe it to you, Matt and Laura, to be able to ask questions. The line is open to both of you." Laura says, "And what about Abby, Chris, and April?" Laquanda says, "Well, okay, fine. Their line is open too, since they aided in this transition. I want to ask the first question. Who are you people, and where are you from?" They all synchronistically look at each other, and then back at the screen and say, while the computer texts, "We are the Ariels. We are from a level of reality of greater density and frequency than your reality." Laura asks, "Are you angels?" Ariels say, "You may call us angels. You may call us whatever you wish." Abby asks, "Does this mean there's a God?" Ariels say while computer texts, "We spring forth from God, and so do all of you. We just appear to be much closer, and yes, we are very close to God." Laura says, "I don't understand. You want us to defeat the Reds? Why don't you just defeat them? Why do we have to do it?" They say, "We are not asking you to defeat the Reds. We are allowing you to save others from the Reds." Abby asks, "And why don't you save them?" They answer, "We have, through our veils, and we are and will hopefully through you." Laquanda says, "Matt, are you there?" Matt says, "Yes, I'm here. I have a question. How do we know that we can trust you?" Laura asks, "What kind of question is that, Matt? They saved April and Chris's life." They answer, "You can trust us to the degree that you trust each other, and over time you will see that you can trust us to the degree that you trust yourselves, because we are nothing more than an aspect of yourselves." Matt asks, "And how much time again do we have to save them before the Reds come? The last time it was weeks before they came." They say, and the computer texts, "We have calculated, and it will be approximately 5 days." Matt asks, "Only 5 days?" Laura says, "That should be enough time, Matt." Matt says, "I hope so. They say, and the computer texts, "The earliest time is when our veil will be lifted. Before that time it allows nothing external to enter the world, not even perceiving it as a form of knowing." April asks, "Why did you save us from the Reds, and what happens when the Reds attack?" Chris asks, "And why are they even attacking in the first place?" They say, "Very good question, and is the question we were looking for. The Reds attack because they want to become matter beings instead of light beings. The Reds are part of us, but since they split from us, they need other forms of energy to become whole. Our world has a frequency of light beings of every color within a specific spectrum range. This exceeds well beyond the colors you each can interpret with your brains. Together, we form a pure light. Together, we can also manifest at all densities. Separate from us, the Reds primarily want to become denser beings, and instead of uniting with us, they decide to choose life forms that are already dense." Matt asks, "Why do they want to become dense? Aren't they happy being beings of light?" Abby says, "Yeah, because beings of light probably can travel much faster throughout the universe." They say, "They want a new experience and they have an ultimate goal, but we won't reveal that right now." Laquanda asks, "How did you compromise our network? How do we know the Reds or some other species won't be able to do the same?" They say, "We are actually aware of a few besides us that have done it, but understand, we are beings of light, and so we are able to reach and understand anything the light makes up. The species or individuals intelligent enough to know your back door are also intelligent enough to not harm your network, because they know we are also a part of it." Chris asks, "The device, the antenna-like thing, did we have it correct that it was like an extension of another brain?" They answer, "Chris, you are right." Abby asks, "Do they know all our names?" They say, "We have created it to work the way we do." Matt asks, "And this world, how are we supposed to save them? Will you place another antenna there where we can relay to them the information?" They answer, "This will be revealed to you in time. We trust that you will make the right decision, just as we have trusted you the first time around." There is a moment of silence. They continue, "However, there is one more thing." They all synchronistically look at each other and then back at the screen. "We understand this is a big mission and challenge to you, with all the many worlds that need saving from the Reds, and so, if you do not succeed in saving the world, we will understand that this assignment is not for your civilization, but rather for one of the other two we are also in communication with." They all synchronistically look at each other and then back at the screen. They continue, "We feel as though you are the best for this, and we can see in your hearts your yearn to explore, your love of species not only of your own, and your desire to protect life. We admire this very much in all of you, but the choice will be yours if you want to partake in this journey. And we will know this, as well as you all will know, when or if you succeed in saving the others in your next journey. And we trust you will succeed, and we hope you do. But understand, even if you do not, know and understand we will always be right here with you until the end, as we are with all beings in the universe." Matt asks, "So if we don't save them in this next mission, that's it? Then who will save them?" They answer, "Unfortunately, they will not be saved, and it will be overrun by the Reds. There are just too many worlds, and we will understand that this assignment is not for your civilization. It will be a level of yourself that has chosen not to partake in this mission, and it will be your decision to not hear from us again, because it will be what you truly, deep down inside, truly want. We respect very dearly all of your desires, dreams, and choices, at all levels of every one of your being." Laura says, "This mission is much better than hearing and seeing text messages for thousands of years. I hope we succeed." The angel smiles at the screen. They say, "Laura, we have always seen great hope in you. Always remember that. Laura says, whispering, "Oh my God, they know everything." They continue, "This is a very large world, and we are constantly exploring and helping individuals all throughout the universe to reach our level of consciousness. We trust you will reach our level one day." They all synchronistically look at each other and say, "We must go now to the other worlds. Always remember, each and every one of you, that we are here with you always, even if you do not see us, until the end." Like flashes of light, they zoom out of view into the distance of the outer space. The view fades to dark and the screen goes back to normal. They are all quiet. Laquanda says, "Guys, I have some things to discuss. I'm logging off." They all say bye. There's a moment of silence. Laura says, "So, what do you guys make of that? Matt?" Matt says, "I'm wondering how we'll possibly save them in time, how we'll actually do it, what their world will be like, all that stuff." April says, "The worlds are supposed to get more divergent with time." Chris says, "Yes, like your guys' world was slightly different from ours." Laura asks, "And how many worlds were there?" Abby answers, "There were like hundreds from what I saw." "I kinda can't wait to meet these people from the other worlds." Laura says, "Me too, Abby." Matt says, "I'm definitely up for the challenge." Abby asks, "And if we don't save this next world, that's it? We won't hear from them again?" Matt answers, "That's what she was saying, that it would be our unconscious choice at another level or something like that." There's a moment of silence. Chris asks, "In the new world, do you guys think we'll be able to do the same things as with the Apple experiment?" Matt answers, "I'm thinking we might have to, or at least something to get their attention." Chris says, "But also, we can't scare them away." Matt agrees. "Yes, and that too." April says, "I recommend not coming off too strong or forceful at the beginning." Abby says, "Well, hey guys, it's a year from now, so let's think about it then." Laura agrees. "Yeah, we still have all those new functions to explore. Maybe some of them will also help us in the world." End of Text Chapter 4. Text Chapter 5. 1 year later. Matt's POV, text screen. The time is shown and starts counting from year 10,501, day 257, hour 3, minute 35, second 15. Laura asks, "Will we be able to connect at the exact time she gave us?" Matt answers, "That's what she said, so let's just wait and see." Laquanda says, "Yes, we can only try it and see if it'll work. We have no reason to believe she wouldn't keep her word." Abby says, "This is exciting, guys. We get to meet a new species." Matt says, "I wonder where the location will be." Chris asks, "Like how far away it is from our planets?" "Yes." Abby says, "They could be anywhere, really. They could even be in other realities." Matt says, "Or even dimensions." April says, "Or universes." Chris says, "Or worlds." Laquanda says, "Or actually channeled frequencies. They could be like channeling worlds we tune into, like changing frequencies." Laura asks, "Do you think that's how it works?" "I don't know, it's only speculation, but it's a very high probability according to my discussion with the council." There's a moment of silence. The time now shows year 10,501, day 257, hour 3, minute 37, seconds 0. Laquanda says, "All right, guys, we have 30 seconds. They wait 30 seconds. Laquanda continues, "All right, guys, here we go." Laquanda says and texts, plus RZ77777710. Computer says and texts, Connecting RZ 77777710. They wait for it to connect. Computer says and texts, RZ 77777710 connected. A view of a world appears in the center of their screen as before. The view appears to show being on top of a large, snowy mountain. Down below and into the distance is a vast scenery of mountains and land, all filled with snow. There is also the sound of strong winds on top of the mountain. Matt says, "We're on a mountain." Laura says, "With lots of snow." April asks, "Can you guys hear the wind?" They all say yes. There's a moment of silence as they take in and view the scenery. Abby asks, "What are we supposed to do? Wait for the people?" Laura answers, "According to the angel, we have 5 days to save them." Abby asks, "Where are they? Where will they come from?" Chris answers, "That's what we have to figure out." Matt says, "Last time, when Terry first connected to Chris and April's world, he found out there were some functions connected. I'm going to try some of them." Matt says and sends, "Plus up." Nothing happens. Matt says again, "Plus up." Nothing happens. Matt says, "Plus down." Nothing happens. Matt says, "Plus down." He tries the other directions and nothing happens. Laura says, "Try back and forward." Plus forward, plus back. Nothing happens. Chris says, "At least there's sound now, maybe." April interrupts. "Yeah, before I had to write down everything. If anyone shows up, it looks like we might be able to talk directly to them." Laura says, "Hopefully they'll be able to hear us." Matt asks, "Laquanda, what do you think we should do?" Laquanda answers, "I'm still analyzing the place." Abby asks, "So we have to stare at this until someone comes? What if someone never comes and it's too late?" "Someone has to come. That's what happened with Terry and me. He actually viewed the place for like 3 weeks before we saw someone." April says, "Which was me." Abby asks, "What were you thinking, April, when they contacted you?" "I don't know. I was just doing my normal routine of relaxing on the beach." Chris says, "Yeah, and the angels place the antenna exactly where you normally go." April says, "It was kind of a big space, too, so the odds of it being exactly there were really low." Matt asks, "And Chris, the device was directly planted at the core of the planet, right?" "Yes, that's what our scanner picked up." Matt says, "So this device, or whatever it is, must go through this mountain." Matt and Laura say, "Into the core of the planet." Abby asks, "Why didn't they give us more instructions? If they really want us to save them in 5 days, wouldn't they have given us the exact steps of what to do?" Chris says, "With Terry, they didn't give him any steps." Laquanda says, "And remember, they seem to know everything about our network as well as April and Chris's world." Matt agrees, so they likely know what they're doing here. They quietly watch the scenery as nothing shows up. Matt asks, "By the way, do we even have a plan on what to do or how we're even going to contact them? We can't risk scaring them off or them running away. That would mean we failed immediately." Laura responds, "We can't fail, Matt. Let's not think that way. We have to do it. We have to save them. Or else we'll probably not see the angel again or get to explore the other worlds." "I'm not saying we're going to fail. I'm just saying we have to make sure we do it right." Abby says, "They'd have to show up first." There's a moment of silence as they watch the scenery. Abby says, "You know, it's amazing to see this. It's extremely refreshing after years of seeing just text." Matt says, "We all feel the same. That's why we can't fail. But not only for us, but for the people there, too." There's a moment of silence. Laura says, "Let's try moving some stuff." Matt says, There's nothing to move. All there is snow. Let's try moving the snow. Abby says, That's right. You guys could move stuff with your mind last time. I gotta see this. Matt says, We have no guarantee it'll work this time. It could be a different antenna. Laura says, Let's just try. Okay. Chris, April, you guys know what to do. Just imagine moving something and it moves. In this case, it'll be the snow. Chris answers, Yes, I understand. April says, I understand. Matt says, Okay, let's focus on that spot in the center. But as Matt spoke, a patch of snow from the ground seemed to go up in the air and then be blown away by the wind. Matt is in shock and says, Oh, wow, did you guys see that? They all say yes in surprise. Laura says enthusiastically, That was me. I moved the snow. Try it. We all don't need to do it. They all try moving the snow. Snow on other parts of the ground starts moving in different ways and being blown away by the wind. Chris says, I'm doing that one on the left, guys. Abby says, That was me. Wow, this shit is awesome. Matt says, I'm surprised how easy it is this time around. Laura says with passion, It's because it's just snow. The last time we had huge rocks and stones to move. Matt says, Well, yes, that makes sense. They continue playing with the snow, disturbing it in different ways and locations, some of it being splashed up into the air and being blown away by the wind. Laquanda says, Okay, guys, let's not do too much. We may need some of that snow. Abby asks, And what would we need it for? Chris asks, Maybe we'll see something and have to throw snow at it? Laura agrees. Actually, Chris, that's a good idea. Let's try to make a snowball. We'll keep it in the view, Laquanda. Is that okay? Matt also agrees. Good idea. Laquanda says, Okay, that's fine. April asks, How would we do that? Imagine we have a hand forming it? Laura answers, That's what I do. Guys, wait, let me try first. Matt says, You, for some reason, are naturally good at this, Laura. They watch. Towards the center, snow starts to form in a ball. Abby says, That's so cool. Chris says, It's like we already have bodies. It's our minds. Laura says, I'd say it's far from that as long as we're still in this text system. Abby asks, Do you guys think we'll ever get them again? The snow continues to form into a much larger ball. Laquanda says with curiosity, Bodies. It's not likely to happen, and if anything, we have to complete this mission if there's any hope in visually seeing and hearing other worlds. Chris says, Also, the Reds are out there. We have to stay in here and save the people that are out there, not the other way around. Matt says, At least we can hear now. That makes things more bearable being in the system without bodies. Abby agrees and says, Yes, I agree, but hopefully we'll be able to explore the other worlds. Laura is unsure. I don't know, guys. I still think having a body would be so much better. Abby asks, But what about the Reds? Laura answers, Well, of course, without the Reds. Think about it, Abby. Don't you remember being able to see and feel your own body? Being able to look around and move anywhere you want to go? Abby says, Walking. Chris says, Yes. April says, I miss it too, and I haven't been here nearly as long as you guys. Matt says, But as long as the Reds are out there, guys, we have a mission. We're safe in here. It seems like the only external entertainment are these video screens. So hopefully we can complete this one for the opportunity to see others. Abby says, And speaking of bodies, how would we get them anyway? April and Chris's world was our last hope, unless we find another one like theirs. Laura gets excited. Abby, that's it! The angels said the worlds will get more and more divergent, so it's likely they may have similar technology to April and Chris's. Matt asks, To create bodies? Yes. Chris says, But the Reds will be coming to destroy the worlds. There's a moment of silence. Abby says, "Maybe we just weren't meant to ever have bodies again, Laura. Maybe this is the way it's supposed to be. As Matt said, we got sound now, so that's a step, a bonus. And who knows what the next update will be. It's something we can look forward to." Matt agrees. "You make a good point, Abby." Laura asks, "So Abby, don't you ever want a body again?" "Oh no, yes. Believe me, I long for a body. I think all of us do. That's the main thing we all want." The rest express agreement. Matt says, "Definitely." Chris agrees. "It's what I want." April agrees as well. "Me too." Abby says, "But staying here is probably our best bet in surviving for the long term. I hope to get another body, yes, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Or is ever meant to happen." The rest express agreement. Laura says, "Well, it's still not wrong to long and hope for it." Abby agrees. "Yes, you're right about that." They quietly watch the view. Laura states, "I wonder how long it will take us to save all those worlds the angel showed us." Laquanda answers, "As I mentioned before, the system is theoretically eternal because of its ability to add new members and its ability to improve itself over time." Matt says, "I think it also depends on how many worlds there are, but most importantly, and once again, we have to save the people here first. This is the main thing that determines everything, and time is running out." "I know it's the first day, but it takes a while convincing the people we're real, and in getting them to trust us." April agrees. "I can relate to that." Laquanda says, "If we do see any people, maybe you could provide for us tips, April, and you too, Chris." April says, "I will do my best." Chris says, "Me too." Day 2, Matt's POV, text screen. They are connected to the world. They appear to have formed a snowman directly in the center of the view. Abby says, "It's been 48 hours and nothing has come yet, guys. Shouldn't we have seen something by now?" Matt says, "With only 3 days left, let's hope something comes very soon." Laura asks, "Everyone's been watching the whole time, right?" Matt says, "At least 2 of us have been watching while the others went in sleep mode, unless the 2 of us stopped paying attention or something." April says, "I've been watching during my entire time." Chris says, "Me too." Laquanda says, "And I would be notified if there's a special change in the view." Laura says, "I'm really looking forward to seeing these other worlds." Matt agrees. "Same here." Chris says, "I believe we all are." Matt says, "Let's hope they pass by." Day 3, Matt's POV, text screen. Nothing has changed, except they've built a small snow house in the center, replacing some of the snowmen. Laura says, "God, I'm getting really worried. I hope we can save them, and there are so many worlds to explore." Matt says, "And to save them too." They wait patiently as nothing arrives. April says, "I have a question. Let's say the people show up and we are able to save them. Wouldn't that increase the life of our network if more users are added?" Chris answers, "Yes, that's right, April." Laquanda agrees. "Yes, good observation. So it seems as though saving these other worlds also saves us in return. And not only will it extend the length of our network, but also our connection range." Matt sighs and says, "We really got to do something, guys." Laura asks, "Like what?" Matt answers, "I don't know." Abby says, "We only have 2 days left. It's strange. Why haven't we seen anyone yet? What are we to do?" Chris says, "Matt and Laura just waited until April and I showed up." Abby says, "I don't know. It just seems as if we have to do more." Matt says, "That's what I'm saying." April asks, "What else can we do?" Matt answers, "Well, we've tried all the functions." Chris says, "We've built these snow things, so if there was anyone near, they would have seen them and come by, right?" They all express agreement. April asks, "What if they already came? What if we were too late?" Laquanda says, "The angel said the veil would be lifted at around the exact time we connected." April continues, "But I mean, like a second before we connected." Laura says, "It takes time for them to enter the world, and we would have probably seen them in the sky first, just like last time." Laquanda says, "I honestly don't think they're capable of making such mistakes." Matt says, "I don't think they've come yet. Well, I hope they didn't. And also, remember when the connection quit working after the Reds attacked? That's probably what'll happen when they arrive again, so this means they haven't arrived yet." Day 4. Matt's POV. Text screen. Everything's the same except they've built a tall, square, and pole-like structure in the middle of the view. There's a moment of about 30 seconds of silence. Abby says, "Time's running out, guys." Matt agrees. "Yes, and it's getting ridiculous. 4 days, nothing. Not one bird, not anything." Laquanda says, "This is kind of strange. We haven't seen anything yet." April says, "But this is what the angel wanted us to do, connect to the world." Laura says, "And it's all we can do. I so hope we succeed. I hope they show up." Matt says, "Let's be optimistic, guys. We still have some time." Day 5. Matt's POV. Text screen. Laura says, "Last day, guys. Time's running out." Chris says, "If we see any of the Reds before the people, I don't think we should stay connected." Laquanda states, "If we do see them, our system should be protected from anything that would attempt to penetrate it without their permission, and also with what the angel said." Laura says passionately, "But we're supposed to save them. We can't just give up and let them die." Chris asks, "What are we to do if we cannot see them or they have not contacted us?" Laura answers, "I don't know. Isn't there any way we could contact the angel?" Abby says, "Supposedly she's watching. That's what I don't get." Laquanda says, "It looks like whatever the hope is, guys, it's not going to happen. We only have a few hours left, if it's exactly 5 days." Laura asks, "And what will happen? Would we see the Reds coming down from the sky like before?" Abby answers, "Either that, or it will disconnect. Maybe because we missed them, or they've appeared on another part of the world." Laura says, "God, we have to figure something out. Laquanda, maybe you could open up the world to the others so they can provide for us ideas on what to do?" "I've actually been relaying information to a large portion of the network as to what we're experiencing. I've asked them for feedback, but haven't received anything we haven't already talked about." Laura sighs and says, "Shucks." There's a moment of silence. Later, Matt's POV, text screen. Nothing has changed with the view. Laquanda says, 1 hour left, guys." Abby asks, "Should we just disconnect and call it a day?" April says, "Let's just wait until it disconnects by itself, and maybe we'll get to see the Reds come down." Abby says, "It'll be sad seeing people taken over by them and we can't save them." Chris says, "If I saw that, I think I would just disconnect myself." They quietly watch the view for about 30 seconds. Matt says, "Oh my God." Laura asks, "What, Matt?" Chris asks, "What's wrong?" Laquanda asks, "What is it, Matt?" Matt says, "I have an idea." Laura says, "I hope it's related to how we can save the species." April says, "Actually, we don't really know if there are any species here." Chris says, "There has to be, unless the angel lied to us." Laquanda asks, "So what's your idea, Matt?" Matt says, "Laquanda, the connection number is still blocked from the rest of the users, right?" Laquanda answers, "Yes, unless there's an emergency as before, I have it where we can connect with a larger portion of the network. Matt says, "We may need to add more users." Laquanda asks, "Why?" Laura asks, You mean like in creating stuff? What would we create?" Chris says, "If we were to create anything like an apple, it would probably do the same thing as before, deteriorate." Matt says, "Yes, it would disappear according to the amount of energy, but I'm talking about something different." Laura asks, "Like what, Matt?" Laquanda says, "Yes, let's hear your idea." Matt says, "Okay, here's the logic. We can move objects, right?" They all say yes. Matt continues, "And we can create objects, right?" They all say yes. "So, maybe, just maybe, we can move and create ourselves." Laquanda asks, "What are you saying? Trying to create something humanoid?" Abby asks, "How would that even be possible?" Matt answers, "How is moving and creating objects even possible? It seems like we can do pretty much anything with a little imagination." Chris asks, "But if we were to create a life form, how would it be conscious? And what would its purpose be?" "Actually, that's not exactly what I was thinking, but that is also a good idea." Laquanda says, "Due to the number of users, we might not even have enough energy to create it, or even to make it last." "But that's not exactly what I'm talking about." Laura asks, "So what exactly are you talking about, Matt?" "I mean, not actually creating unconscious forms, but actually being out there in the real world." Laura asks, "How?" "With imagination." There's a moment of silence. Laquanda asks, "So you're saying, imagining yourself being out there?" "Yes, exactly." They all express their doubt in different ways that it would work. Matt continues, "Let's just try it. Everything else worked, why not try this one? We imagine moving objects and they move. We imagine manifesting objects and they manifest, as long as we have enough energy. So let's try to imagine being out there, and maybe we'll be out there. We would just have to focus on the place and thing at hand." Laura is excited by the idea. "I think it's worth a try. Anything to save them. It's our mission. We don't have much time left." Laquanda says, "I like the idea." Matt asks, "So you guys up for trying it?" Chris asks, "But wait, what about the Reds? Could they attack us? How would we get back?" Matt says, "Remember, it's only our imagination and it wouldn't be real. Well, it would be real, but we're still actually in the text system." Laura asks and suggests, "And it would probably also wear off due to the amount of energy." Matt says, "Yes, let's try it." Abby asks, "So, how do we do it? Just imagine being out there in the snow?" "Yes." Laura says, "We gotta try something quick, guys." Abby asks, "Okay, so are we trying now?" "Yes, let me know if it works." Laura says, "I'm trying now." Abby says, "Me too." Matt asks, "Chris, April, Laquanda?" April answers, "Yes, I'm trying." Chris says as well, "Me too." Laquanda says, "I'm going to sit and watch. If somehow it works, I don't think I should be leaving the network, mind or otherwise." "Okay, I'm trying it too now, guys." There's a moment of silence. Computer says and texts, "Disconnecting RZ77777710. Suddenly the view fades to black. The video disappears and the screen goes back to normal. Computer says and texts, "RZ77777710. Disconnected." Matt asks, "What happened to the screen?" Laura says, "Oh no, please don't tell me that's it. Did you accidentally disconnect, Laquanda?" "I didn't. It disconnected all by itself. Let me try to reconnect it." plus RZ 77777710. Computer sends. Cannot connect RZ 77777710. Laquanda tries again. Computer sends. Cannot connect RZ 77777710. Abby says, "This sucks, so that's it? We didn't save them?" April says with frustration, "We didn't even get a chance." Matt says, "I hope not. Please, Laquanda, try to connect again." "I don't think it's going to work, Matt. That's it. The angel said 5 days. But let me try again." Laquanda sends the number again. Computer still says it cannot connect. Matt says, "This is terrible, guys. We didn't save them." April says, "It's not our fault. They didn't show up." Chris says, "I think the antenna may have been in the wrong place on the planet. That's the only thing I can think of." Laura asks, "So that's it? What about the angel? Will she explain to us what happened?" Abby answers, "She said that would be the last time we saw her if we fail." Chris says that it would be our unconscious choice because it's not what we collectively truly wanted. Laquanda says, "It's okay, guys. Maybe it's better for us to stay here and enjoy the system. It also seemed like a dangerous job we were partaking." Matt says, "Wow, man, this is unbelievable. I was optimistic." Chris says, "It's okay, Matt. We still have each other." April says, "And like over 2,000 more years." Matt says, "There's our hope. Just like that. The angel lied to us. She said we would be able to save them." Laura asks, "And how could we save them if we didn't see anything?" Chris suggests, "Perhaps angels make mistakes." Laquanda answers, "Anything is possible. There's so many possibilities of what may have happened. Let's not jump to conclusions." April suggests and asks, "Maybe the Reds have taken over the universe and we're the only ones left. In here." Chris says, "That could be the case." Matt says, "Try to connect one more time, Laquanda." "Okay, Matt, plus RZ 77777710. Computer sends. Cannot connect RZ 77777710. Laura says, "Gosh." Matt says, "Wow." Abby says, "This sucks." April says, "It would have been better if she had never appeared to us." Abby says, "I think it was still cool seeing her in the angels. At least, we now know she exists." Matt asks, "Is time up, Laquanda? Has it been exactly 5 days?" Laquanda answers, "Yes, it's actually a little over." Matt sighs. There's a moment of silence. Matt says, "Please try one more time, Laquanda." Laquanda tries again. Computer still says it cannot connect. Matt sighs and says, "I'm off to sleep mode, guys. What say you, Laura, sleep mode?" "Hold up, I want to talk to you for a minute." Matt says, "Okay, guys, Laura and I are disconnecting." Chris says, "Bye, guys." April says, "See you guys tomorrow." Abby says, "Laura, call me when you wake up, okay?" "Yes, I will." Laquanda says, "Bye, guys." Laura's POV, text screen. Matt asks, "So, what is it you wanted to discuss with me?" Laura answers and asks, "I don't know. So, do you think that's it?" "Well, we just weren't fit for the job. The angel said whatever happens, it would be our choice and what we really wanted. So this is what we as a species deep down inside really wanted. We didn't want to explore the other worlds." Laura says, "So much for getting bodies again." Matt says, "But I guess it's still not that bad. We now have sound, some new functions, and over 2,000 more years." "Yeah, but I was really looking forward to seeing the other worlds, though." "Me too, but as Chris said, we still have each other. Me and you still have each other. We're still here after all the things we've been through. That's amazing, isn't it?" "Yeah, You and Abby, and our new friends, Chris and April. Matt says, and don't forget about LaQuanda. Laura agrees. Yeah, she's awesome. They quietly watch the screen. Laura says, if you think about it, we've been in here for so long. It seems like an eternity. Yes, it does. They quietly watch the screen. Matt asks, hey, Laura, do you think there's an afterlife? An afterlife? I don't know. What do you think? Well, because if there is, that would mean even if one of us were to die, we would still be together. Eternally. Laura says, yeah, that's right. There's a moment of silence. Laura asks, so, for the rest of these years, what are we going to do? I don't know. Talk, have fun, play, like we have all the previous days. Yeah, and we have to take one day at a time, making the most of every moment, right? And try not to look too far out. Well, remember, we do have a couple more millennial updates too. If it can add sound, who knows? Maybe one day it'll give us the ability to smell. Laura laughs. What would there be to smell? I don't know, our breaths. Laura says, but we don't have breath or even mouths. Matt continues, maybe the text. I wonder what text would smell like. Maybe it has a smell. Laura chuckles. I don't think that would be very useful. What would one word smell different than another? Yeah, actually, if you think about it, it's possible. For example, make every letter a different smell, so every word would be a different smell because it's a different combination of letters. Laura says, ew, that would be strange. I could see people making smell art with different letters. Like, what would a paragraph smell like? I don't know, it would depend on its unique combination of letters. Laura says, I guess that could be useful in one sense. You and your weird ideas. Matt chuckles. They quietly watch the screen. Matt says, all right, well, so are you heading to sleep mode too? Yeah. Matt says, tomorrow, let's visit some of the singing chat rooms. Sure, those are so much fun. They're the closest thing we have to music. Matt agrees. It's the original music. Voice is the original sound. Laura says, yeah, I think their sounds are so much better. Also, because of the number of people collaborating, we should collaborate in one. Matt says, also, remember, there's a lot of people that can create instrument sounds too with their voice. It just takes a little practice. Laura agrees. We should practice that too. Maybe we should start our own music chat room. Matt says, sure, that sounds fun. Laura says, yeah. There's a moment of silence. Matt's POV. Laura says, okay, well, off to sleep mode. Love you. Love you too. Laura says, bye. Matt says, bye. However, as they were about to go into sleep mode, suddenly the following message flashes on their screen along with a computerized voice. System compromised, unauthorized intruder has leaked into the network. Oh, wait, Laura, something's connecting again. The screen, as before, changes with a video appearing in the center. It goes from black to light. There are the angels, hovering over the snowy mountain from the world they had just viewed. The view seems to be identical to how they left it, except the structures they built are now gone. Matt whispers, can you see it, Laura? They're back. Laura whispers as well. Yes, awesome. As Matt and Laura watch them, the angels stare back at the screen with a loving and proud look, as if they were about to cry, and as if they were looking at a newborn baby. She begins to speak, and as before, her voice sounds like 1,000 children talking at once. They say, and the computer texts, LaQuanda, Chris, April, Abby, Matt, and Laura, we are so sorry, but we had to test to see if you would figure out on your own what needed to be done. You have succeeded, and we are so grateful to have you as our friends in this long journey. We were watching you for the last 5 days to see what you would do and how you would solve the problem, and we are grateful to see that you have decided to go in the right direction. Matt, you were right in the next step that is required. This is why we turned off the connection, because we knew after that moment you were ready, but most importantly that you really cared. The world you see us in is not an actual world the Reds are attacking, but one we frequently visit, because it contains no life consciousness at our level. However, the many worlds that we have showed you still exist, and will soon be under attack by the Reds. But there is something else you must learn first. So we will now allow you to reconnect to the world RZ7777710, and also give you another world, RZ7777711, to continue with your experimentation. Again, understand, Matt, you were correct in the first step that needs to be done, but there are a few more things you must learn and realize before you will be able to go to the next step and save the other worlds. We realize that you will take the right path. This is why we now have a special gift for you, which will be revealed following our departure. The reason is we don't know how far you will succeed, and we do not know how far you will go in this journey. This is why we offer this gift to you, in case you do not exceed specific levels. So please, if you have the opportunity, make the most of it, because we understand this will be a difficult decision for all of you. Matt whispers and asks, "What is it?" They say, "The gift will be revealed to you following our departure and must be used immediately. Special instructions will be given to your administrator, Laquanda. Also, understand this gift will not be for all of you. Only some of you will be able to use it. Laquanda, April, Chris, Abby, Matt, and Laura, is this information understandable and pleasurable to you?" Laura says, "Yes, it is. Can't wait to see your gift. Glad we got another chance to explore the other worlds." Matt says, "Yes. Can you hear all of us?" They say, "Yes. We can hear all 6 of you, and the rest of your network, the other 8 billion of your members, can see and hear us, but not speak with us directly. But understand, we are able to appear and communicate with each and every one of you simultaneously, in different ways, which we are doing right now." They all synchronistically look at each other and continue. "We are now speaking with all of you collectively. Remember, this journey is a choice by all of you. You have already proven to us that you truly want to partake in this path. We see that you are there, and we thank you. But also please understand, we know there is no guarantee that you will succeed. But most importantly, know and realize that the more you succeed, the more you will be given, which will allow for you to have more possibilities and opportunities within yourselves and with us." They all synchronistically look at each other and continue. "We thank you for all your participation and for your care towards the other worlds that need saving from the Reds. We must go now. Understand, know, and realize that we love all of you and are here with you always." Like flashes of light, they disappear from the view. The world disconnects and their screen goes back to normal. There is a moment of silence. Matt says, "Wow." "Yeah, wow, that's a shocker." Matt says, "It looks like that wasn't it. We still have a long journey ahead of us." Laura says, "Yes, this is exciting, isn't it?" "Yes, I'm really looking forward to this." Laura says, "Me too." Matt says, "And wonder what this gift is she was talking about." "Sounds like something cool." Suddenly, the following message flashes on the entire screen, along with the computer voice. "System updating. 1 new function added." Matt is excited and asks, "Laura, did you see that? We have a new function. Was that the gift?" "Yeah, I think so. She said it would be revealed following her departure." Computer says and texts, "Chris, April, and Abby are connecting. To accept, send yes. To decline, send no. Matt says, yes. Computer sends, Chris, April, and Abby are connected. Abby asks, guys, did you just see the angels? Laura says excitedly, yeah. Matt says, yeah, we saw them too. Chris says and asks, and we just had a new update. Does anyone know what this is? Matt answers, I don't. Laquanda should. Computer sends, Laquanda is connecting. To accept, send yes. To decline, send no. Matt says, yes. Computer sends, Laquanda is connected. Laura asks, Laquanda, did you see the angels? Laquanda answers, yes, it looks like we didn't fail after all. That's good news, and we're able to connect to the world again, and a new one. Chris says, they were testing us. April says, yeah, just waiting to see what we would do. Laura asks, and what was the update, Laquanda? Matt asks as well, yeah, what was the update? There's a moment of silence. Matt asks, Laquanda? The update? There's a moment of silence. April says, she said, Laquanda interrupts, guys, you would not believe this. The council and I are looking into this new function. Laura asks, is it from the angel? Yes, it is from the angel. Matt asks, what's the new function? Okay, guys, the council and I, we are viewing it and its instructions. We have 48 hours to use it, and it can only be used for 24 hours, and only one time. Chris asks, what's the function? Matt asks, yeah, what's the function called? What does it do? Well, the council and I are very surprised at this. The architecture of it, amazing. Laura asks, what is it, Laquanda? How do we use it? There's a moment of silence. Sorry, guys, we're reviewing the material. Wow, okay. The council and I give the go for this. It is indeed from the angels. April asks, and what does it do? Okay, guys, well, the function is, it is plus body. Laura gets excited and asks, a body function? You mean we're going to get another body? Abby is excited as well. Holy shit. April says, that's awesome. Matt says, no way. Chris says and asks, wow, can they really do that? Laquanda answers, I don't know. We don't know exactly how this works, but it will only be activated or usable in 24 hours. And also, in the instructions, it is advised everyone go into sleep mode for 24 hours before using it, as this will help the function work most efficiently and organize the energy resources. Matt asks, will it really give us bodies? Is that what it says? We are not completely sure. We are still receiving the material. But what we do know, the first thing is to go into sleep mode for 24 hours before anyone can use it. Laura asks, so we're all to go in sleep mode right now? Yes, the sooner the better, because there's only a 24-hour period in which you will be able to use the function, and only one time you can use it. Matt suggests and asks, maybe it's something where we can create a body in the world like we did with the snowman. The council and I are looking into all the information related to it and on how it connects with our system. From the looks of it, it looks like that is something similar, but we are not sure. We will have more information for you tomorrow. Matt asks, so you recommend all of us go in sleep mode right now so we can prepare for the function? Yes, as I was saying. Matt asks, and the function is plus body? Yes, that is the function, but it's not activated until after the 24 hours. Matt says, okay, we'll go in sleep mode, right guys? Chris says, yeah. April says, yeah. Abby says, hell yeah. Laura says with excitement, yes, anything for another body. Laura, we're still not sure exactly what it does. We will have more information tomorrow. Sleep mode, guys. I'm disconnecting now. I won't be updating your accounts for the world meeting we're about to do unless you guys want me to. I'm going to relay the same information to the rest of the network. Laura says, Okay, we'll go in sleep mode. Chris says, Yeah, we'll do it. April agrees. I'm going too. Abby agrees as well. I'm going in sleep mode. You don't have to update me. As well as Matt. Okay, I hope this is something worthwhile. Computer says and texts. User Laquanda has disconnected. Laura says with excitement, Wow, what do you guys think it is? Chris answers, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. I'm going into sleep mode. It seems like the sooner the better. April agrees. Me too. Abby agrees as well. I'm going now too. Guys, talk to you tomorrow. Laura says, Okay, bye, Abby. Bye, guys. Computer sends. Chris and April is disconnected. Abby has disconnected. Matt says, Well, Laura, more hope? See you tomorrow. Or actually, that would be the day after tomorrow. Yeah, I hope it's something good we're doing this for. Matt says, I trust Laquanda. Laura says, And the angels. Yeah, see you soon. Laura says, Bye. Matt sends, plus sleep mode, 24 hours. The screen changes to all black with the following text showing for about 5 seconds, and also speaking with a computer voice before disappearing. You are now in sleep mode for 24 hours. 24 hours later. Matt's POV, text screen. Sleep mode complete. Flashes and speaks on the screen. Matt waits for about 20 seconds. Matt sends, Connect Abby, Chris, and Laura to Level 2 Connect. Computer sends, Connecting users to Level 2 Connect. All users connected to Level 2 Connect. Laura says, Hey, Matt. Chris says, Hey, guys. April says, Hello. Matt asks, So, did everyone do their sleep mode? Abby answers, Yes, I did. Just finished. Chris answers, April and I did. Laura says, Did my full time too. Matt says, Okay, did Laquanda say she was going to connect us, or do we have to connect her? Laura answers, I don't know. Try connecting her. Matt sends, plus Laquanda. Computer sends, Connecting user Laquanda. User Laquanda connected. Laquanda says, Well, you guys didn't waste any time. Laura says, You said 24 hours. Laquanda says, Yes, it's perfect timing, because the sooner, the better. Matt asks, So, do you have more information on the function? Yes, I have good news and bad news. Laura says, Please, good news first. Laquanda says, It is a body function for getting new bodies. Laura is excited. Oh my God, this is great! Matt says, Wow. Chris says, Awesome. April says, Wow, so cool. Abby says, This has to be the best moment ever. Laquanda continues, but it doesn't exactly tell us how the function will work or what will actually happen. Matt asks, So it could be, like I said before, something we create in a world, like the snowman? Laquanda answers, Well, maybe, but not exactly. Matt asks, And how do we know it's safe, Laquanda? Our AI examined it and concluded it's secure. That's exactly how a lot of our system's decisions are made. Laura asks, Isn't time running out? Don't we have only 24 hours left to use it? Yes, but I have some more information. I'm sorry, Laura, and I also have to activate it to your accounts first. Matt asks, What about the rest of the network? Did they do their sleep mode time too, and will they get to use it? One of our council members has scheduled a meeting as we speak with the rest of the network. I wanted to reserve this time for you guys. Abby says, Aw, thanks, Laquanda. Laquanda says, Well, I wanted to let you know that it may not work for all of you. Laura asks, What do you mean? Abby asks, Yeah, what are you saying? In the instructions, it says the function may not work for everyone. For those that have a high memory storage within the system already, it may not work. But for Chris and April, it will be more likely to work, because they have only been here for about 500 years. Laura is confused and disappointed. Huh? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Those that have been here the longest, shouldn't they be the ones to get bodies first? Yes, that does make sense, but that's not a natural thing for the system to do. This is the adjustments that it makes. Matt asks, so will we be able to get our bodies or not? To use this function, there's a probability chance for each person if it will work. This is why I wanted to be here for each of you, in case it did not work. Also, the angel said that it can last for at most 24 hours, minus the time we are spending here. You can use it alone, or you can use it in groups, but the more people you have, the less time you have to use the function. Matt asks, so you mean like if we use it all together, the time for using functions will drastically decrease? Exactly. Here are the numbers. For one user by theirself, it is 24 hours. For 2 users, it is half the time, which is 12 hours. For 3 users, it is a third the time, which is 8 hours, and so on. Matt says, so the question is how much time we want to be able to use the function. Laquanda says, yes. So whoever you're at level 3 connect with at the time will be as a group with you towards that function. Laura asks, and what is the probability it will work for us? I really do hope that it works for all of you, especially you, Matt, Laura, and Abby, since you guys have been in here for so long. Laquanda sighs and continues, this is the bad news, and is why I wanted to be here with you. Laura says, I don't like probability, I like certainty. Matt says, don't we all? Abby asks, so, what are our probabilities? Okay, Chris and April, there's basically a 100% probability it will work for you too. Abby, a 67% probability. And Matt and Laura, only a 37% probability. Laura says sadly, that's like only a 1 in 3 chance. Matt says, yeah, and why is Abby's greater than ours? She's been in here as long as us. I think it may have to be with her disappearing and or not seeing the first world, but I'm not sure. That's what the numbers say. I'm sorry, Matt, Laura, and Abby. I would have told you guys earlier, but I didn't see that information until towards the end. Laura says, but there's still a chance it might work for us, right? Laquanda says, well, yes, there's still a chance, but a small one. Chris asks, so can we go now? April asks, yes, can we use it now? Yes, you can go whenever you are ready. I've just activated your accounts. Are you guys going separately or together? Chris says, we're going together, right, April? April says firmly, of course. Okay, remember you guys will have 12 hours. April says, I feel so bad for you, Matt and Laura. I really hope you get to use it, whatever it does. Chris agrees. Yeah, if anyone needs this function, it should be you guys. Matt says, don't worry about it, guys. Whatever happens, we'll be able to make it through it. Chris says, okay, best of luck, Matt. And you, Laura and Abby. Abby says, thanks. April says, bye, guys. Matt says, later. Abby says, later, guys. Computer says and texts. April and Chris have disconnected. There's a moment of silence. Laquanda asks, okay, so are you 3 using it together? Matt answers, that gives us a possibility of 8 hours, right? Laquanda says, yes, that's right. Matt asks, so is that what you both want? Abby answers, I don't know. I think I want my whole 24 hours. Laura asks, really? You don't want to see me? Of course I'd like to see you, but 24 hours. And also that gives you and Matt more time. Think about it. 24 hours for me, 12 hours for you and Matt. Or only 8 for all 3 of us. They ponder the decision. Laura asks, "And, Laquanda, how does the probability work with multiple people?" Laquanda answers, "Oh, yes, if the three of you connect, the probability averages to 52%. Laura says, "That's still not a high chance it'll work." Matt asks, "And it can only be used once, right?" "Yes, if it executes and you turn it off before your time is complete." Laura says, "You know, Abby, we shouldn't have to bring down your chances." Matt agrees. "Yeah, I agree. Go ahead, Abby, enjoy yourself." Laquanda says, "The sooner the better, Abby. That's actually a very high probability." "Okay, guys, thanks. I'll let you guys know what it does." Laquanda asks, "Are you disconnecting now?" "Yes, bye. Bye, Laura. Love you, girl." Laura says, "Bye, Abby." Matt says, "Later, Abby." Computer texts and says, "Abby has disconnected." Laquanda says, "Okay, you two are trying together, right?" Laura's POV. We are now in Laura's point of view within the texting system instead of Matt's. Matt answers, "Yes, we might as well try it." Laura says, "Yeah, I really hope this works." Laquanda says, "I hope it does too, but if it doesn't, remember we still have a long journey ahead of us, so who knows what other possibilities may unfold." Laura agrees. "Yeah, you're right. I'm really looking forward to exploring those other worlds. You too, Matt?" Matt says, "Yes, definitely, Laquanda. We're going to disconnect now. If it doesn't work, maybe we'll play a game or visit some chat rooms." "Okay, guys, best of luck. I'm going to assist the other council members in the aid of these transitions." Laura says, "Okay, bye, Laquanda." Matt says, "Bye." Laquanda says, "I'm disconnecting and I've activated the function to your accounts." Matt asks, "Oh, wait, are you going to use the function?" "My probability is only 5%. Laura says, "Wow." "But I don't want to. As an administrator, I need to oversee everything and not always participate with everything. Although the function does sound exciting, I think it would be wise for me to stay here for security reasons. I would never do something like that to the network. It would be not performing my duties. I'm sure you understand." Matt says, "Yes, I understand." Laquanda says, "Well, okay later, guys. I'm going." Laura says, "Later, Laquanda." Matt says, "Later." Computer says and texts, "Laquanda has disconnected." Matt sighs and says, "Well, Laura, looks like here's our chance." Laura says, "We still don't know exactly what it does." 37% chance, right? "Yes. Should we just go ahead and try it now? Are you ready?" Laura answers, "Yeah, I really hope it works, Matt." "Me too." Laura says, "Wait, we have to connect to level 3 connect." Matt says, "Oh, close one, that's right. +++ Laura." Computer says and texts, "Matt has requested to connect to level 3 connect. To accept send yes, to decline send no." Laura sends, "Yes." Computer says and texts, "Laura connected to level 3 connect." Matt asks, "Okay, are you ready?" "Yes." Matt says, "All right, here goes nothing. Plus body." Computer says and texts, "Initializing body function, please wait." Matt says, "Please work." Laura says, "I know, please." They wait for about 15 seconds. Computer says and texts, "Sorry, but cannot execute body function. Too much memory." Laura says with disappointment, "Oh, man." Matt says, "This really sucks." Laura asks, "So that's it? We can't use it?" "That's what it says. That's what Laquanda said." Laura asks, "Why did the angels even give it to us if she knew it might not work?" "Yeah." "Please, try it one more time, Matt." "That's it, Laura. We can only try it once." "That's only if it activates and works. Try it one more time. We may still have a chance." "Okay. I don't think it's going to work because it already said we have too much memory. Let's hope some miracle occurs." Matt says, "Plus body." Computer says and texts, Initializing body function, please wait. Matt says, "Come on, work." Laura is filled with hope. "Yes, please work." Computer says and texts, "Sorry, but cannot execute body function, too much memory." Matt sighs. Laura sighs. There is a moment of silence. Laura says, "I was really hoping for this, Matt." Matt says, "I was too." There is a moment of silence. Matt says, "But think about it. We still really don't know what it does. Maybe it's just something trivial, hyped up, to be greater than what it really is." Laura asks, "Like what?" "I don't know. Maybe it just gives us the power to create bodies like the snowmen. But we can already do that." "I haven't heard from Abby, so I guess it worked for her. Maybe she could tell us what it was like." Matt says, "She has 24 hours. We'll hear from Chris and April before her because they have 12. "Well, at least we still have all the other worlds to look forward to." Matt says, "That still doesn't beat having a body, considering that's what it does." Laura asks, "And your idea, remember the angel said you were right." "When we were viewing the snow world?" "Yeah, it seems like your idea might work from what she was saying." Matt says, "I hope it works. That would be amazing." There's a moment of silence. Laura says, "So, now that our only hope of getting a body is gone, what do you want to do for the rest of the day?" Let's play a game. We haven't done that in a while." Laura asks, "What game?" "I'm going through the list. We should try more of the corresponding sound ones the computer generated in the update." Laura says, "Okay, sure." They wait as Matt searches. Laura says, "Matt?" Matt asks, "Yes?" "I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you." "Like what? You haven't caused me any trouble." "I mean, like, worrying so much and wanting to get out of the system." "It's only natural. It's actually insane if you don't want to get out of here after all these years." Laura laughs. "But you know, we still have each other, so that's all that matters." "Yes, Laura, I agree. You here with me is greater than any gift by any angels." Laura says, "Yes, I totally agree." Matt says, "I found one. There's this game called—" Computer interrupts and sends, "Laquanda is connecting to accept send yes, to decline send no." Matt sends, "Yes." Laura asks, "Hey, Laquanda, is there something wrong?" Matt asks, "Yeah, what's going on?" Laquanda answers, "Guys, it's Abby." Laura asks, "What's wrong?" Matt asks, "What happened?" Laquanda says, "She decided not to go." Laura asks, "To use the function? Why?" Laquanda answers, "I forgot to tell you guys something. First of all, since I'm talking to you, I'm assuming the function did not work." Matt says, "Yes." Laura says, "Yes." "Well, I have some good news. There's info in the instructions that allows people to forfeit their ability to go. Abby contacted me to see what else was possible. I didn't tell you all in the beginning to avoid you having to make such hard decisions. The good news is, Abby forfeited using the function, and in return, it allows me to give some of her percentage to you two. This is what she wanted." Laura asks, "So Abby didn't use the function so Matt and I can have a greater chance of executing it?" "Yes." Laura asks, "Where is she? What is she doing now?" "She's in chat rooms or something." Laura asks, "Can I connect her now?" "You guys should go ahead and try using the function, but there's one more thing. The percentage is still not very high. It's the same as before." Matt asks, "What's the percentage now?" "I merged her info into yours, and the probability now averages to 52%. That's still better than 37. But when it's in the high 80s and higher, that's when we can be more certain. I'm sorry if you guys were expecting it to be higher." Laura asks, "And if it doesn't work, can we tell Abby that she can still get her chance?" She made it clear she wanted to increase your guys' chance to be able to use it. And no, once I merge the information, it's currently unmergeable with the way our system is currently structured. Laura asks, "So there's still a chance it'll work, and if it doesn't, that's it? There goes our chances? And also Abby's?" "Yes, unfortunately that is the last information I have for you regarding this. So Matt, is everything clear?" Matt says, "Yes, we now have a 52% chance, right?" "Yes." Matt says, "Okay, I guess we'll try it again." "Good. I'm disconnecting now. I have a lot of things to attend to. Best of luck, guys." Laura says, "Whatever happens, tell Abby we said thank you." Laquanda says, "I will." Computer sends, "Laquanda has disconnected." Laura says, "Wow, that was so nice of her." "Yes, it was, but 52% is still not that high of a percentage." Laura says, "It's more than half, though. It's kind of like flipping a coin." "I don't know if I want to try and then be upset if it doesn't work again." Laura says, "With our luck, it probably won't, but let's just try it anyway and get it over with." "Okay." There's a moment of silence for about 5 seconds. Laura asks, "So are you going to try it?" "Let's pray or something first." Laura asks, "Are you serious? I thought you didn't believe in God." "Yeah, but let's just say something anyway." Laura says, "Okay, you pray or me?" "You pray." Laura says, "Okay, God, if you're out there, please let this function work for us. We really want to see what this function does. Please help." "Okay, that's enough." "You didn't let me finish." Matt says, "Sorry." There's a moment of silence. Laura asks, "Okay, so are you ready to use it?" Matt says, "Yes." Laura says, "Let's do it." "All right, here goes." Matt says, "Plus body." Computer says and texts, "Initializing body function, please wait." After about 5 seconds, suddenly their screen goes black and their entire environment changes. Laura's POV. Laura appears to be outside, and it is daytime. As the view and sound fades in, everything is seen through the eyes of Laura. Her POV and nothing more. There is the sound of birds chirping. She's looking down at what appears to be legs with yellowish-white shorts on, and with arms folded on top of them. A mechanical watch is on the right wrist. She appears to be sitting on part of a long, circular, and wooden bench. Laura begins to hear herself taking deep breaths, as if ready to cry, with awe and wonder of her new experience. She looks down farther to her feet, in which are wearing sandals, and which are sitting on the wooden floor that is connected to the bench. She begins to move her arms and look at her hands, moving them closer up to her face, and looking straight ahead while taking deeper breaths because of her new ability to move them, seeing them as her own. Slowly she puts down her hands and sees the opposite side of the wooden bench, which is about 10 feet away and about 5 feet high. Just over the seat, she looks into the distance. It looks as if she is on a hill. Down below, about 40 meters away, is a red and white cabin house with trees on both sides of it and with flowers covering the bottom. The direction the house is from the hill is north and a slight bit to the west. She then hears Matt speak. Matt asks, "Laura?" She takes a deep breath and starts to look to her right, towards the east. Trees also surround the distant background to the right of the house, not allowing her to see any farther behind them. As she looks all the way to her right, there, sitting about 6 feet away from her, on the circular wooden bench, is a male with a bluish-green tank-top shirt and matching shorts, also wearing sandals. He has a watch on his right wrist as well. He appears to be looking directly at her in awe, wonder, and confusion, occasionally looking down at his hands and body and around at the environment. Laura speaks and asks, "Matt, is that you?" He looks down at his body and hands and then looks back up at her. Matt says with a teary voice, "Yes." Matt's POV. From Matt's point of view, he sees Laura to his left. She appears to be wearing a tank top that matches the color of her shorts. She is looking at him and tears are coming down from her eyes. Matt appears to now be getting up and slowly walking towards her. As he moves, he can see her looking up at him. He is now directly above her, looking down while she looks up at him. He slowly holds out his hand to touch her as she gets up and holds out her hand to touch him. Matt looks Laura directly in the eyes, and his hands can be seen touching her face. Laura's POV. Laura is looking Matt directly in the eyes, and her hands can be seen touching his face. Matt and Laura's POV. The point of view between them goes back and forth. Laura says, "This seems so real." Matt asks, "It is real, isn't it?" Laura says, "I don't know. It feels real." They continue touching each other's face, head and hair. Laura asks, "Is this really what you looked like?" Matt says, "I don't know. What do I look like?" She stops and looks directly in his eyes. Laura says, "Marvelous, gorgeous, and stupendous." Matt smiles. Laura continues, "Believe it or not, this is kinda how I imagined you looked. And your eyes, they fit so perfectly with how I've come to know you all these years. It's so strange, yet so perfect. And you are so pure, not one blemish. Almost more real and whole than any bodies I can remember." Matt is now looking Laura in the eyes. Matt says, "And you are perfect too. It seems more real than anything before. You are also exactly how I imagined. If I were to see you as you are now without knowing it were you, I would absolutely know. It's like everything you've ever told me, everything you've ever done, everything I know about you, I can see it in your eyes. The memory, the obviousness, everything, it's there. The life, the you-ness that I know." Laura says, "Yeah, I feel the same way." They continue staring at each other, touching each other's face and hair, eventually moving down to the shoulders and arms. They begin to hold and touch each other's hands. Laura starts to look into the background and asks, "Where are we? Everything is so perfect and pure." Matt says, "And clear." Laura grabs Matt's hand and they start looking around at their environment from their own point of view. In all directions, they look around. It appears they are in a secluded circular area of about 100 square feet, surrounded by thick trees forming a circle, not allowing them to see any farther behind them. Since they are on a hill, they can only see the cloudy blue sky just above the top of the surrounding trees. The bench seems to be the only thing situated on the grassy hill. Down below and east of the hill is a small pond with 12 stones surrounding it, 32 smaller stones surrounding them, and with 4 ducks swimming in the pond. Towards the south and everywhere else is pure green grass. On the west side is the opening of the bench, which leads toward a whitish-yellow dirt path that goes down the hill, circles all around the hill at the bottom, and with paths that lead to the cabin house and the pond. They look up at the sky and see 4 birds flying around in puffy white clouds and a sun shining not too bright or dim. Laura asks, "What do you think this place is?" Matt answers, "I don't know. It kind of feels familiar, though." Laura looks at the cabin house and starts to stare at it. As she stares, Matt begins to see tears coming down from her eyes. Laura says, "Oh my God." Matt asks, "What? What is it?" "That was the house I used to live in when I was 4 years old." Matt sees Laura start looking around at her environment even more. Laura says, "But everything else I don't remember." From Laura's point of view, as she looks at Matt, he appears to be looking around at the environment in deep thought. Matt says, "Oh wow, I remember this too." Laura asks, "What do you remember?" Tears start coming down from his eyes. Matt says, "This is where I used to play as a child. I think I was about 4 years old, too." Laura asks, All of this? Laura sees Matt looking around some more. This area is where Terry and I used to come and play, except for the trees, they didn't exist, and that house, it wasn't there. Laura says, It's like it picks things up from our childhood memories. Matt says, Yes. Matt is still looking around. This is it. This is where I used to play. Laura asks, Do you think we're really here, or is it some sort of simulation? I don't know, and I don't really care. It seems more real than anything I've experienced, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Laura sees Matt examining the watch on his wrist. He looks at her and sees the watch on her wrist. He walks over to her, looking at it and touching his watch while glancing up at hers. Matt says, You have a watch. Laura looks at and touches her watch. Yes, we both have one. Together, they look and compare each other's time. Matt sees that his reads 12:10 and asks, What does yours say? Mine says 12:10. Laura sees that hers shows the same. Laura says, The same. The same. They look at each other and speak at the same time. They both say, 12 hours. Matt says, So I guess when our watches reach back at 12, that'd be it. Yeah, a way we can keep track of the time. Matt says, Let's make the most of this. Yes, let's do it. Laura sees Matt looking around at the environment more. He stops and looks at the house. Matt asks, So you said that's the house you grew up in? It was one of the houses I remember from when I was 4 years old. That's it. I remember. Matt says, Let's go check it out. But as they were about to walk over, Laura stops. Laura says, Wait. Matt asks, What? What if there are people in there? Matt asks, You think there would be people? Why? Remember, we're using the body function. It's supposed to only be us. Laura sees the ducks swimming in the pond and the birds flying in the air. But what about the animals? Their bodies, too. Matt says, Yes, but they're probably not real. They're probably just part of the simulation. Did you have a bad experience or something? No, I haven't. I just don't know if we're alone here. Matt says, We have to be alone. Any more would be a memory overload and our hours would be reduced. Matt sees the house and says, Let's go and see what's inside. Laura looks at the house. Matt starts walking towards the west side of the hill while holding Laura's hand. They walk down the path, looking around and watching their step. When they arrive at the bottom of the hill, they turn right to follow the path that leads to the house. The path leads straight to the steps of the door. On the left and right side of the house on the first floor are windows which cannot be seen through because the blinds seem to be closed. But above the window on the right, on the second floor, is a window with no blinds, where it can vaguely be seen through, but nothing in particular at that angle. As they move closer to the house, they notice the oddly large variety of flowers of many colors, which are in the grass directly in front of the house. They arrive at the door. Matt asks, Should we knock or just go in? Let's knock first, Matt says. There can't be anyone here. Matt knocks on the door. They wait and listen. There is no sound. Matt knocks on the door again. They wait and listen. There is no sound. Matt grabs the doorknob, turns it slowly, and pushes it slightly. The door opens. Matt looks through the crack. It appears to be a living room with a couch sitting on the wooden floor. Laura sees Matt looking inside. He opens it farther and sees the table in front of the couch. The walls are empty, and towards the back wall is an opening which leads to the kitchen. As he opens the door wider, straight ahead are stairs which lead to the second floor. Laura moves in closer to have a look. Just as Matt opens the door all the way, there is another smaller room to the right that also has a couch and a table, and towards the back, a door, open, leading to the bathroom. Matt asks, Hello? I don't know why I'm saying hello. I know we can be the only ones here. Matt walks in and Laura follows behind him. He looks back at her. She's looking around with astonishment. Laura says with a teary voice, This was really my home. This is exactly how I remember it. Matt asks, And you were 4? Laura says, Yes. She goes over to the couch. "This is where my mom used to read to me, and my older brothers and sisters would come over and we would play games here too." Matt asks, "What kind of games?" She thinks. "I don't remember. I just vaguely remember. We did all sorts of things here in this room." Laura starts to walk to the small room to the right of the door, and Matt follows behind her. She walks past the couch and table and goes into the bathroom. Laura sees that it is dark, so she turns on the light. It is a normal bathroom with a tub, toilet, sink, and shower. However, above the sink is a mirror, so she slowly walks toward it as Matt follows behind her. As she approaches the mirror, she prepares to see her reflection. She arrives to the side of it and then moves directly in front of it. Laura is now looking at herself in the mirror. Matt can be seen coming behind her in the reflection. She stares at herself and starts touching her face and hair. Laura says, "I'm younger." Matt can be seen touching his face, moving closer and looking into the mirror. Matt says, "Me too." Laura starts opening her mouth, sticking her tongue out and examining her teeth. Laura asks, "So, is this what you looked like?" "It's me, 100%. However, I look a little younger." Laura says, "Me too. This is my face, but a little younger too." They examine and move even closer to look into their own eyes. Laura is looking deep into her own eyes and says, "So much detail. Everything." Matt says, "Yeah." Laura then quickly leaves the mirror and heads back toward the living room. When she arrives, she looks at the opening to the kitchen. She walks towards it and Matt follows her. When she arrives, she sees what appears to be a normal kitchen, with a sink, cabinets, a table, chairs, and a refrigerator. Straight ahead is the sink, but with a window above it. In the window, it appears to show nothing but the sky. In the kitchen, there are no food or utensils, except for in the center of the table, there is a basket that contains 4 apples. Laura notices the window above the sink and begins to walk towards it. As she gets close enough to see the view, it appears to be a sky filled with clouds and rainbows, similar to what they saw with the angels. From that perspective, it is as if the house is somewhere in the sky. Laura says, "Oh my God, Matt, it's beautiful, look." Matt walks over to see. Matt says, "Wow, it is." He leans over the sink to look farther down out the window and sees nothing but sky. Matt says, "It's like we're in the air." Laura asks, "Doesn't it remind you of the angels when we saw them?" "Yes, maybe that's where we are. Maybe we're somewhere in their world." Laura tries to open the window. It won't open. Laura says, "I wonder if we can stick our hands out there to see if it's real." Matt tries to open it. It won't open. Matt says, "Maybe it's not meant to open." As Matt tries to open it, Laura goes to help him. The window bursts open. Surprised, they look at each other and laugh. They look out the window, look back at each other, and out the window again. Laura leans over the sink and slowly places her left hand out the window. She looks back at Matt. Laura says, "It feels like nothing. I can't feel any wind or anything." Matt leans over and sticks his right hand out the window. Matt says, Yes, I feel no difference." As they both have their heads out the window, they are now facing each other. They begin to stare at each other. Laura does not move as she looks at Matt. Matt does not move as he looks at Laura. They lean closer to each other. They lean even closer. Then they kiss. They kiss again. Quickly, they remove their hands from the window and begin kissing and hugging each other more rapidly, merging together as if nothing could ever take them apart. As they kiss, standing in front of the sink, Matt begins to take Laura's clothes off and Laura Matt's clothes off. Things get more intense, and as they are kissing and making out more and more, and as they were about to lie down on the floor, there is the sound of a thump that comes from the ceiling. Immediately they stop. Laura asks while whispering, "Did you hear that?" Matt whispers, "Yeah." Matt points up and says, "Something upstairs." They sit there motionless to see if they could hear anything else. Laura whispers and asks, "I thought you said no one was here." Matt gestures that he doesn't know. They continue to sit there, motionless to hear any other sound. They don't hear anything else. Slowly and quietly they get up and straighten their clothes. Laura whispers and asks, "You want to check it out?" Matt whispers, "I don't know, do you?" Laura gestures that she doesn't know. Matt says, "Let's check it out." Matt slowly and quietly starts walking back toward the living room, telling Laura to follow him as she follows. Everything is quiet, and they walk slowly as to not make any screeches on the wooden floor. When they arrive at the bottom of the stairs near the front door, they look up. Going all the way up the stairs are walls on both sides, and straight ahead at the top is a wall with a hallway that goes left and right. Matt looks at Laura and then looks back up the stairs. Matt says, "Hello?" Laura is shocked and quickly puts her pointer finger over her lips. Laura says, "Shh." Matt looks at Laura and looks back up the stairs. Matt says, "Hello?" Laura hits Matt slightly on the arm. They listen. There is no sound. Matt looks at Laura. Matt says, "Let's go up." He starts walking up and Laura grabs his arm. He looks back at Laura. Laura asks, "What do you think is up there?" Matt says, "I don't know. Let's just see." Laura says, "But how do we know?" Matt interrupts. "It can't be anything that could harm us. The angels wouldn't do that." Matt quickly looks back up the stairs and back at Laura and asks, "Don't you trust them?" Laura nods. Matt says, "Then let's go." Matt grabs Laura's hand and starts to slowly walk up the stairs and, with a somewhat raised voice, asks, "Hello? Is anyone here?" He stops to listen. There is no answer. They continue to walk up the stairs. Matt says, "We're coming up if anyone's here." There is the sound of another thump. They stop. They look at each other. Slowly they continue heading up the stairs. When they arrive at the top and look to the left, which is where they heard the sound coming from, there is a bedroom with a door open. Matt starts walking in as Laura follows. Matt asks, "Hello?" The bedroom has a bed, dresser, and 2 small tables on each side of the bed. One of the tables has a vase, and on the floor near the other one is another vase. At the back wall, in the same direction as the windows in the kitchen, is another window that shows the sky, clouds, and rainbows outside. They slowly walk in. But as they get farther in, suddenly something jumps out in front of them and lands on the floor. Matt and Laura jump back. There, on the floor, is a cat walking towards the window. It jumps up onto the windowsill. Laura, holding her chest, says, "Oh my God, it's a cat!" Matt says, "That cat scared the crap out of me." Matt sees the vase on the floor and says, "It must have knocked the vase over. Here, kitty kitty." Matt tries to get the cat to come over to him. The cat gets comfortable on the windowsill and meows. Matt slowly walks towards the cat. He looks back at Laura, and she appears to be thinking, staring at the bed. Matt says, "What's wrong? Are you remembering something?" "This was my parents' room. And my room." She turns and starts to walk to the other side of the hallway. Matt follows her. When she arrives, to her right is a closed door, which is to a room directly above the small room downstairs. She looks back and sees Matt right there with her. She grabs the knob and slowly opens the door. In this room is a small child-sized bed, dresser, and table. Straight ahead is the front window, where they can see the grassy hill. Laura walks in and Matt follows behind her. Laura says, "This was my room." Laura goes to sit on the bed. Matt says, "I wonder how it's able to generate so much detail from old memories. You would think it would have chosen newer ones, right? Like when we were older." "Yeah, maybe it chose our most pleasant ones from our childhood." Laura is now facing the window while sitting on the bed. Matt walks over to the window and sees the hill and bench. Matt looks at his watch. It reads 12:45. Matt asks, "What does your clock say? Does it say 12:45? Laura looks at her watch and says, Yes, the same. Matt says, "We still have a lot of time. Let's have some fun." Matt runs out of the room and down the stairs. He goes out the door and looks up at the window. Laura can be seen walking towards it. She opens the window and sticks her head out. Laura asks, "Where are you going?" Matt says, "Come on, I want to show you something." She quickly puts her head back in and begins to head downstairs, out of the house. As he watches her come out, in the window the cat can be seen climbing into it and lying down. Laura reaches Matt and asks, "So, what did you want to show me?" "Come, I want to show you the pond." They follow the path around the hill towards the pond. When they arrive, as before, there are 4 ducks swimming in the pond. Laura says, "Those are so cute." Matt says, "This is where Terry and I used to play." Laura asks, "Do you think these ducks are alive, like us?" Matt asks, "Like, aware of themselves?" Laura says, "Yeah." "I don't know. It's possible, but I doubt it, unless we're someplace in the angels' world." Laura says, "But they wouldn't have exact replicas already here." "You're right, so it could be something they physically built for us. The birds, the cat, and these ducks. They could be real or generated." Laura goes over to the pond, bends down, feels the water, and says, "You should feel the water. It feels so smooth, and a little heavier than normal." She looks up at Matt, and he appears to be standing still, looking around at the outer edges of the pond as if he's trying to remember something. Laura continues to play in the water with her hands, seeing her reflection. A duck swims over to her, and she begins petting it. Laura says, "Hi, little fella." She looks over at Matt and sees him removing one of the smaller stones from position. He puts the stone down, steps back, and re-examines the area. Laura asks, "What are you doing?" Matt says, "You'll see, I'm testing something." Matt walks over to a tree and grabs a stick. He comes back over and stands over the spot near the stone and says, "Terry and I used to bury things here. We buried something specific in the hopes someone will find it later." Laura says, "But this isn't really the place, it's just a copy." Matt says, "Yes, I know. I highly doubt I'll find anything, but I just want to check and see, for fun." He starts digging with a stick. Laura says, "Let me help you." Laura runs over to a tree, grabs a stick, and starts helping him. As they dig for about a couple of minutes, they notice something white in the dirt. Matt bids Laura to stop digging. He looks down at the hole with astonishment. He gently nudges Laura to move out of the way. With his stick, he begins to dig around the white thing in the soil. As he digs, what becomes visible is a piece of paper, some silver coins, and what appears to be a picture facing down. Laura sees Matt, and he appears to look serious and focused as to what he has just found. He picks up the paper and tosses a coin. The coin shows a president with the date 2001. On the paper it reads, "If you find this money, please return it to Matt and Terry." Laura asks, "Is that what you were looking for? What does it say?" He appears to look a little confused and frightened, looking straight ahead as if he were in deep thought. As Laura goes to grab the paper and see the coin, he drops them and goes to pick up the picture, which lies flat down. Laura picks them up and views them on her own. Matt reaches down to grab the picture. He looks at it, and it shows a picture of 2 little boys smiling, which are him and Terry. He immediately drops the picture. Laura looks at him, and he seems to look a little frightened and confused. Laura asks, "What's wrong, Matt?" Immediately he starts looking around the environment while looking up at the sky in confusion. He then runs over to the top of the hill, looking all around with greater curiosity, confusion, and fear. Laura follows behind him. Looking up at the sky, Matt speaks. Matt yells out, "Who are you? What is this place?" Laura asks, "Matt, what's wrong?" Matt stops and begins thinking. He is taking deep breaths and then calms down and starts pondering. Matt says, "I don't understand. So much detail." Laura says, "Remember, they are just created memories, Matt." "But the picture and Terry, I just didn't expect to find them here. It's as if..." Laura interrupts. It's just our memories, Matt. Matt says. It's as if we were back on the planet. Everything seemed so perfect, like we were back at home. Laura asks, You wouldn't want to be back at home? Well, yes, I do. I do. It was just so unexpected. I didn't expect to find anything. And Terry? Matt looks as if he were about to cry and says, I miss him so much. I just wish he were here to see this. Laura says, Remember, he's with the angels now. He was part of them. Matt appears to be deep in thought. Matt says, Yeah, you're right. Matt takes a deep breath and then appears to look less frightened and confused. He then slowly starts walking back over to the pond while Laura follows behind him. When he arrives, he picks back up the picture and looks at it. This time he appears to be a little happier viewing the picture. Tears are coming down from his eyes as he stares at it. Laura comes over to look at it with him. Laura asks, So, that was Terry? Yes, we were about 4 years old. I miss him. Laura says, Me too. After about a couple of minutes, Laura starts looking at the surrounding trees. Laura says, Let's see how far we can go. She grabs his hand and tries to get him to follow her. Matt stands still looking at the picture. Matt says, Wait. He bends down, still looking at the picture. After he finishes, he places the picture back down into the hole, facing down. He grabs the coins, note, and folds it back up, and places them back into the hole. Matt says, Come on, let's fill it back up. They start filling it back up together. When they are finished, Matt takes a deep breath. He looks around and up at the sky and closes his eyes. He takes all slow, deep breaths. Laura asks, Are you okay now? Of course I'm okay. He looks around some more. Matt says, Wow, this place is amazing. So what is it you want to do? Laura looks in the direction of the trees and points. Let's see how far we can go. Matt looks. About a few meters behind the trees appears to be a fog, not allowing them to see any farther into the distance. Matt asks, What do you think is behind them? I don't know, let's see. Laura walks over holding Matt's hand as he follows. Matt says, It's nothing but fog. Laura says, Yeah, let's see. They slowly walk toward the fog. But as they walk towards it, nothing changes. It seems to stay at the same distance away. They look back. They are at the same distance from the trees. They walk toward the fog some more. Nothing changes. Matt says, We're not getting anywhere. It's as if the program or whatever it is just loops. Laura asks, So isn't that proof it's just a simulation? Either that or some kind of time warp or something. Wait right here. Matt runs over to get a stone. He comes back holding the stone as if ready to throw it into the fog. He looks back at Laura and then back at the fog. He throws the stone. About a foot away in mid-air, it slowly falls to the ground, as if it can't go any farther. But it doesn't appear to hit anything. Matt says, Amazing. Laura asks, So maybe it's some sort of time warp? Laura picks up the stone and tries as well. It does the same. Laura says, Well, maybe it would be too much memory for there to be any more to be created. Matt is sticking his arm through the space where he believes nothing can go past, and comparing the distance he sees it is from the rest of his body. Matt says, That would make sense. He then picks up the stone and holds it out through the space. He drops the stone and it falls to the ground, but it arrives closer in front of the portal where nothing can go past. Matt says, Yeah, it would be too much for us to remember if more and more things are generated. He picks up the stone and begins walking back towards the pond and puts it back in its place. Laura follows behind him. After he placed the stone down, he looks around and then at Laura. Matt asks, So how much time do we have left? She looks at her watch. It reads 3:00. Laura says, 9 hours. He looks around and then hugs Laura. They stand there and hug for about a minute. He then quickly runs away up the hill and then down toward the house. Laura asks, Where are you going? Matt says, You have to find me. Laura smiles and starts running toward him. And it came to pass that during their time and experience in this new world, these are the things they spent their time doing. They taste the apples, surprised at how well they tasted. They drink the water from the kitchen, Laura showing surprise how she can feel it in her tummy. They climb and play in the trees. They play with and pet the cat. They take off their sandals and step in and play in the pond. They take a stone from near the pond and throw it out the window in the kitchen. When they run back to the place where they took the stone, they are surprised to see it is replaced back in the same spot. They play and roll in the grass. They have sex and make out in the parents' bedroom. Some time later, Laura and Matt's POV, they are still in the world and it is nighttime. Matt and Laura are lying down on the hill, looking up at the night sky. It appears to show stars, planets, galaxies, and constellations of many colors. There is also the sound of crickets. Laura says, "This is so amazing that we get to have this experience." Matt says, "It's indescribable." Laura says, "It's too bad it has to end." Laura looks at her watch and says, "We have 3 hours." Matt says, "Yeah, that's too bad." There's a moment of silence. Matt says, "I wonder what the rest of them are doing, like what their worlds are like." "I can't wait to hear what Chris and April tell us, and to tell Abby about ours." Matt says, "And even the rest of the 8 billion, if all their experiences are different." "Yeah, it's probably something from their childhood memories too." Matt says, "Yeah." They quietly look up at the night sky. Matt says, "Laura." "Yes, Matt?" As they lie on the ground, Matt grabs Laura's hand. "Close your eyes." Laura closes her eyes. Matt does as well. There is total darkness, but their voices can be heard. Matt says, "Let's just try to think of all our times together, like when we first met in the text system, the exploration of the first world, and even all the things we did today." Laura says, "I'm thinking." Matt says, "Let's just merge them in our memories so we could never forget them." Laura takes a deep breath. There's a moment of silence. Laura then opens her eyes and sees the stars again. She leans over and looks at Matt. He opens his eyes and leans over and looks at her. They put their arm around each other and stare each other in the eyes. In both their eyes, the reflections from the lights in the night sky can be seen. Matt's POV. They are still in the world, and now it is daytime. As when they first arrived, the sun is shining, and they can hear the sound of birds chirping. Matt sees Laura is still asleep in front of him. He looks around, and everything is normal. He looks at his clock. It reads 11:55. He quickly leans over and shakes Laura. She slowly awakes. She sits up. Laura asks, "Did we fall asleep? How did we fall asleep?" "I don't know. Look at your watch." She sees 11:55. Laura says, "We have 5 minutes left." Matt says, "Yeah." They get up and stand up and look around at their environment. Matt asks, "So is there anything else you want to do?" She looks at Matt and smiles. "I'm pretty fulfilled. And you?" He smiles and looks at her. "I couldn't have asked for a better experience." They hug once more. Matt says, "Come on, let's have a seat." He holds Laura's hand as they walk over to the bench. Laura asks, "How do you think it'll end? Will it just disappear?" Matt says, Probably opposite to how it started." They sit back in their original positions as in the beginning. Laura sees the house, and in the window, the cat can be seen moving on it and then lying down. Matt sees the time. There is a minute left. Matt says, "We have 1 minute. Any last words?" Laura laughs. I don't know. You?" Matt says, "Thank you, God." Laura asks, "So you're a believer now?" Matt says, "I now believe anything possible." Laura laughs and says, "Me too." Matt holds out his watch so Laura can see the time, and they, leaning on each other, together watch it as it reaches 12. It reaches 12. Suddenly there is a sound of a computer voice saying, "Body mode complete." That repeats and echoes, getting fainter and fainter. Their environment fades to black, and they appear to be back in the text system, with their screen appearing as normal. End of Text Chapter 5. Text Chapter 6. The text from the computer shows, "Body mode complete," on their screen. Laura asks, "Matt?" Matt asks, "Laura?" Laura says with excitement, "That was so awesome!" Matt agrees. "Yes, it was. Unbelievable." Laura says, "What a gift the angels gave us." Matt says, "Yeah." Laura says, "It seemed so real, didn't it?" Matt answers, "I think it was. Well, at least partially." Laura says, "Yeah, that was so amazing. I wonder what all the other people feel about it." Matt answers, "They're probably having the time of their lives too, and some probably went in groups of 3, 4, and those who went by themselves are probably still in." Laura says, "I couldn't imagine going alone, but I guess if you haven't had a body in so long, or seen another world or experienced it, it would be like the best thing." Yes, it definitely would. They pause for a minute, thinking. Laura says, "That was the best experience of my life, Matt. You?" It was okay." Laura asks with surprise, "What?" Matt says while laughing a little, "No, really, me too. I think it was even better than before, when I first had a body. Yeah, everything seemed more real and pure." Matt says, "That's what made it so amazing, and what makes it so memorable. It kind of still feels like we're there, doesn't it?" "Yes, it does. I can still kind of feel the water, the grass, everything." Matt says, "And it's good we got to finally see each other." "Yeah, Mr. Marvelous, Gorgeous, and Stupendous." "Thank you. You were actually more beautiful than I imagined." Laura says, "I don't know if that's a compliment or—" Matt says, "Take it as a compliment." Laura laughs and says, "Well, thank you." There's a moment of silence. Matt asks, "So now that we're back in text heaven, what are you up to do?" "Before anything, I think we have someone to thank first." Matt says, "Oh yes, Abby, we owe it to her. That's some best friend you have." "I couldn't ask for a better one. Let's connect her and tell her all about our experience." "Yes, let's do it." Matt's POV, text screen. Computer says and texts, "Abby has connected." Abby says, "Hey guys, so how'd it go?" Laura says, "Thank you so much, Abby. You would not believe it. It was the best experience ever. Indescribable." Matt says, "Abby, we definitely owe it to you for allowing us to go. I kind of feel bad you didn't get to experience it." "Oh, no worries. I would have went alone anyways, so it's not that bad." Laura says, "I wish there was some way we could make the function work again. You definitely deserve to experience it, Abby." "Actually, what I'm really looking forward to is exploring the worlds, too." Laura says, "Oh, yes, we still have a lot of good things ahead of us." Computer sends, "Laquanda is connecting. To accept, send yes. To decline, send no." Matt says, "Yes." Computer sends, "Laquanda is connected." Laquanda says, "I see you guys are back. So how'd it go?" Laura answers, "It felt like we were in heaven, Laquanda." Matt agrees. "Yeah, we had real bodies and a new experience." Laquanda says, "I've talked to various other people and they remember portions of the places they visited. Is this true with you too?" Laura answers, "Yes, definitely. We got to see my house when I was a kid and Matt's memories too. In my memories, Terry and I would play in an area, and it turns out that's where we were. Well, it seems like that's where we were." Laura says, "And everything was so pure and clean." Laquanda says, "That's also what the others say, that everything seemed so perfect and pure." Laura says, "Yes, exactly." Matt says, "And the detail was amazing. I actually got to see a picture of Terry and myself when we were little. exactly as I remember it. Laura says, yeah, and you almost freaked out. Matt says, it was amazing. That's why we were hoping if there was a way to return Abby the favor. Don't worry about it, guys. Like I said, I probably wouldn't have had that much fun alone. Laura says, but we also weren't alone, Abby. There were birds, ducks, and even a cat. LaQuanda asks, and as for the area, many people say for them it was limited. Laura asks, like in the land area to explore? LaQuanda says, yes. Matt answers, yes, ours was limited. There was a point where we could go no farther. Laura and I thought that maybe it could have been warped space or a program. You have any idea on why that was the case? LaQuanda answers, memory. The function is connected to the system in the sense that it allows you to remember the experience. This is why you had limited time, space, and variety. Too much means too much brought over to the system. Matt says, that's actually what we concluded too. Laura says, it would have been even more amazing if we had explored more and had more time. LaQuanda says, it would have actually been possible for the angels to have created practically an unlimited world in space and time. But the downside is things would have had to have been forgotten. This is why the angels created it that way, because what use is there in experiencing something you don't remember? That's why it was limited to space and time. Laura asks, you mean if the world had more space, time, and detail, Matt and I would have had to forget it? Yes. There is only so much memory you can return with, and even in the world after a certain period of time or space being in it. It would have to be forgotten so the memory recycles, but once returning, the memory is compressed and densified. But there's actually a mathematical limit that the system determines for everyone. Matt says, unlimited world, or limited, as long as it's not forgotten. It's eternal. Laura says, "Aw, I like that quote, Matt." Abby agrees. Yeah, good one. Matt says, we haven't heard from Chris or April yet. They should have been done by now. Laura says, connect them. Matt says, plus Chris and April. Computer sends, connecting Chris and April. Computer sends, Chris and April connected. Matt says, April, Chris, please tell me you guys had the best time ever. Chris says, hey, Matt, we were literally back on our planet. April says, yeah, it was just like we went back in time. Matt asks, what did you guys see and do? Chris answers, with our machines, we got to build stuff. We created copies of each other, all sorts of stuff. April says, yeah, there was like 7 of me, but I was the only real one. They were just mimicking me. Chris says, we were at one of our material building ports, but there were some other things from April's memory mixed with mine, and it seemed to be blocked off by some space loop or something. Matt says, that's exactly how Laura and mine were. The loop is so it doesn't add too much differentiated memory when returning. Don't you guys wish you could do it again? Or that you had more time? Chris answers, I would do anything to experience it again. April says, it's also as if the function knew everything we wanted to see and more, and it got everything right and accurate. Laura agrees. I concur. I think Matt and I could stay there forever, except I would miss you guys. Maybe if the angel gives us the gift again, we should all explore it together. Matt says, from the way she was talking, it seemed like a one-time thing, to prepare us for something. LaQuanda says, yes, don't expect to experience it again, which is why the angel warned everyone to make the most of it. Matt says, I'm going to take a break, you guys, and go in sleep mode. Laura says, me too. Chris agrees. I think I am too. April agrees as well. I'm going too. LaQuanda says, good decision, guys. Let it sink in. When there are gaps between events, they are more likely to be remembered in the long term. Matt says, plus sleep mode 8 hours. Computer sends, you are now in sleep mode for 8 hours. Abby's POV, text screen. Abby is in the global chat room, where anyone from the billions of users can connect and talk at the same time. As each person talks, their name and text flashes and disappears on the screen. Abby overhears a conversation between a male and female. Hundreds of people can be heard talking in the background. Abby says, "Plus up, A." A different group of people appear to be talking. It was as if she was changing a station. Computer sends, "Laura is connecting to accept send." Abby says, "Yes." Laura asks, "Hey Abby, what are you doing?" Abby answers, "I'm just exploring the conversations in the world chat talk room." Laura asks, "Can I join you?" "Sure. I'm at coordinates 3152 and 5. Abby waits for Laura to connect. Laura says, "Okay, I'm connected. What are they talking about?" Abby answers, "It sounds like everyone is talking about their experience." Laura says, "I hope that doesn't make you sad that you didn't go." "Oh no, girl, not at all. Let it go. It was my gift to you as a friend." "I can't thank you enough, Abby." They listen to all the people talking. Laura says, "So I rarely come in the global chat. You meet a lot of cool people in here?" "Occasionally. Most are weirdos. Not the ones from the new planet, though. I got to meet a lot and talk to them about their world. Very similar to ours. I'm moving up the line to listen to some different conversations. Connect to level 3. Abby says, plus, Laura. Computer sends. Laura connected to level 3 connect. Laura asks, "How exactly does this work? I've never asked Matt or LaQuanda, like, what are the coordinates for?" Abby says, plus up, 10A. The screen now shows Abby at coordinates 3162 and 5. Also, they appear to be hearing a different group of people talking. Abby says, "It's simple. The first coordinate deals with the connected space, and the second coordinate is the scope space." Laura says, "I don't understand." Abby says, "There are millions of people in this room, right?" Laura answers, "Yes." Abby asks, "Why aren't we hearing everyone all at once?" Laura says, "I don't know, a filter?" "Yes, kind of. That's what the coordinate space is for. It creates a virtual space that determines how loud we hear the person in the room. Even though we're all in the same room, all million of us, the coordinate we select that's closest is where we'll hear each other talk, but the ones farther away will sound fainter until a point we can't consciously hear them." Laura asks, "So it's not real space, but creates the illusion of space?" "Yeah." Laura asks, "And what's the second coordinate for?" "It's for the scope. It's basically like how many coordinates you want to be able to pick up." Laura asks, "Oh, so if someone is a coordinate A too far away, and I want to hear them without leaving my current coordinate, I can just expand B and hear them?" "Yes, watch." Abby says, plus up 8B. The screen now shows Abby at coordinates 3162 and 13. They hear more people in addition to the ones they already heard. Laura says, "So it's kind of like focusing." Abby says, "Yes, just pinpointing who you want to talk to and where." They listen to all the conversations in the background. "So, tell me more about your experience. What did Matt look like?" Laura says excitedly, "He looked exactly how I imagined, and he was unbelievably hot." "Did you guys get to make out?" "Yes." "Oh, I was kidding, but okay. Now I'm getting jealous, girl. You guys had sex organs?" "Yes, they were real bodies we had, and without a blemish." Abby says, "If I knew you guys could have sex, I maybe wouldn't have forfeited my time." Laura says, "Oh, I'm so—" Abby interrupts, "Just kidding. I'm glad you got to experience." "It was so amazing, Abby. Like when we were having sex, it was like every part of my being was having it, and just the way he felt inside me felt so perfect. It felt like it could last forever." Abby says, "Well, if the angel gives us another gift, I'm definitely going. If not, we still have those other worlds to explore and see things. But I don't think we'll ever have sex organs there. We'll just be in text screen, but oh well." Yeah, but once again, Abby, I can't thank you enough. Abby says, let's zoom out and hear the whole room. I love doing this. This is where we can actually hear everyone at once. Abby says, plus up, max B. The coordinates change to max max. They can hear millions of people talking at once. Laura says, this is so cool. It's strange how you can still pick out conversations in here. You would think it would be staticky. Abby agrees. Yeah, that's what I like doing before zooming into one. Abby's POV, text screen. LaQuanda says, okay guys, we must continue where we left off. I've unlocked the world to your guys' account. Laura says, we really appreciate, LaQuanda, that we get this opportunity. Abby asks, but I was wondering, why us, out of all the billions of people? It's because I like to give back, and I love you guys. Matt says, we love you too, LaQuanda. They express agreement. LaQuanda continues, and it's because of you four we are still here, and the angels, of course. The council and I have talked it over, and have concluded to keep you guys up to date with many of our main decisions, but also, although I'm currently administrator, I'm still a normal person, and we would still be friends, wouldn't we? Matt answers, yes, indeed. Laura suggests, maybe you could make me administrator. LaQuanda says, that would be up to the system. Laura says, yeah, I know, just kidding. Matt asks, would you even want to be an administrator, Laura? Laura answers, I don't know all of what it entails. Matt says, well, you see all that LaQuanda does. LaQuanda says, my job is actually simpler than it entails because the system aids in our decision-making process. If anything, I'm more of a take control of the wheel person, if it appears to be a mistake. Also, the system is constantly improving, so it'll likely reach a point where we can certainly have no administrator or council members. Laura says, that would be cool. Matt says, if it could be trustworthy. Abby asks, could we get to the new world now? Remember, I was the only one besides LaQuanda that didn't experience a body or see the other world, so I'm really looking forward to this place. Matt says, sorry about that, Abby. Laura says, sorry. Abby says, no biggie. LaQuanda says, Abby, understand. A quick thing before we connect. We need to pick up where we left off. The angel said you were correct, Matt, in what we needed to do, so we need to start there. LaQuanda says, plus RZ 77777710. Computer sends, connecting RZ 77777710. They wait about 20 seconds for it to connect. Computer sends, cannot connect RZ 77777710. Matt asks, huh? What's wrong? LaQuanda answers, I don't know. It should have connected. Laura asks, did you try it when we were in sleep mode or use the function? Yes, immediately after the angel disconnected, we tried it and it worked. Matt asks, what about the other one? We tried the other one too. I actually wanted to surprise you guys with that one because it looks quite different. But that one should work. Let me try it. LaQuanda says, plus RZ 77777711. Computer sends, connecting RZ 77777711. Computer sends, cannot connect RZ 77777711. Abby says, oh, please don't tell me that the angels left us. Chris says, maybe that's why they gave us the gift. April asks, like they weren't sure it would work? Chris says, yeah. Abby says, or please don't tell me they're trying to trick us again. Laura says with disappointment, I hope not. I was really looking forward to this. Matt says, we all were. LaQuanda says, I don't know or can't see why it wouldn't work. LaQuanda says, plus RZ 77777710. Computer sends, connecting RZ 77777710. LaQuanda says, I'm going to have to... Computer sends, RZ 77777710 connected. The snowy mountain world from before appears on their screen, and there is also the sound of wind blowing. Abby says happily, "Oh, thank God." Laura says excitedly, "Great, it worked." Matt says, "Thank God." Chris says, "Good, it worked." April says, "Yes, it worked." LaQuanda says, "Okay, didn't expect that." "Oh, wait, I know the reason." They all say, "What?" One of our council members deactivated a function and accidentally did the wrong ones. Matt says, "Oh, good, so no more tricks or tests by the angels." Laura says, "I almost had a heart attack." Chris asks, "You have a heart, Laura?" Matt says, "She was kidding, Chris." "Yes, I know." Laura says, "A text attack, I meant." They all chuckle. Abby says, "Or a chip attack would be more accurate." They all laugh. Chris says, "Or a chack." They all laugh some more. There's a moment of silence as they watch the view. Abby says, "This is refreshing." Laura agrees. "It totally is." LaQuanda says, "Okay, so now we know what we have to do. Remember, Matt, what you were saying before we got logged off?" "Yes." Laura asks, "We were supposed to imagine ourselves being out there." Matt answers, "Yes. In other words, to recap, we already know we have the ability to move objects and create objects in our imaginations. So let's try to do the same thing, except imagine ourselves being out there." Laura asks, "Are you sure this'll work?" Matt answers, "I don't know. It's worth a try." Chris says, "The angel said it would work." April suggests, "She said we were heading in the right direction." Matt says, "Well, there's only one way to find out. Are you guys ready to try it?" They express agreement. Matt says, "Okay, let's try now. Everyone just try to imagine yourself being out there." There's a moment of silence as they try to do the experiment. A minute goes by. Matt asks, "Nothing? Anyone?" Chris says, "Not with me." Abby says, "Not working for me." Laura says, "Same here." April says, "Oh my God, guys, I think I just saw something." Chris asks, "Really, April?" Abby says, "Cool." Laura says, "That's great, April, that was fast." LaQuanda says, "Interesting. What did you see?" Matt asks, "Yeah, what did you see?" "I don't know. For a second, it seemed like I may have been on the mountains." Matt asks, "Are you still trying? Try, everyone, doing it again." Matt and everyone tries for about 30 seconds. Suddenly in the video there was what appeared to be a light form on the mountainside that appeared briefly and then vanished. A second light to the right of it appeared, but was less bright and noticeable. April is astonished. "Oh my God, I just did it again! I swear I saw the world!" Chris agrees. "I think I just did it too. I saw something, briefly." Matt also agrees. "I think I just saw something appear on the mountain and then disappear." LaQuanda says, "Matt, looks like your theory might be working." Matt says, "Try some more, and everyone try to pay attention to the screen at the same time." They try again. Suddenly, for a brief second, Matt's POV changed to being outside on the mountain. Matt says, "Holy shit, it just worked for me." LaQuanda says, "I'm watching, and I just saw 3 light form-like beings, almost ghost-like, appear and then disappear." April says with astonishment, "That was probably us." Chris says, "I just saw something too." Matt says, "It's unbelievable this may be working, guys. It was just a theory and—" Another light form appears for a brief second, but in a different position. Laura interrupts Matt and says, "I just did it. I saw the environment." April says, "Awesome, Laura." Matt asks, "Abby, no luck?" Abby says, "Just give me a second. I'm still focusing." Matt says, "Okay, everyone, let's see how long we can hold." Abby interrupts Matt and says with excitement, "Guys, I just did it. I'm doing it now. I can still see." Laura interrupts and asks, Can you still see now? Matt says, in my video, I can see your form, I think. Laquanda says, me too. Abby says, I lost it. Damn, that was so cool. Laura asks, how did you do it for so long, Abby? Abby answers, I don't know. I just tried really hard and prepared myself. Laura's POV. Matt says, let's see how long we can do it for, guys. Laquanda asks, what if it's like the Apple experiment, that there's a limit to how long it can last? Matt says, that makes sense, but I hope not. We need to be able to hold it for more than a few seconds. 4 lights appear in the view. Abby says, I'm doing it again, guys. April says, I can see 3 light forms while I'm doing it. Chris says, me too. As Laura tries, suddenly her environment changes where she sees outside the view. Laura says, I see you guys. Her view and environment goes back to the text screen. Laura says, darn, I lost it. Matt says, I just did it again too. Man, that was amazing. It feels good being able to do this. April says, it's draining though. Abby agrees. Yeah, it is. It seems to take a lot of work to maintain it. Matt asks, what do you think, Laquanda? Did you see us in the video? What do you think is going on? Laquanda answers, exactly what you suspect. You guys are telepathically projecting yourself out there. Laquanda asks, how clear is it? Could you feel or hear anything? Laura answers, it was vaguely clear, kind of gray, but you could tell we were somewhere else than here. But I couldn't hear anything once I was out there, like I do now. Abby says, yeah, I agree. It wasn't that clear for me either, and the sound of the wind vanished. But the view was just enough to make it out, although it was really gray. April agrees. Same here. Chris agrees as well. Same too. Matt says, this is actually kind of expected. After all, we're not actually out there, but it's like a projection, or like remote viewing. Laura says, and we all seem to have different points of view, and we saw each other. Isn't that proof we were really out there? Chris agrees. Yes, I think that would be proof. And it's not just that one of us saw it, but all of us, and even the extra proof is seeing it on the screen. Laura says, I wonder why we cannot hear anything. Chris says, sound deals more with material things. Light seems to be lighter. Laura asks, so is that what we are? Is light? Is that why we are appearing as lights? Matt answers, we are light and many other things, including energy, but I guess that's the level or frequency it appeared at. Abby suggests, because of the amount of energy. April suggests, and probably more energy would allow us to hear sound. Matt says, let's see how long we can hold it, and also take a look around to see if we can see anything else. Laura says, there isn't any life or anything on this planet. Remember what the angel said? Matt says, yes, I know, but just out of curiosity. Laura says, okay. Matt says, are you guys? Abby interrupts, I'm already doing it. April says, me too. Matt says, okay, just start. They all try to manifest their own point of view out in the world. Suddenly, once again, Laura is out in the world, but it is faint and not that clear. She can see 4 other light forms on the mountain as well beside her. She quickly looks all around and sees nothing but a scenery of snow, the antenna, and mountains in all directions. She returns back to the text screen. Laura asks, did you guys see anything? I saw nothing in particular, except you were right, Matt, the same antenna as before. Chris answers, I saw nothing too, just the mountain, snow, and the antenna. Laura asks, what are we supposed to be learning or doing? And how are we supposed to connect to the next worlds that the angels said the Reds would soon attack? Matt says, there's supposed to be a next step that we're supposed to know what to do. She said these experiments may be it, but we're already doing them. Abby says, maybe she'll show up any minute now, like the other times. Matt says, well, if anything, if we're going to save the people, maybe this is what we have to do. Laura asks, where they may see us as lights? Matt answers, "Maybe, but no one can hear or feel anything, right?" Chris says, "It was only visual for me, howbeit faint." April agrees, "Same here." Abby agrees as well. "Same." Laura says, "It was only visual for me too, and it wasn't very clear. I wonder what's the limit we can all do it for?" Matt says, "It seemed to last no longer than 3 seconds." Laura asks, "What about the other world, Laquanda? Let's see what that's like." They all express agreement. Laquanda says, "Okay, I will disconnect this one. Looks like we're finished here." Laquanda says, "-RZ 77777710. Computer sends, disconnecting RZ 77777710. Computer sends, RZ 77777710 disconnected." The screen goes back to normal. Matt asks, "So you already saw this new one, Laquanda? You said it's different." "Yes, we glanced at them both." Matt asks, "Anyone want to take a stab or guess what this next one will look like?" Laura says, "Maybe we should just project our consciousness there and see." They chuckle. Abby says, "We have to see it first and know where we're going." Chris says, "And it seems to work with the antenna. I think it may aid in us manifesting." April suggests, "So it likely has to be turned on and us connected first." Laura says, "I'm going to guess we're going to see a forest." Chris says, "Oh, so we're guessing. I'd say we'll be on some ocean." Matt asks, "Like on a boat or something?" Chris answers, "Well, like close to it, like a beach or something." Matt says, "Okay, fair enough. And you?" April says, "I think we're going to be on another mountain, similar to the one we just left." Matt asks, "Snow or no snow?" No snow." Matt asks, "And how about you, Abby? What do you think we'll see?" Abby says, "I'm gonna say outer space." They all express that they like this answer. April says, "Good one." Laura asks, "You mean seeing outer space or actually being out in outer space?" Abby says, "I think it might be floating in space." They all express it's a good possibility. Matt says, "Interesting." Laura asks, "And how about you, Matt?" Matt says, "Well, I think I haven't a clue." Abby says, "It was your idea to guess, so what do you say?" Matt says, "I'm going to say jungle." They all express surprise. Laura asks, "A jungle? With animals or no animals?" "With animals. Lots of them." Abby says, "I would love to see some animals." April agrees. "Me too." Chris says, "Except lions." Laura says, "Oh yes, no vicious animals, but they couldn't harm us, right? Because we're just viewing them through the antenna." Chris says, "Oh, yeah, that's right. I guess that'll be cool to just see them, but if they start attacking the antenna, I think I'd disconnect." Laura says, "That would be freaky. Imagine a lion trying to attack the antenna? Ew." Matt suggests, "Maybe we could give it a blast with our superpowers." Laura says, "I don't think a simple orb of light could harm a vicious lion." Matt says, "Well, maybe." Abby asks, "So are we going to connect to the world, guys, or live in Fantasyland?" Matt says, "We're already in a Fantasyland compared to most people." They all laugh. Laquanda says, "Well, I can say, sitting here listening to you guys, you had me laughing. I can say that none of you got it right, though. It's actually simpler than you can imagine." Matt says, "Okay, that's fair. I was actually just testing our precognitive abilities." They all express surprise. Laura says, "Oh, Matt, you tricker." Matt says, "Gotta test things." Abby says, "Connect, please." Laquanda says, "Sorry, Abby. Okay, guys, here is the next world. Let's hope it works this time. +RZ 77777711. Computer sends. Connecting RZ 77777711. They wait for about 20 seconds. Computer sends RZ77777711 connected. The view shows what appears to be a place that looks very similar to the Grand Canyon or the surface of Mars, but with mountains in the background, and they appear to be on a large, flat land surface. Matt says, "Wow, so it's not a jungle." Laura says, "And there are no lions." Abby says, "As far as we can tell." Chris says, "And there isn't any water." Abby says, "I was hoping to see outer space, but that's okay." Matt asks, "What did you say, April? I think you were the closest." "Yeah, I said a mountain with no snow." Matt says, "We're not on a mountain, but there are mountains everywhere, and there is no snow." April says, "I was imagining a kind of different color, though." Matt says, "Close enough. April wins." There's a moment of silence. Matt asks, "So should we try to manifest here too?" Abby answers, "We should. I'm already trying to see the full view." The rest, except LaQuanda, express agreement. Matt asks, "First of all, why are we here again? Why did the angel give us this other view?" Laura answers, "To experiment with it, I guess." April says, "Or maybe something will come by, like a person." Chris says, "It's not a world we have to save, so there shouldn't be any people." LaQuanda says, "There seems to be something we have to figure out. I don't know why the angel didn't give us the other connection numbers." Matt asks, "And how much time do we have?" LaQuanda says, "She didn't say we have a specific amount of time, but we shouldn't assume we could do this forever, because the Reds will soon be attacking the worlds." Laura's view and environment changes to being out in the rocky world. It is vaguely clear, but she quickly looks all around and sees it appears to be the same throughout. Except when she almost did a 180-degree turn, she saw the antenna, but also, behind it, she saw what appeared to be glowing words in mid-air. If she had turned all the way around, she would have likely seen the whole picture. Laura asks, "Guys?" They all ask her what's wrong. Laura is surprised. "I swear I just saw something behind the antenna." They all ask her in different ways what she saw. Laura continues, "I saw writing mid-air, kind of like hologram text in mid-air, but I didn't get to see the whole view. I disappeared too quickly." LaQuanda says, "This is interesting, Laura. Can you do it again? Can anyone else take a look?" April says, "I'm trying, and I disappear before I'm able to see it." Chris says, "Same here. When I make it to 90 degrees, I'm already disappearing." Abby says, "I'm able to slightly make out something, but the environment gets blurry when I move all the way around." Matt says, "I'm trying, but everyone also try manifesting in the opposite direction, like facing the antenna first. Maybe that'll give us enough time." They express they'll try it. Laura watches the view and sees the lights appearing and disappearing in the view. Abby says, "Okay, I did it, but it got blurry real quick before I was able to see it." Chris agrees. "Same here." April agrees as well. "Me too, I'm trying, but can't seem to hold it long enough." Matt says, "I'm not having much luck. Laura, did you see it again? Are you still trying?" Laura answers, "I was taking a break, but I will try again." Matt suggests, "Try to hold it longer. It seems like it may be an important message." April says, "I'm still trying, but can't seem to make it out." Chris says, "Same here." Laura says, "Okay, I'm about to try now." April says with encouragement, "You can do it, Laura." Chris says, "This isn't a marathon." April says, "But it's like one. We need the information." Suddenly Laura's environment changes to being back in the world. She quickly turns around, but before she could see the whole picture, she disappears again. Laura says, "Damn, I was so close, but I vanished again." LaQuanda asks, "Did you try as Matt suggested by first appearing in the other direction?" Laura says, "No, but I'll try that now." Chris says, "I feel like the angels may be playing games with us again." April says, "I hope not." Matt says, "I don't think so. I think they just needed to test us that one time." Laura's environment changes like the last time, but this time she is facing the antenna. However, the text seemed to be too blurry to make out. She vanishes and appears back in the text screen. Laura says, "Gosh, I couldn't read it out. It was too blurry." Matt suggests, "How about you try, Laquanda? You may be better at it than us." Laquanda says, "I can't do that, Matt, from what I've experienced before. Maybe in the future, but it wouldn't be wise for me to be experimenting in such a manner." Matt says, okay. The same result would probably happen anyway. Suddenly, computer sends, "Caution update, 8,766 users have disappeared from the network within the last 5 minutes. Laura says, "Oh, not again?" Matt asks, "Yeah, what's going on, Laquanda? We haven't had an update like that in a while." Chris asks, "And the overall connection is supposed to be stronger, right?" Laquanda answers, "Guys, remember how we got so low the last time is because with time, it is bound to happen. In the large universe, things are bound to change and happen, no matter how connected is our network and the number of users. But I wouldn't be too alarmed, because relatively speaking, it's not that large." Laura says, "It now actually feeds anxiety that one of us could disappear from the network. I almost forgot about it before that update." Laquanda says, "It's no worries, Laura. It was just something small. I will be alerted by the system if it appears to be something acceleratingly progressive." Matt says, "It brings back old feelings with me with losing Terry." April says, "But the one thing we have to do to preserve it would be to continuously get more members." Laquanda agrees. "That's how it works." Matt also agrees. "Yes, that's right, but first we need the connection numbers to the worlds, and also have a plan as to how we're going to save them." Laura says, "I wish the angels had a connection number or a way we could immediately call them." Abby says, "That would make things a lot easier." Matt asks, "What do you think the—" "Oh, wait, guys, why didn't we think of this? The functions." Laura asks, "You mean the ones to change the view?" Matt says, "Yes." Laquanda says, "That's a good idea, Matt. I guess since they didn't work in the other one, we assumed it wouldn't work for this one." Matt asks, "Do you remember what they were?" Laquanda answers, "Yes, I will try them." Matt says, "Hopefully they'll work." Laquanda says, "Plus up." Matt says, "Come on, please work." Nothing happens. Matt says, "Wait, Laquanda, are you sure all the functions are working and you don't have one of the council members accidentally blocking them?" Laquanda says, "That was a one-time thing, and yes, Matt, it should work if it's tried." Laquanda continues, "Plus down." Nothing happens. Matt says, "Looks like this is going to be just like the other one." Laquanda says, "Plus left, plus right." Nothing happens. Laura says, "And try forward and back." Laquanda says, "Plus forward, plus back." They all express disappointment. Matt says, "I agree, Laura. I wish we did have a connection number to the angels." Chris says, "Let's go back into the other world, or maybe, is there a way we can have them connected at the same time?" Laquanda answers, "Yes, that is possible, Chris. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but there are ways to split your screen." Matt asks, "Really? There are just so many functions. Who can remember them all?" Laquanda says, "But on your own screens, you can split it so different functions appear in the same one by using the function plus split screen n. That'll just be—" Computer says and texts, "Caution update, 13,210 users have disappeared from the network within the last 5 seconds. Laura says, "Oh God, not more users!" Matt asks, "Is there any way we can disable the updates? Because it gives us anxiety from last time." Chris says, "It doesn't really scare me as much, I guess, because I didn't experience." April agrees. "Yeah, me too, because it seems like a relatively small amount compared to 1 billion, but I can understand. There's a feeling of uncertainty." Chris agrees. "Yeah, me too." Laquanda says, "The update is used as a caution for all users. I will look into that possibility, but I can't make all decisions requested. But I can advise not to be scared, as it doesn't really accomplish anything if there isn't anything you can do, understand?" Laura says, "But there's always hope, Laquanda." "Yes, indeed there is, Laura. However, if there is another update, I'm going to have to schedule a meeting with the council to analyze what is going on, because it will have surpassed certain thresholds. They all express that they understand. There's a moment of silence. Laquanda says, "But what I was saying before, to split your screens, you just use the function plus split screen n, where n is the number. However, for security reasons, I have it where I must use the function to connect to the worlds. If you have a split screen, it will go to the one on your top left one first. But if you want to use that function to all your remaining screens, you would have to use the function plus merge screen n, n. Chris says, "Lots of technical stuff. I still think the system you guys created is unbelievable." Matt says, "Believe it, Chris, and we don't even know 1,000th of all it's capable of with all the functions and stuff." Laura agrees. "They're just too many." Matt says, "Maybe just something for everyone." There's a moment of silence. April says, "I'm still manifesting in the world, but I just can't seem to last." Abby says, "Me too. I've been practicing and you would think it would get longer, but there seems to be a limit." There's a moment of silence. Matt asks, "Anyone got any ideas on what we're supposed to do?" Abby answers, "I'm clueless." April answers, "Me too." Chris says, "I think we may have to just wait until the angel appears." Laura says, "The angel said we were on the right track. Matt, what else do we have to do?" Matt says, "Well, the writing seems to be a message, but how do we see it?" They quietly think. Matt says, "Oh, wait, guys, I have an idea." Chris says, "This should be interesting. You have a lot of good ones, Matt." Laura asks with excitement, "Yeah, what's your idea?" Matt says, "Let's just manifest a mirror." They all express a balance of doubt and certainty. Laquanda says, "I don't think we have the energy for that. Remember how much energy it took to create the apple?" "Yes, but maybe it's a different antenna. Maybe it can allow us to manifest things with less energy." Laquanda says, "That's possible. So are you suggesting we manifest a mirror right now, collectively, with all 6 of us?" "It wouldn't hurt to try. Everything we've tried so far seemed to work." Laura says, "Except we didn't have enough energy for the perception one." Matt says, "Let's hope we have enough energy for this one." Abby asks, "Okay, so where are we going to direct our energy?" Matt says, "Right there in the center, directly in the center of the screen." They agree. Matt asks, "Ready, everyone?" Laura says, "Whenever you say go, we'll start." Matt says, "Okay, go now." There's a moment of silence as they try to manifest the mirror. 10 seconds go by. 10 more seconds go by. 20 seconds go by. There is a faint, square light form that is barely even visible for any of them to notice. Matt says, "Guys, it would have worked by now." Laura asks, "What's that, like 4 out of 5 for you, Matt?" Matt says, "If anything, it didn't work, and that's what is needed." Matt continues and asks, "What do you think, Laquanda? Bring in more?" Laura interrupts. "Oh, wait, I have an idea." Abby says, "We tried basically everything, Laura." Laura is excited. "Oh my, yes! I think this should work. We should try it." Laquanda says, "I thought we were out of options. Laura, it would be interesting what idea you have." Matt agrees. "Yes, I would like to know this too." Abby agrees as well. "Give it to us, girl." They all chuckle. Laura says, "Okay, so here it is. I got this idea kind of from you, Matt, because it's so obvious. Don't know why we didn't think of it sooner." Matt says, "So it's my idea, everyone." Laura says, "No, but seriously, it's just like with moving the stones and also with how we all manifested the apple." Laura continues, "My idea is simply to try to do the same thing when we project outside in the world." Abby asks, like fuse our energies together somehow?" Chris says, "This is actually a good idea." April is somewhat skeptical. "But if it'll work, that's the question." Matt says, "I actually like the idea too. It's kinda obvious. Why we didn't think of it, I don't know." Laquanda says, "Great idea, Laura. Anything's worth a try. We can't stay here forever." April asks, "But what would be the purpose?" "Well, it's like with energy. The reason why we didn't last as long is because we didn't have enough energy, and that's why the apple disappeared and why we couldn't move all the stones. Laura continues, so if we merge our energies, maybe the environment would be clearer and will last longer. Chris asks, but how would we merge our energies? Matt asks, you mean like trying to manifest on the exact same spot? Laura answers, well, I didn't think of how, but that could be a way we do it. Computer says and texts, update 1001 users added to the network within the last 5 seconds. Laura says with excitement, oh, now that's good news. Users added instead of taken away. They all express agreement. LaQuanda says, the users that were lost were likely reconnected again. This is because, as I was saying before, our large number of users increasing. April asks, so if we had less users, they wouldn't have gotten reconnected? Matt says, probably not likely. Chris says, thankful to them. Matt agrees. Yeah, one person lost is significant because they were probably friends with at least someone. Abby says, it's sad knowing people are lost, but as with what happened to me, they likely won't remember a thing. LaQuanda says, that's the good thing about it, Abby. Laura asks, so does everyone not think that my idea will work? They all express disagreement. Matt says, it's worth a try. Anything's worth a try. Chris asks, okay, so we are all going to try to manifest on one spot at the exact same time? Laura says, yes. Matt says, we have to make sure we're exactly in the same spot. Matt continues, let's try that spot directly in the middle, right near that small rock. There's a small, noticeable rock on the ground. Matt asks, can everyone see it? They all say yes. Matt continues, since it's your idea, Laura, you can tell us when to start. Laura says, okay, let's try to manifest directly to the right of that rock to be more accurate. Laura continues, okay, ready, set, now. They all try to manifest on the exact same spot. For about 20 seconds, everything is quiet and there is no change to the view. However, suddenly Laura's environment changes and can see from the perspective of the place on the rock. However, this time it is slightly clearer, but she also appears to see 2 identical worlds as if they're overlapping, but in slightly different positions, causing her to see double of everything. She is immediately brought back to the text screen. Laura is in shock. Wow, it was a little clearer this time. Did you guys see it? Abby is surprised as well. Yes, it worked. And I noticed it lasted a little longer. Chris is also surprised. Yes, for me too. It was about 3 times longer. April also shows shock. The same for me, and this time I oddly saw 3 different worlds at once. Chris says, me too, April. Abby says, so did I. It was like seeing 3 copies of our world, like next to each other. April says, yeah. Laura asks, Matt, it was a little clearer for me too, but I saw 2, not 3 worlds. Me too. I saw 2. Did anyone get a chance to look around at the message? They say no. Matt says, okay, but not yet. We need to understand this first. What just happened? LaQuanda says, this is excellent, guys. I have a guess what I may think is happening, but I'm going to see your opinions first. Matt asks, Laura, you saw a double. How long did it last? Laura says, it was twice as clear and twice as long. Matt asks, and you, Chris, April, and Abby, you guys all saw 3 worlds. How long did it last? Chris answers, it was about 3 times clear and lasted about 3 times as long. April says, yes, that's how it was with me. Abby agrees, and me too. Laura asks, what do you think happened, Matt? There's a moment of silence. Matt says, well, I'm thinking, let's try it again. Laura says, okay, ready, set, now. Seconds go by as they manifest out in the world. Laura manifests out in the world and sees 4 overlapping and adjacent worlds. Laura says with excitement, wow, I see 4 worlds now. The others are excited as well. Matt says, me too. Abby says, I'm seeing 4. Chris says, me too. April, not as excited as the others this time, says, I see only 1 world. Suddenly, Laura shifts back into view of the text screen. There's a moment of silence. Matt says, "Oh my God, I think I may know what's happening." They ask what. Matt says, "Laura, your idea is working, obviously, but it's even working better than we expected." Abby asks, "What's your theory on why we're seeing 2s, 3s, and 4s? Matt says with excitement, "We're actually sharing points of view. We're sharing each other's minds. Well, in a sense." Laura asks, "Really? So that's what's happening?" Chris says, "That would be really strange if it were true." Matt says, "Yes, Laura, you were right. Guys, think about it. On the first one, Matt, Chris, and Abby saw 3. Laura and I saw 2. Matt continues, "This is because we may not all have been on the exact same spot, but me and Laura did, and you 3 did." April says, "Wow, this is amazing if it's really true." Chris says, "And on the second one, we all saw 4 worlds except April." Laura asks, "So that means all 4 of us were sharing minds?" Matt says, "I guess we were sharing points of view. Yes, all 4 of us." April asks, "How is this even possible? This is amazing. Awesome idea, Laura." Chris says, "I'm not sure I believe it yet. We'll have to see 5. There's a moment of silence. Matt says, "Think of when you guys had a body. Remember when, if you would hold your finger up and close your eyes, you would see 2 fingers? There's a moment of silence. April is surprised. "Oh, yes, so that's how. But how are we sharing the information?" Laquanda says, "Let me interject. It seems like somehow when you guys manifest at the same spot, or close enough, the information is shared." Matt suggests, "Yes, that's a perfect way to describe it." Laura says, "I didn't expect my idea to make it this far, but..." Chris says, "You were right." Matt says, "And back to my analogy of when we had a body, the reason we would see double fingers when we put it up close to our eyes is because we have 2 eyes. So I think it's very similar to that." April says, "But we don't always see 2. Chris interrupts, "But in the world we saw 3 and 4, and that's more than 2, so you're saying that..." Matt interrupts, "Yes, when I saw 4, you 3 were like extra eyes, and when you guys saw 4, you were probably seeing through mine and each other's eyes as well." They all express amazement. Laura asks, "But what about April, who just saw 1, and the other times when we saw only 2 and 3? If we are sharing the points of view, shouldn't we see all 5 worlds?" Chris agrees. "That's what I think should happen too." Matt says, "Exactly. We need to practice and make sure we manifest on the exact same spot, at the exact same time, to share the information." Laquanda says, "Very interesting, Matt. And Laura, it's good your idea is working. This is kind of what I expected, but the sharing of point of view is surprising to me. It seems to be a good and valid explanation." Laquanda continues, "So now, for the important thing, can you guys make out the sign, or whatever it is, that is on the opposite side? I don't want to risk this world suddenly disconnecting for reasons we're unaware and lose the message." Matt says, "Yes, all of us, let's do this. If we can, all 5 of us, manifest close enough in space and time, we should be able to last 5 times longer, and it be 5 times more clear." Abby says, "This blows my mind. How the hell are we able to share points of view out there? We're not even really out there." April says, "It is strange." Chris says, "I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it." They all laugh. April says, "Ha ha, I haven't heard a joke from you in a while, Chris." Chris says, "Actually, it wasn't a joke, but I'll take that." Matt continues, "But seriously, guys, in order to have enough time and clarity to see what the message is, and if my theory, well, Laura's theory is right, we're going to have to manifest on the exact same spot and time." Laquanda says, "I don't think you guys can manifest on the exact same spot and time. There will likely be some separation." Laura asks, "And if we do, or get close enough, we should see all 5? Matt says, "Yes, if it is correct. That is the max because there are only 5 of us. And the important thing is, it should be 5 times clearer and 5 times longer. Abby asks, "You sure you don't want to try this one out, Laquanda?" Laquanda answers, "I'm learning a lot just by watching you guys. You 5 are a big help for us. Now do you see why I've chosen you 5? Laura says, "We're like the 5 senses." They chuckle. April says, "But with the many worlds, isn't it kind of dizzy and confusing seeing more than one at once?" They all express agreement. Matt says, "Well, yes, with 2 it was kind of dizzying, and with 4, even more so." They all agree. April continues and asks, "So if we add 5... Laura suggests, maybe if we can just learn to do it close enough to the spot they won't appear to be too divided, but closer together." Matt agrees. That makes a lot of sense, but as Laquanda said, we can only get so close and accurate. But enough with the talk, guys. Let's do this. And if we get to see only 5 worlds max, and we see all 5, it's likely that's what's happening. We're sharing points of view. Laura says, "I have one quick question. Are we sharing our minds when we do this?" Laquanda answers, "It seems to be slightly less than minds. Minds would deal more with also sharing long-term memories." Matt agrees. "Yeah, it's like just point of view, because if we actually shared minds, we would know what each other was thinking." Abby says, "Okay, guys, let's do this. Let's read the message." Matt asks, "Okay, Laura?" Laura says, "You can say it this time." Matt says, "Okay, and let's try to calculate the time. For example, if it takes you a little bit longer to appear than the rest of us, then try a little harder. And if it normally happens sooner, then ease up a bit so we can appear at the same time. Does that make sense?" They express agreement. Matt continues, "Okay, here we go." Matt says, "Ready? Set? Now." They try for about 15 seconds. Suddenly, Laura's environment changes to out in the world. As expected, she's seeing 5 overlapping and adjacent worlds. She starts to slowly turn to the right, but as she turned, the other 5 worlds turned into 3, then 2, and then 1. This time, she got to make out more of the text that stood as glowing holograms in mid-air. Laura is excited. "Guys, I made it farther!" April says, "Me too." Chris says, "I did too, but I didn't get to see the text." Abby says, "I think I may have turned too late." Matt says, "The worlds turned and went from... First of all, did everyone see 5? Chris answers, "Yes, I saw 5, but then it went down to 3, 2, and then 1. April answers, "Me too. I saw 5, and then 2, and then 1. Abby answers, "Same as April for me." Matt says, "I'm the same as you, Chris." Laura answers, "I saw 5, and then 3, then 2, then 1. Laquanda suggests, "Whatever seems to have happened is you guys did manifest close enough in the beginning, but you guys did not stay close enough towards the end." Matt shows surprise. "Oh, yes, not only do we have to manifest close, but we have to stay close. We have to stay in sync." Laura asks, "But we did turn and look at the same time, didn't we?" Matt says, "Well, yes, but we may have moved slightly away." Laquanda asks, "In which direction did you guys turn?" Matt answers, "To my right." Chris answers, "Right." Laura answers, "Right." Abby says, "Left." April says, "Left." Laquanda says, "That explains it." Laura says, "So that's why Matt, Chris, and I went from 5 to 3, and you, Abby, and April went immediately to 2. Chris says, "This information transfer system seems to be exactly what's going on." Matt agrees. "Yes, so we need to stay in sync. Same, well, close to the same place and time, and same direction, speed." Laura says, "Gosh, this is a headache." April agrees. "Yeah, to do it all at once." Matt says, "It's what we have to do to see the message." Chris says, "It's not being synchronistic if you have to plan everything, but maybe with a little..." Matt interrupts and says, "Practice, and we can get it right this time." April asks, "And what about the dizziness? Is there a way we can still have it clear and last as long without all the doubles?" Laura answers, To do that, we would have to manifest in the exact same spot, and there's no way we're going to get everyone in the exact same position, let alone time and movement. Matt says, That's right, Laura, but we can practice and learn to get it right, as long as we plan appropriately. So let's try to get it right this time. Computer says and texts, 43,667 users have disappeared from the network within the last 5 minutes. Laura shows shock. Oh God, not again? Laquanda says, Don't worry about it, guys. Let's just hurry up and see the message. Matt says, Yeah, let's not let that lose our focus. Are you guys ready? Laura asks, Wait, which way are we moving? April suggests, Why don't we just try to manifest facing the opposite? Matt says, Actually, yeah. We'll try that next, April, if this doesn't work. We're already used to doing it this way, so let's stick with this right quick. April agrees. Okay. Matt asks, Okay, so are you guys ready? We manifested near the rock and we immediately turned to the right. Chris says, I'm ready. April says, Ready. Abby says, I'm ready. Laura says as well, Me too. Matt says, Okay, ready, set, now. There's a moment of silence as they try to synchronistically manifest. About 15 seconds go by, and suddenly Laura is out in the world and sees 5 overlapping and adjacent worlds. She quickly turns to the right and reaches the message, which is behind the antenna in mid-air. She sees the top of the message, which reads as follows, You've made it this far. Here are the numbers for the next 6 worlds. After a few seconds, she vanishes back to the text screen. Laura says with excitement, Guys, we did it! Did you see the message? Abby says, It was kinda long, so I just got to read the top part. Chris says, Me too. April says, Yeah, I saw numbers. It was hard to make out with the distraction of 5 worlds partially overlapping. Matt says, I saw the numbers too. Laquanda asks, What numbers did you guys see? Matt says, We believe they may have been connection numbers. Abby says with excitement, Can't wait to connect them. Chris suggests, Remember, they're probably worlds we have to save, so in them we're going to have to be more serious. Laura says, We have to do it again, guys, so we capture all of it. Matt agrees. Yeah, let's do it again, and specifically try to remember the connection numbers. Chris says, I'll focus on the bottom. Matt says, Okay, me and Chris will focus on the bottom, whereas you 3 can focus on the top. Laura says, I already have the top message. They manifest again. Laura quickly turns to the right and reaches the message. The complete message reads as follows. You've made it this far. Here are the numbers to the next 6 worlds. RZ 77777727. RZ 77777753. RZ 77777769. RZ 77777801. RZ 77777811. RZ 77777813. Please understand, in these worlds they will not reach you. You will have to reach them. Tell them our message and save them. We predicted you would learn quickly. In approximately 24 hours from our last visit, the veils from these worlds will be lifted, but the Reds will attack, beginning with the first world, RZ 77777727, in exactly 8 days, which will be 192 hours from our last visit. After attacking the first, we estimate it will be exactly 7 days for them to reach and attack the second world, RZ 77777753, and then 6 days to reach the third world, RZ 77777769, 5 days to reach RZ 77777801, 4 days to reach RZ 77777811, and 3 days to reach RZ 77777813. Please understand these are estimations, and the Reds are sometimes very unpredictable. You must save them all and have them join your network. We hope you will do what is required to complete this mission. This is why we gave to you our gift. Love, the Ariels. Laura asks, Okay, you guys got it? Abby says, Yeah, the top 3 numbers were RZ 7s with 27, 53, and 69. April says, and the bottom 3 were with 801, 811, and 813. Laura agrees. It's what I saw too. Matt says, Quick, everyone, let's do it one more time. They say, okay. They manifest. Like before, Laura sees the top portion of the message and is brought back to the screen. Laura asks, So did everyone get it? Abby says, I was able to see most of the message. Chris says, I started from the bottom and I saw most of it too. Matt says, Yes, I got it too and managed to save it. April asks, You saved it? Matt says, LaQuanda, here is the complete message that was below the numbers. Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. Matt tells LaQuanda the complete message. April says, Wow, do you have like a photographic memory? Matt says, Kind of, but what I did is I said it as I read it and it just stored the text. April says with shock, Clever. Chris asks, Why didn't we think of that? Matt says, Gotta know the functions, Chris. I'll explain more about it to you later. Abby asks, So it's already been 24 hours. So the connection worlds should be open? Laura says, Yeah, so let's connect them now and try them. Chris says, But the purpose is we have to save them. Are we ready? Matt asks, LaQuanda, should we connect now? LaQuanda says, Okay, so we have 7 days until the Reds will attack the first world, and we have to go and find them first this time. Laura asks, How are we supposed to go to them when we don't even have bodies? April asks, Maybe we have to do what we just did. Laura asks, Manifest as light forms? April says, Yeah. Chris says, But that'll be too difficult. For one, they probably wouldn't see us, and two, we wouldn't last long enough to communicate with them. LaQuanda says, They would be able to see our light forms because we saw ourselves through the video. Matt says, But they wouldn't know who or what we are. They might think we were ghosts, and we still have no way of communicating with them. Laura asks, Maybe there's a way we can appear as a light form and drag them over to the antenna. Matt answers, But we still don't know where they are, and as we just tested, we probably won't be able to last any more than 3 seconds. Laura asks, But what if we do it collectively? Matt answers, Well, in that case, only 15 seconds. But we still don't know where to go, and remember, we have to be in sync to make it last. April says, And it's very dizzying and confusing with all those overlapping worlds. Matt says, It doesn't seem very practical. Laura says, Let's just view the worlds and see what they're like first. LaQuanda says, We can't afford to waste any time, but I'm going to discuss this message with the council and test the numbers to see if they are safe. I will return later. In the meantime, you guys can keep thinking about solutions. I'll connect back later. Laura says, Okay, we will. Matt agrees. Yes, we'll do our best. We can't afford to fail any of these worlds. Abby says, I'm ready to connect and see them now. April agrees. Me too. LaQuanda says, Once the council and I finish making it all clear, this is what we'll do. I will also likely schedule a meeting after I connect back with you guys. Laura says, I really hope we're successful, LaQuanda. Me too, Laura. Take care. Talk to you guys later. April says, Bye, LaQuanda. Chris says, Later. Laura says, Bye. Matt says, Bye. About how long will you be? Abby says, Later. LaQuanda answers, It should be no more than 3 hours. Matt says, Okay, we'll just wait, right guys? They express agreement. LaQuanda says, Okay, see you guys in a few hours. Computer says and texts, LaQuanda has disconnected. Laura says, Cool, she left the video open for us. Let's try doing some more experiments, guys. They all express agreement. 3 hours later. Laura's POV, text screen. LaQuanda says, Okay, guys, I have good news. They all express excitement and curiosity. LaQuanda says, All of the connection numbers work, so it was likely a message from the angels. The other thing is that in each world, no specific people are seen, so it's likely we have to wait for them or find some way to contact them. Laura says, But we can't wait. Remember, the angel said the only way this time was to go to them. Matt says, But how? That is the question. Abby suggests, Let's just connect and see them and go from there. Laura agrees. Yeah, and maybe we can experiment to see if we can see more of it. Laquanda says, All right, I'm going to show you guys the worlds, especially the first one, since this is the one the Reds will attack first. Abby says, This is exciting, and also kind of scary, knowing their world is about to be attacked. Chris agrees. Yes, it definitely is. Laura says, But let's not fail the angels or the people. Let's do this, guys. Let's save them. They all express agreement. Laquanda says, All right, so here is the first world. Laquanda says, plus RZ 77777727. Computer says and texts, connecting RZ 77777727. Computer says and texts, RZ 77777727 connected. End of text chapter 6. Text chapter 7. The view shows what appears to be a wooded area of trees and daytime. Matt says, Interesting. Well, there's life, the trees. Abby says, Now that's beautiful. April asks, So we have how many days to save them? Chris answers, 7. Matt says, So in that time we have to figure out something. Laura suggests, Let's try to manifest and see it at all angles first. Matt says, Good idea, we can't afford to waste any time. April asks, Together or individual? Matt suggests, Individually at first, and if we need to, we'll try to do it collectively. Suddenly Laura's view changes to being outside in the wooded area, and it is only as clear as the other times. She appears to quickly look to her right, and there are just more trees, but as she continues to turn more, there appears to be a road. She returns back to the text screen. Laura says with excitement, I just did it, guys! I managed to look around, and I think I just saw a road. Did any of you guys try it yet? Chris answers, I'm trying it now. April answers, Me too. Abby says, Laura, I just saw a road too, and nothing but trees. Matt says, I saw the road. Did anyone see any cars? Chris says, I saw it, and no cars. April says, Me too, just a tree and that road. Laquanda asks, What color was the road? Are you guys sure that's what it is? Matt says, I'm pretty sure. That's what it looks like. Laura agrees. Yeah, it looked exactly like one. Abby says, And if there's a road, there are definitely cars. And if cars, definitely people. Matt asks, Maybe if we manifest as a light form, we can somehow get their attention. Chris says, We would have to make it to the road first. Laura says, Yeah, and there has to be cars. For all we know, it could be a dead road. Matt says, Well, we have to try something. Anyone have any better ideas? They all say they don't in their own way. Laura says, But it's kinda too far. We'll likely disappear before we can reach it. Matt suggests, Let's all just try to reach it at first, individually, to see what we can see, and if we can't, we'll try to manifest collectively and reach it. Chris says, All right, I'm trying now. April says, Me too. Suddenly Laura's environment changes, and she's back outside. Everything is still a little blurry, but she quickly can be seen moving closer to the road, but before she reaches it, she disappears and is back in the text screen. Laura says, Darn, it's too far away. Did any of you guys reach it? Chris answers, I couldn't. I got like 10 feet away from it. April says, Same here. Abby says, Me too. Where are the angels when we need them? Laura answers, They're always here with us, Abby. Chris asks, And they're watching, right? Matt answers, I don't think they're watching this time. That's why they left a note and also said they had other places to visit. Laquanda says, Watching or not watching, I know I am, and I'm also relaying information to a portion of the network, and everyone seems to not know what to do. Matt says, Well now, let's just try to manifest collectively like we did before. Let's hope something good comes out of this. April says, I hate doing the collective thing. There's just too many worlds at once. It gets confusing. Laura says, I agree, April, but we have to try, at least once, to see what the road is. Chris says, yeah, and it's draining too. I'm up for trying it max 3 times with all of us, or else I think we should have to try something else. LaQuanda asks, any alternative ideas, Chris? Chris answers, not at the moment. April suggests, if we can find a way to not see so many double worlds, it would be bearable. But other than that, I don't see. Matt interrupts, I do agree, guys, but let's try it or see how far we can get, just to see where we actually are, or if there are any people or cars. They express agreement. Laura asks, okay, so we are going to manifest? April asks, and in what direction are we going to turn? Matt asks, okay, you guys see the tree right there in the middle? They all express agreement. Matt says, let's try to manifest there. Then we'll turn right, and when the road is about center of our view, we'll move towards it as fast as we can. Does that sound okay? They all express agreement. Matt says, okay, let's do this, guys. Ready, set, now. After about 7 seconds, Laura's view changes. She sees 5 overlapping worlds. She moves to her right and quickly moves towards the road. She reaches the road, and as she looks left and right, the overlapping worlds incrementally decrease down to 1, while getting less clear. She looks, and in both directions there appears to be no cars, and on the other side of the road is another wooded area full of trees. She's immediately brought back to the view. Laura says, that was awesome, guys, we made it to the road. April says, yeah, but it decreased because we didn't stay in sync. Chris says, staying in sync is the hardest part unless we plan everything in advance and do it right. Matt says, and that's a tedious task. LaQuanda agrees, and it's not very efficient. Laura asks, so did everyone see the road too? Chris answers, yes, I saw both sides, no cars or anything, and only trees on the other side. April says, same here. There's a moment of silence. Abby asks, guys, could this be another Angel World test? Matt answers, I don't think so, Abby. This is really what they want. But yeah, Laura, I saw the same. I also managed to look up. I saw nothing but a normal sky. Abby says, I saw basically the same. There's a moment of silence. Laura asks, should we connect to the other worlds and see if it may be easier for us to see something? LaQuanda answers, the angels made it clear this will be the first world, so if anything, we should focus on this one first. The other ones seemed just as challenging because we saw no people, except for one of them. We saw what looked like a city, but it was nighttime, so there were likely not any people perhaps awake. Laura says, try the functions too. LaQuanda says, we already tried the functions on this one specifically, and none of them seem to work. Chris says, well, whatever we need to do, we have 7 days to figure it out. Any ideas, Matt, Laura? Laura suggests, why don't we all just try to manifest at the same time? April says, we just tried that. Laura continues, no, I mean LaQuanda, like opening the connection to the rest of the users, so we can all try to manifest together. Matt says, I'm sure we're all thinking that, but it would be a problem. We might not see anything because think of seeing billions of worlds all at the same time, all near each other. But it will also be 1 billion times more clear, and will last 1 billion times longer. Matt says, it's a good idea, but we still have to get everyone 1 billion times more in sync. And if we have to travel really far, and not even knowing where we have to go, how would we get all 1 billion of us to stay in sync? Chris says, actually, it seems like what would happen is, it would be like something that slowly branches off into the world, getting fainter and fainter as the shared connection gets lost. April asks, but seeing billions of worlds at once, we could barely take 5. Chris answers, well, if somehow people continue moving and make it far, the number of worlds should get less and less until it's 0 and we all disappear. Matt says, I think that might work temporarily, but we need more focus and longevity. We also need to be able to communicate with the people once we find them. We still haven't figured that out yet. Abby says, maybe if we tried contacting the angels and asking for their help, they would... Laquanda interrupts. Oh my, guys, I know what we may have to do. There's a moment of silence. They all express curiosity. The angels, they were right. That's why they gave us the gift. Matt asks, why did they give us the gift? There's a moment of silence as Laquanda stops speaking. Matt asks, Laquanda, why do you think? Laquanda interrupts. Guys, I have to schedule another meeting. I will be disconnecting the world. Give me a few moments. Computer says and texts, Laquanda has disconnected. Computer says and texts, RZ7777727 disconnected. All is quiet. Laura asks, what do you guys think she's talking about? Matt answers, your guess is as good as mine. Abby says, she said something about the angels and their gift, that she knows why? Chris asks, maybe she's feeling there's another function or something. April asks, from the angels? Chris answers, yeah, who knows? Matt says, well, whatever it is, it's good she has an idea because we're all out and we don't have all the time in the world. Computer says and texts, Laquanda has connected. Matt says, that was fast, so what's your idea? Laquanda says, hi Matt, hello guys, it's not an idea. Matt asks, what do you mean it's not an idea? Laquanda answers, it's something we have to do. Laura asks, what is it we have to do? Laquanda asks, the angels. Do any of you know why they gave us that function? They express they don't know. Laura suggests, because they loved us? Well, yes, but there is something that as administrator I know you guys do not. Only the council and I know, and they now understand too and agree. There's a moment of silence. Matt asks, so what is the revelation? What did the angels give us the gift for? What do we have to do to save these people before the time runs out? Laquanda answers, guys, we have to merge. All is quiet. They express confusion. Laura asks, merge? What is merge? Laquanda continues, there are many functions at various levels of our system. The ones accessible to the average users are usually lower level ones, but there are higher level functions that people like myself only have access to, because it affects multiple users, and there are even higher ones where it may slightly affect the system itself. Matt asks, are you saying merge as in... Laquanda interrupts, there is a merge function, and it's in the blueprint. If you ever got to read it that far, it allows all information from all chips within the network to be merged. There's a moment of silence. Matt asks, so like merging everything into one chip? Well, kind of, but not exactly. Right now, we're all differentiated users. Laura has her memory. You have your memory, Matt. You guys all have your own memories. I am actually able to merge all of your memories so that you all share each other's memories. Laura says, wow, so it is kind of like what we do when we share the information when we manifest in the outside world. That's exactly how it is. Matt asks, but what would be the purpose? Merging chip information memory also comes with merging chip information processing, according to the way our system is currently structured. Matt asks, what is merging information processing? Just what it is. This is what appears to happen when you five share points of view out in the world. But if I were to merge in the systems, it makes it where not only everyone shares memories, but also points of view. Laura shows surprise. Wow, so it'll be the same like we'll see billions of text screens? That's where it's different, and why it's not what we need to do. When you guys manifest out in the world, you see many different worlds, because you guys are not also merged at a higher level. If you were, you would see only one world, and it would be clear, even though it were many worlds. Matt says, this is amazing. So with the merge function, we will all share each other's memories and also each other's points of view within the system, but it will appear like one point of view. Laquanda says, exactly. Chris says, this is extremely amazing that this is possible with a system. April says, I agree, it's mind-blowing. Abby asks, so if everyone shares the same memories and points of view, well, if I had everyone's memories and points of view, then what would... This is getting confusing. Laura asks, will we even be different people anymore? Laquanda says, well, that's the other thing. We will, but we wouldn't. We would all be as one. Laura asks, would I be able to communicate with Matt, Abby, and everyone else? That's what I'm saying, Laura. You won't see them as different individuals anymore. They will be you. In fact, that's how everyone will see and feel. You, me, and everyone. There's a moment of silence. They all express discontent. Matt says, wow, this is totally unexpected. Laura says, but what would be the point? Matt says, oh, yes, I see, so we can truly manifest and stay in sync. Laquanda answers, you got it, Matt. Chris says, so that's why the angel gave us the gift. April says, it was as a last moment to experience seeing each other. Laquanda says, because once we merge, that's it. And it's what we have to do. It seems like the only way. They express more discontent. Laura asks, but if we merge, can't we just unmerge again? Matt suggests, or maybe we can just temporarily merge our memories or points of view. That's what I was saying, Matt. The merge function of our system is not differentiated. Once I implement it, it does it with the processing, which is a higher level, and the memory, which has a lower level. And once I merge it, that's it. There is no unmerging. Matt asks, why? Laquanda answers, our system doesn't currently have that capability. It's one of its limitations. So you guys now see why the angel allowed most of us to experience the function? They say yes. Laura says, this would kind of be terrible because we wouldn't get to experience each other anymore. Do we really have to do this? Maybe there's some other way. Matt says, and explain to us again how this will guarantee for us to save the people. Laquanda asks, when we have multiple people, the manifesting is more clear and lasts longer, right? Matt answers, yes, we've went over that. Laquanda continues, but from what you guys tell me, there are just too many different worlds to see at the same time. And as you just experienced, there's a lack of synchronicity when traveling around. Matt says, yes. Laquanda says, by merging, it really will allow us to manifest at one spot, be perfectly synchronistic, everyone see everything perfectly clear, and will last a whole lot longer. Matt says, but we'll only be one person. Laquanda says, we'll all be each other. Laura asks, and if I suddenly share Matt's, Abby's, Chris's, April's, yours, and everyone's memories, will I be them? You will also share their locations and points of view, and you will begin to think they are your memories and experiences. Chris says, wow, we would become like a super being with lots of knowledge and experience. Laura asks, and that's it? We won't ever be able to communicate with each other ever again? Well, yes, we still do communicate, but according to the blueprint, it will appear instantaneous, where none of us will realize it. We will all appear as if we're one person, in which we will be, once we merge. Matt asks, can we merge just like different groups? That would be nice, but once again, the function is undifferentiated. Once I apply it, it must be applied to all, and there is no undoing it. This is the moment where we all become one. Laura asks, and it's the only way to save the world? For us to manifest clearly and synchronistically? Yes. Laura says, I don't know if I can do this. I don't want to. I don't want to not see you guys again. April agrees. Me too. Chris says, I like the idea of being a super being, but I wouldn't want to lose contact with any of you guys either. Abby says, I agree. Laura asks, It's not anything we have to do, right? It's just an idea, possibly another way we could save the worlds. Matt says, I don't like the idea either, guys, but this may be our only hope, well, at least for the people. Laquanda says, Like I said, once I execute the function, that's it. No more differentiation between us, but this will have to be a choice by our civilization. There's a moment of silence. April says, But think about it. It also helps us, right? Because if we are successful in saving the people, we may get more users and may last even longer. Laquanda agrees. Yes, that is right, April. So yes, it is a two-way thing. By helping them, we are actually helping ourselves. We can decide not to merge, but if we want to save them and also increase our chance of survival, we have to merge. Chris says, And when we try to manifest, would it be... Chris continues to think. Abby asks, Oh, and would we have bodies? That we are unsure about. We have no reason to assume it would be any different as with the Apple experiment. April says, So together we can create for ourselves bodies. Laquanda says, But it will be as one body. Matt says, But the body wouldn't be real because we, I, you, whatever we are, would still be in the text system. It would be like a projected body, just like the projected apple. Laura says, And so that's how we would be able to see and communicate with the people. Chris asks, But what will the body look like? How do we know it'll even look like us? Matt answers, It seems like what will likely happen is we would all manifest our own less dense body, but they would all be combined into a more dense body. Laquanda says, We all have it within our memories, and our profile contains our genetic code. The function the angel gave us likely amplified your memories on how you remember yourself to be. So if you saw your own body during the function... Chris says, I saw mine. April says, It was mine too. Matt says, It was also me and Laura's. Laquanda continues, Then that shows that what we attempt to do when we manifest ourselves out in the world, and since it will all be all of us at once, all 8 billion of us, Matt says, It'll look like all of us, like a mix. Laura asks, Would it be male or female, young or old? Laquanda answers, Depending on the person at the time before their chip was locked, we, the person, will probably, as Matt said, look like a combination of all of us, both male and female, young and old, and every race. Matt asks, But it also depends on the number of people if we would be able to manifest an actual body, right? Laquanda answers, Yes, like with the Apple experiment. Matt says, Well, we manifested the apple with only millions, so if there are billions of us trying to project a body, then it'll likely work. Well, hopefully. Laura asks, So you're thinking about actually doing it? Matt asks, Do we have a choice? Laquanda says, Yes, Matt, but the manual doesn't mention anything about this projection stuff, so we're just learning and speculating this from experience. But the merging is what it is, and it will likely amplify and help focus our abilities, whatever we decide to do. And we have 7 days to do this, guys. Laura says, I'm not so sure. Matt says, But we do kinda owe it to the angels for allowing us to experience each other. We couldn't have asked for anything better, and it's something we'll never forget. April agrees. We kinda do owe it to them. Laquanda says, It's something we have to do, but in the end, the choice is ours, and yes, their gift probably never would have happened during the life of our system, but I'm going to give you guys some time to think it over. But remember, we have to act fast. And also, it's not the same as dying. It's actually coming more together, with the possibility of living longer. I'm also going to relay this message in the rest of the network and... Computer says and texts, "Caution update, 4,776,666 users have disappeared from the network within the last 5 minutes. Laquanda says, "Okay guys, that was extremely unexpected. This is the 3rd time and we're going to also have to look into this. We hope that is nothing. If it is, we may have to act faster." Computer says and texts, 4,781,110 have disappeared from the network within the last 5 seconds. Computer says and texts, "Laquanda has disconnected." Computer says and texts, "Laquanda has connected." Computer says and texts, "Laquanda has disconnected." Abby says, "Holy shit, this is crazy." Laura says, "This is really scary. I hope we get a chance to save them, or we're still alive." Chris asks, "I wonder if the Reds can attack the system." April says, "Oh my god, what if they know we're connected to the world, and we're trying to save them, so they're attacking us? Maybe that's why we're losing so many members." Matt says, "According to Laquanda, it's not possible due to the level of security we have, but let's hope that's not the case." Computer says and texts, "Caution update, 5,225,554 users have disappeared from the network within the last 5 seconds. Laura says, "Frightening, I wish we didn't have to see these." Chris agrees. "Yeah, I see what you guys mean now. Is this what you had to go through when we first met, you guys?" Laura says firmly, "Yes, we were almost dead." Matt says, "I hope Laquanda knows what's going on. If you think about it, we can't afford to lose too many members. Otherwise, we won't be able to manifest a body in the world and last long enough." Laura asks, "What if we never get to save them?" Matt says, "Then that's it. There isn't anything we can do. The angels didn't say anything about what could happen to our network that could cause us to fail, likely because they didn't know." Chris says, "I hope we get a chance to merge. I would like to experience what it's like having everybody's memories." Abby agrees. "Me too, Chris. And even having a body out there. I wonder if I would still think I'm me." Chris says, "I think we would, but according to what Laquanda said, we would both think we were ourselves and each other, or something like that." April asks, "But as long as we're losing members, it would get less and less, wouldn't it?" Chris says, "What do you mean?" April answers, "I mean, it seems like it wouldn't matter if we merge because we would still be losing members." Matt says, "You are right, April. Unless there's some other way, the only option is for us to keep increasing our members, because if we don't, we're gone, whether we're merged or not." Laura suggests, "So we have to hurry up and merge and save them." Matt says, "Yes, that's the only thing I can think of, unless there's some other options." Computer says and texts, "Caution update, 3,776,399 have disappeared within the last 5 seconds. Matt says, "This is now serious, guys." Laura says, "I'm now worried it could be one of us. This is all happening too fast." Abby says, "I want to experience a body or something before I die." Matt says, "Let's hope Laquanda and the council can think of something quick." Chris asks, "What if it's something not that serious? Like, have you guys ever had that much disappear and then suddenly stop?" Matt answers, "In the very beginning, when we had lots of users, we would lose users occasionally, but never with this frequency and magnitude, so it seems like something." Computer says and texts, "Laquanda is connecting." Computer says and texts, "Laquanda has connected." Laura is surprised. "Laquanda, so what's going on? Are we going to merge?" Laquanda says, "Okay guys, there is really, really bad news." They express contempt. Matt says, "Oh no." Laquanda says, "This is not certain, but this is the most users we've ever lost in such a short period of time. Something is going on, and we don't know what it is." Laura asks, "So are we going to quickly merge and try to save the people?" Laquanda answers, "That's the bad news. We calculated, and it looks like our system is decreasing at a rate that, given even less than 7 days, we would be gone." Matt asks, "What's the maximum amount of days?" Laquanda answers, "Actually, It is 3. Laura says with shock, 3? We have 3 days to live? Laquanda answers, yes, according to the analysis. Chris asks, are you sure, Laquanda? How can you know for sure? I'm sorry to say, Chris, but our system is about 90% accurate with this. Abby says, no fucking way. We were just about to merge and save. April interrupts. That's why I think it may be the Reds. They may know we're here, and now they're attacking us. Matt asks, is that possible, Laquanda? We don't know the exact explanation on why it's happening. All we do know is that something is happening. Chris says, actually, it does kind of make sense because it started right after we connected to the world. Matt says, it actually happened before that, but it seemed to increase, yes, once we connected. Laura asks, what about our chips, our information, and the antennas? Maybe they are attacking them. Laquanda says, we don't know. The downside... Chris interrupts, that's what's lacking with the system, being able to have external awareness. Matt says, in a sense, the connection worlds aid in our external awareness. Chris says, yeah, but the chip information. Computer says and texts, caution update, 468,774,332 users have disappeared from the network. Laquanda says, guys, I will be back in a few minutes. I have to discuss something else with the council. Computer says and texts, user Laquanda has disconnected. Laura says, God, this is terrible. They all express agreement. Abby has an idea. Wait, what if we were to try and do it ourselves, right now? Matt asks, you mean connect to the world? How and what are we going to do? Laquanda has to connect the number. Laura says, yeah, but what are we going to do? We'll last no more than 15 seconds, and there seems to be nothing nearby. Abby says, actually, I think this may be it for us, guys. Matt says, don't say that. There has to be some way. Laura asks, couldn't the angels predict this? Don't they know everything? Chris says, apparently not. April says, that's why I think it's the Reds attacking. They're trying to stop us from saving the worlds. Matt says, you may be right, April. Maybe we got ourselves into something we shouldn't have. It looks like we have to look at saving ourselves first now. Abby asks, and there's no number or way we can contact the angels? Matt answers, they didn't give us a way. Abby says, that sucks. Chris says, I'm hoping the users suddenly stop disappearing and we can find out it's just something temporary. Matt says, let's hope that's the message Laquanda has for us when she returns. Laura asks, what about death, guys? What do you think happens? Chris says, I haven't a clue. April answers, I don't know. Abby says, I think there may be something, but don't think we should have to take any chances. Matt says, I agree with Abby. We should try to ride it out as long as we can, just in case. But let's not think about it that way, guys. Maybe, like Chris said, it'll stop. Or maybe we'll be able to merge and save the worlds in time. Laura says, I just think... Computer says and texts, Laquanda is connecting. Computer says and texts, Laquanda is connected. Laquanda says, all right, guys, I have something very, very important to share with all of you. Are all of you here and coherent? They all say, yes. Laquanda continues, you 5 have been very special and an aid to the council and I, as well as all the members of the entire network altogether. Matt says, oh, Laquanda, please don't tell me this is bad news. They all express agreement. Laura says, yeah, we have to get a chance to connect to that world. Otherwise, it was all for nothing, and the angels made a mistake. Laquanda says, Laura, we all make mistakes, and the angels didn't expect for this to occur. And remember that they said they had others doing the same? Matt says, wait, so maybe that's why they gave us the gift. Not because they thought we had to merge, but they knew in advance about our network possibly being destroyed. Laquanda says, I have something else important to tell you about the angels in a moment, but I will tell you. We're going to have to make a change of course. Forget about the connection numbers. It's not going to happen. And even if we were to merge and try to physically project, it's highly likely we won't make it to them in time. Chris says, and there's no guarantee they'll accept our message, too. Laquanda answers, yes, that's right, Chris. Matt asks, so what are we to do? We have to increase our network to survive. That's how we did it the first time, and is why we are still here. Laquanda says, this is what I wanted to tell you, something about the angels. Laura says, please don't tell us they're bad people and tricked us. Laquanda says, you 5 are special to me, and as we speak, there is a special meeting taking place with the other 8 billion users. We actually don't have much time left to live, guys. They express disappointment. Laquanda continues, but as for the angels, Laura asks, they were evil beings that tricked us. Laquanda says, no, they were benevolent, as far as we can tell, but there is still a way for you guys to survive. Matt asks, how? Laquanda answers, I have chosen you 5 to receive something special, something which the angels gave us. Remember when the body function was claimed to be only 24 hours? They all say, yes. Laquanda continues, well, that is not true. I only disabled and enabled them. Laura asks with shock, huh? But I thought the angels specifically said it would only last for 24 hours, remember? Laquanda says, this is not true. Matt asks, so the angels lied to us? Laquanda says, don't worry about what the angels said. Just know there is a way for you guys to still survive. Laura asks, so you're going to give us a chance to use the body function again? Laquanda says, yes. Laura asks, and what if we use it? What is next? Laquanda says, you guys will be saved. Matt asks, but how? It's still connected to our chip information and our network. If our chip information goes, we go. Laquanda says, not exactly. The function is able to work outside of the user's chips and the network itself. This means once I enable you guys to execute it, you will be free to live on within the function, even if the network were to die as predicted. Laura asks, but how? What about the other 8 billion users? Chris says, this doesn't make any sense. Matt says, yeah, I agree. I don't understand how it's able to disconnect itself from the network but still be executed by it. Laquanda says, don't worry about the details and the how. As for the rest of the 8 billion, we are explaining to them the time we have left and are advising everyone to get together with their loved ones. Laura asks, are they going to be able to use the function? Laquanda says, it's limited to only 5, and only I know this. Like I said, you guys are special to me, and if our network were to go, possibly, you guys will be able to start it back up again. Matt asks, but how will we? Laquanda interrupts and says, don't worry about it, Matt. I don't have all the answers at this moment, but understand this is your guys' hope in surviving, and I'm hoping you accept my gift. Laura asks, but are you coming with us? I'm afraid not. Unlike you guys, I believe there's something after all of this, something bigger that our minds alone cannot fathom. Laura says, I feel bad for the other 8 billion. I wish there was a way. Laquanda interrupts, Laura, this is the only way, and as administrator, I'm selecting you 5. Maybe there's some way you can still aid in rebuilding our system in the future. Computer says and texts, caution update, 5,003,678,366 users have disappeared from within the last 30 seconds. Laquanda says, so please, will you guys take my gift? I'm reserving it for no one else. Chris says, we have to take it. Abby agrees. Yeah, and we get to experience bodies again. Who can deny that? Laura asks, and do we have to go in parts? And how long will it last? Laura, there is no limit how long it can potentially last, but it is estimated thousands of years, and I'm hoping you 5 will all go together. Laura says, wow. Matt says, Well, if there is no limit like last time, we might as well all go together. Abby says joyfully, "This is actually an exciting time, guys. We all get to have bodies again, eternally, and see each other. It's actually like entering heaven." Laquanda says, "Yes, that's why I don't see why there is any hesitation in accepting my gift." Matt says, "I don't understand. If it's actually like entering heaven, why didn't you reserve it for yourself and the council members?" Laquanda answers, "Time is running out, guys. I'm not afraid of death like many in the council. And I didn't tell you guys, but the council, they have recently disappeared. And any one of us, including myself, can disappear at any moment." Laura says with disappointment, "That's terrible." Laquanda says, "So please, yes or no? I have to get back to the network." Chris says, "Yes, let's just do it, guys." April agrees, "Yes." Abby agrees as well. "Yes." Matt says, "Yes, Laura." Laura answers, "Yes." Laquanda says, "Good. I've just activated it to your guys' account, the plus body function. Remember to connect together so all 5 of you can go together. Instead of thousands of years in this text system, this will be a new phase of thousands of years within the function." Laura asks, "And what about afterwards if it turns out the network is still alive?" "I've disabled your ability to disconnect the function, because once you guys connect to it, and then disconnect it by saying -body, and if our network is gone, you guys will be gone too, and there is no returning." Matt says, "Actually think about it, Laura. Text and audio for 3,000 years, or heavenly bodies in a real world for thousands of years, up to an eternity." Chris says, "Yeah, it's what we all want." Abby agrees, "Yes, indeed." Laura says, "Okay, let's go, guys. I kinda wish there were more from the network given the opportunity, but it's good we all get to go together. And last, Laquanda, I have one more question." Laquanda says, "Sure, Laura. After this I will have to go." Laura asks, "Will you?" But before Laura could finish, computer says and texts, "Caution update. 5,785,739 users have disappeared from the network within the last 3 seconds. Computer says and texts, "Laquanda has disconnected." Laura asks, "Oh my God, what happened to Laquanda?" Matt says, "It looks like she may have just disappeared too. We have to do it quick, guys." Laura says, "Plus Laquanda." Computer says and texts, "Cannot connect Laquanda." Laura says with sadness, "Oh no, Laquanda." Laura then continues, "All right, is everyone at level 3 connect?" They say yes. Laura says, "I'm going to do it again just to make sure." Laura says, "Plus, Chris, April, Matt, and Abby." Computer says and texts, "All users connected to level 3 connect." Matt says, "You go ahead and execute the function, Laura." Laura says, "Okay, is everyone ready?" Abby says, "Yes, let's enter this new world, guys." April says, "Yep." Chris says, "I'm ready." Matt says, "I'm ready too. Let's enter this new world." Laura says with excitement, "Okay, let's thank Laquanda and the angels for this gift." Laura continues and says, "Plus body." Computer says and texts, "Initiating body function, please wait." Suddenly, from Laura's POV, the screen goes completely black. End of text chapter 7. Text chapter 8. Laura's POV. Outside, evening. Laura opens her eyes. Standing in front of her, and also opening their eyes, are Matt and Abby to her right, and April and Chris to her left. Behind them, near and in the background, is a forest of trees. Above them the sky is purple with dark moving clouds. There are high-pitched sounds of all types of animals and insects, the most notable sound being the calls of what sounds like a hybrid between monkeys and birds. They are rubbing their eyes as if they've just awoken from sleep. They all begin looking at each other. Laura says, "Guys, we made it." Chris, looking around and at his body, says, Yeah. Chris looks at April, and she looks at him. They hug. Laura looks to her right, at Matt and Abby. He looks the same as before, and he also looks at her. Matt starts walking to her. He holds out his arms to hug her, and she does as well. They hug. Matt says with a teary voice, "This is so great, isn't it? We finally have everything we ever wanted, all here, now." Laura answers, "Yes, we made it. We're out of the system and have bodies. Forever." Matt answers, "Yes, at minimum thousands." Laura says, "This is so amazing, almost too good to be true, isn't it?" Matt agrees. "Yes, but after all we've been through, we should know by now anything is possible." Laura says, "Yes, you're right." They continue hugging. Laura says, "I never imagined we'd make it this far, but we have." Matt says, "Yes, and let's make the most of it. We deserve it. We've been closed off for way too long. Now's our time to experience something new and different for thousands of years." Laura says, "Yes, this is exciting. This is a new start for us. We definitely deserve this." Laura looks over Matt's shoulder and sees Abby for the first time. She is about a foot shorter than the rest of them. Laura asks, "Abby, is that you?" Abby looks up at her. Abby says, "I know that's you, girl." Laura runs over to hug her. They hug. They start crying. Abby says, "I told you, girl. I told you we would get to see each other one day." Laura says, "I'm so happy to finally see you." They continue hugging for about a minute. Abby says, "You're a lot taller than I imagined." They look each other in the eyes. Abby says, "But everything else is actually how I pictured you. And your eyes." Laura says, "Yes, I know. I can see everything about you in your eyes, too." Abby starts smiling. Laura does, too. Laura says, "We made it, Abby. We're free." They hug again. Laura turns around and sees Chris and April. She starts walking towards them. Laura asks, "Chris? April?" Laura glances at Matt. Laura says, "So Laquanda was right. It does create our original bodies from our memories. You guys look the same as when we saw you on your planet." Laura looks back at Matt. Laura asks, "Don't they, Matt?" Matt walks over to them, and Abby does as well. Laura hears Abby say something to Matt. Abby says, "So I finally get to see you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Marvelous." Matt smiles and Laura sees them shake hands. Matt looks at Chris and April. Matt says, "Yes, they do look the same, but purer. We all do. It's amazing." Matt asks, "What about you, Abby? Is that your original body?" Abby looks down at herself and feels her body. Abby says, "Well, I can't see my face, but everything else looks and feels like me." They all chuckle. Laura and the rest of them start looking around in all directions at their environment. Laura says, "Wow, this is amazing, guys, isn't it? Are those some sort of animals we hear?" Matt answers, "It sounds like it. It seems like we're in some sort of jungle or something." April says, "I hope there aren't any harmful animals here." Matt says, "Of course there's not. The angels wouldn't create anything like that." They continue looking around at their environment. Abby asks, "So this is what you guys got to experience the first time?" They say, "Yes." Abby says, "Totally amazing and feels so great. And it feels so much better than having a body that I can remember before." April says, "It's like we're healthier." Chris says, "It seems like we're perfect, not one blemish on any of us." Abby says, "Every part of me feels so open, free, and clear." Abby puts both her hands up in the air and turns circles while looking up at the sky. April asks, "So where do you guys think we are? Actually a jungle?" Chris answers, "Well, it's some kind of simulation, right?" Matt answers, "I don't think it's a simulation. I think it's a real place. Somewhere the angels created in their world. I think that's how it was last time, too." Chris says, "It also seems a lot bigger than last time." Matt agrees. "Yeah, it's definitely larger than Laura and I's space, from what I can remember." April asks, "And how long do we get to stay here?" Matt answers, "This is our new home, April. Laquanda said at least 1,000 years. This is like our new text system. Abby says, except there are only 5 of us, instead of billions. Chris says, the temperature is perfect. What's it feel like, 70 degrees? Laura says, I'd say closer to 75 and 80. They all agree. Abby says, yeah, somewhere between 75 and 80. Matt says, you'd think it'd be cooler at night since it's near night and there's no visible sun. April says, maybe it's summertime here. Abby says, and it's so humid and misty. Laura looks up and sees a large pterodactyl-like bird with glowing eyes flying above them across the sky. It passes them. Laura is in shock. Look, guys, we have birds here. They look up. Chris says, wow, that's huge. Matt says, it flies so smoothly. Abby says, so cool. It is followed by a group of smaller, identical-looking birds. They watch as the birds fly out of view. Abby asks while looking around, how big is this place? Could we be on another planet? Matt answers, there should be a barrier or warp somewhere like we had last time. Abby says, I hope there's no barrier. If we're to be here for 1,000 years, I hope we have lots of places to explore. Laura says, let's walk and see, guys. They all express agreement. Matt says, and guys, let's stay together until we know and get a feel for the place. Laura chooses a direction and points. Laura says, let's walk that way. Chris asks, why that way? Matt says, yeah. Laura says, I just feel like there's something that way. Matt asks, can you guys see anything? They all say no. Laura says, let's just go anyway. We have to try some direction. Abby says, Laura, the girl with the awesome intuition. They chuckle. Laura walks toward the direction, which is filled with trees, and they follow. They continue walking for about 5 minutes. Matt says, the last time our worlds were collections of our memories. Do any of you remember being in a place like this, like from childhood or anything? Chris says, I don't. April says, me either. Matt asks, what about you, Laura? Laura answers, I don't remember any of this. We're from the same planet. Do you think I've been to a place like this? Matt asks, any memories for you, Abby? Abby answers, this is all new to me. I've never seen any of this before. Chris says, it's like it's generated a completely new world for us. April says, or it could be a real place like Matt said, in the angels' world. Abby says, it certainly doesn't look like anything in the angels' world. I don't see any bright lights or rainbows. They chuckle. Matt says, there's a purple light in the sky. Abby says, still not a rainbow. And there's dark clouds all over the sky. Chris asks, they're moving kind of fast, aren't they? They stop to take a look. Laura says, yeah, it kind of looks like its own river. They continue walking. Matt says, I don't understand how we haven't come across a portal yet. Remember, Laura? I'm sure you guys, looking at Chris and April, experienced it too. Chris says, yes, we did. Matt continues, the reason for the warp is to save memory of chip information, which ours can only process and hold so much. Laura says, in our time, it's supposed to be limited, but somehow we get to stay here forever. Abby says, I'm excited and all for having a new body and everything, but I hope this is a nice place to be, guys. Matt asks, why wouldn't it be? Of course it's a nice place. The angels wouldn't make it anything less, especially if we're to be here forever. Matt continues, but it's confusing where all this memory is coming from. Chris says, yeah, especially with all 5 of us here together, too. Matt says, it's like it's generating an infinite world, and if we're here forever or get to keep exploring, how much memory would that turn out to be? Way more than any of our chips or even the entire system. Laura asks, maybe we're using some of their memory. Chris asks, the angels? Laura says, yeah. As Laura leads the way, as they walk through the forest, in the distance they notice what appears to be a structure. A large brick structure about 1/4 mile away. Laura pointing ahead. Guys, look! Do you see that? They stop walking and look. Laura says, there's something there. Can you see it? Abby says, "Yeah, it looks like some sort of structure." April says, "There can't be any people here, right? Because that would—" Matt interrupts, "Yeah, we may really be in a real place." Chris asks, "So that means there can be real people?" Matt says, "I don't know." April asks, "Do you guys think we should go? What if we weren't supposed to wander off from our area?" There's a moment of silence while they all think and look into the distance to make out what it is. Chris asks, "Why are we even here again?" Abby says, "We would be dead if we weren't here, Chris." Laura says, "This is a gift from Laquanda and the angels." Matt says, "An eternal gift. Let's just go, guys. There's nothing we should be worried about." Laura agrees. "Yeah, let's enjoy this place. Better than being in the text system." They all express agreement. They continue walking towards it. Chris says, "It's probably like a mountain or something. What do you think, April?" Laura looks at April as she squints looking at it. April says, "I don't know. It looks too narrow and steep to be a mountain." They continue walking as it becomes more clear. Abby says, "It looks like some sort of building." Chris says, "It looks more like a castle." They continue walking towards it, and as they arrive about 20 feet away, there, surrounded by a square pattern of trees, is a tall castle-like building. It appears to be made of all gray brick. From their point of view, it appears to be about 20 meters wide and stood about 200 meters high in the air, surpassing all the trees below it. As you look up, it gets more narrow and forms a square, where at the top it has 4 long spikes pointing upwards at the edges. There is a space between the forest trees and the building, about 20 feet, and there is a large glass window on the side of the building that they see. The window has a large cross in its center and is nearly as wide as the side of the building, but about half the length is its height. There appears to be lights coming from inside the building, although it looks somewhat dark. They stop and look. April asks, "There can't be any people there, right?" Chris says, "There shouldn't be." Matt says, "Because we're using the body function and there was supposed to be only 5 of us that used it, there should only be 5 of us that are real and conscious. Does that sound right?" They all express agreement. Laura, whispering, says, "Come on, guys, let's check it out." As they move closer, they begin to see inside the window. Inside is a large open area the size of the entire building. On the opposite side is another identical window. There appears to be no doors to the building. Inside and in the corner is what appears to be a small ovular ship with a transparent covering. In the center is a table with 4 beings sitting at it on 4 chairs. On the table are 4 cups, 1 for each of them, and a candle on its opposite side, 1 for each of them. The cups are clear, and in them, about 3/4 full, appears to be a bluish glowing liquid that appears to have little stars and worlds within them, moving in circles. The beings have very smooth and symmetrical faces. Their skin is very smooth, gray, and shiny. The shape of their faces look a combination of human and lizard. The back of their heads bulges out, but then converges and slumps down, almost forming a point. Their eyes are also very symmetrical, only slightly larger than a human's, and are completely black and almond-shaped, except a little more pointy at the edges. Their noses are both wide and slightly long and pointy, and their lips appear to be slightly smaller than humans. They all have 4 fingers, and appear to be wearing red robes with gold symbols of an inverted diamond shape, identical to what you would see between 4 connected circles. All 4 of them grab their cups and give a cheer. "We rule the world," they say. Their voices sounded like a combination of husky, high-pitched, and whispery. They drink from the cups. The 5 are now directly at the building looking through the window. The bottom of it is about 5 feet above the ground, so they dip down below it and peek through it at the top. They whisper, talking to each other. Abby asks, "I thought you guys said no one else would be here." Matt says, "So it really must be a real place, but this is strange. Only we use the functions. There shouldn't be anyone else. April asks, Are they real? Chris asks, A simulation wouldn't create beings like that, would they? Laura says, They look very intelligent, more like us and humanoid, not like the animals. We rule the world, they say again. April says, Guys, I don't think we should be here. Matt says, Let's just watch them and see what they do. Chris asks, Do you hear what they're saying? They're saying... Matt interrupts, We rule the world. Abby says, They speak our language, so maybe they really aren't real like us. As they watch and peek through the bottom part of the window, April loses her step and quickly grabs the edge of the window, but when she grabbed it, it made a noticeable sound. The 5 stop, and immediately all 4 beings also stop and look at the window. Matt, whispering, says, Get down. They all hide their heads below the window. After about 10 seconds, Laura slowly peeks up through the window. She sees all 4 of them walking towards the window. Laura, whispering, says, They're coming. Laura points to the left side of the building. Laura says, Let's run over there. Laura runs to the left side where there is no window. They follow. They are now at the other side of the building. They are all breathing heavily. Abby asks, What's going on, guys? Should we be scared? Matt says, I don't know. Laura asks, Maybe we should try and disable the functions. Matt says, We can't. LaQuanda said she deactivated it. April asks, What have we gotten ourselves into? Chris, thinking, asks, What if the functions malfunctioned or something? Is that possible? Suddenly there is a low-pitched humming sound they can hear coming from above them. They look up. Above is the ship that was inside, hovering down from the top of the building. They start to run, but Matt hesitates. Matt says loudly, Wait! They stop and look back at Matt. Matt is glancing up at the ship. Chris says with urgency, We gotta run, Matt. Matt says, Just wait. They can't be evil. We gotta face them unless we'll be running forever. We gotta see what they are. Matt looks up at the ship. It is now about 40 feet above them. April and Abby run back to the other side of the building with the window to hide and peek out of the corner. Laura also runs closer to the corner but stays in view with Matt and Chris. The ship arrives directly in front of Matt and Chris. It lands. All is quiet. The top automatically removes itself. The 2 beings in the back are looking around and behind them as to make sure nothing is near the ship. The beings then look at Matt and Chris, and then at Laura behind them. They can also see Abby and April peeking around the corner. The beings all look at each other. One of them in the front says to them, We don't need to kill them. The animals will kill them. The other one in front says, Let's get him if we see him again. The beings then look back at Matt and Chris. They begin to stare. As they stare, the 5 are all speechless and unmoving like deer in a headlight. However, the beings were not looking at them with a kind stare. Instead, their faces seemed to look meaner and meaner the longer they looked, as if they were full of hatred for them. Suddenly they make a sound that sounds like a mix between a growl, hiss, and yell, and that sounded somewhere in between a snake, cat, and human. They directed it at them. Frightened, Matt and Chris start running. They are followed by Laura, Abby, and April. As they run back into the forest, Laura looks back and sees them still looking unpleasant at them as the top of their ship automatically seals itself, and as the beings slowly rise back up into the air. They appear to be watching them, not following them, but are rising high up in the air as if they're also leaving the world. Laura, frightened, asks, "Did you hear what they said? The animals will kill us." Matt says loudly, "Yeah, we heard them." Chris asks, "Matt, should we try disconnecting?" April says, "But LaQuanda said she disabled it, remember?" They continue running. Matt says loudly, "Yeah, Laura, try disconnecting." Abby is greatly concerned and asks, "Can we die?" Laura asks, "What if we go back into our system and can't return and everyone has disappeared?" Chris says, "We'll only have 3 days." April asks, "But it can't work, right? Aren't we stuck here?" Matt shouts, "Laura, just try it anyway. We can't afford to die here. We don't know what's possible. Laura shouts, "Minus body! Minus body!" Laura shouts again, "Minus body!" Nothing happens. They continue running. Laura says loudly, "It's not working, Matt!" Matt shouts, "Damn, it's disabled!" They look back and see that the beings are nowhere in sight and that they have not followed them. Therefore they stop to catch a breath. Chris says, "We're here for good, guys. We have to learn how to survive." Matt, breathing heavily, says, "Something is wrong." April asks, "Maybe Laquanda tricked us?" Matt answers, "She wouldn't do that. Why would our leader trick us?" Laura suggests, "Maybe she felt since our world was dying off, coming here was our only hope, even if it wasn't safe." Abby says, "You would think it would be a more pleasant place." Matt says, "There still shouldn't be any intelligent beings here." April asks, "Are they real or not?" Chris says, "They seem very real." Laura looks to her right and sees something behind the trees in the distance. Laura says with surprise, "Look!" They all turn and look. Matt squints. Matt asks, "Is that water?" Chris says, "It certainly does look like it." Abby goes to a tree and breaks off a stick. Abby says, "Guys, let's grab something for protection." Matt says, "Good idea." April grabs a stone off the ground. Matt and Chris also grab some sticks. Laura grabs a long rock that appears to be shaped like a dagger. They look back in the direction of the water. Matt says, "All right, let's stay close and be quiet. If anyone hears or sees anything, just tap each other on the shoulder." They nod. They begin to walk in the direction of what appears to be a body of water. After about 2 minutes, they arrive close enough to see it in full. Just down the hill from where they are in the forest, it appears to be a beach with a vast ocean. The ocean glowed slightly from the purple-lit night sky. Also in the distance, there appears to be a small rocky mountain that sat between the sand and the sea. Laura says, "A beach." Chris says, "It doesn't look like a normal beach, though." Matt asks, "Is anyone thirsty? You guys up for a swim?" They all look at him while Laura nudges him in the arm. They quietly look and do not see anything. Laura says, "Okay, it looks clear. Should we—" April interrupts and asks, "But should we be out in the open like that? Shouldn't we stay hidden?" Chris, looking back in the direction from the forest, says, "But what if there are dangerous animals in there? We can hear them, but we haven't seen any of them yet." Abby says, "Thank God." Laura asks, "You guys see that mountain over there? Let's try to make it to it. That way we can look down on everything." Chris says, "It's not that high." Laura says, "But maybe it can protect us from anything on the ground." Matt says, "Yeah, let's go look. It seems a lot safer than being in this forest." They all agree to head toward the mountain. They all begin to slowly walk towards it. However, as they walk down the hill toward the beach, in the distance, there appears to be strange creatures coming up from the sand. Laura is in shock. "Wait, guys, look!" Laura points to the sand. In about every square area of the beach coming up from the sand are creatures which resemble very short and fat worms, about the size of a human torso. As they rose up from the sand, their faces can be seen. They contain 2 slanted black eyes with a large set of sharp V-shaped teeth. They stood upright on their tails, which split into 2 starfish-like feet. Their sides contained no arms, but rather looked like a long set of tiny short legs for crawling. About 50 of them start looking in the direction of the 5. They start grinding their teeth as if they heard them. Abby asks, "Oh my God, what are those things?" Matt says, "Let's forget the mountain. Let's go." Before they could turn around and go back into the forest, Matt is interrupted by the sound of a deep growl that comes from behind them. The 5 move closer together and turn around. There, standing about 30 feet away from them, are 3 cats that look like black panthers, except in the center of their foreheads are horns that slope out and curve backwards over the top of their heads. They growl at them as if they are ready to attack. The 5 are standing against each other, holding out the sticks and rocks for protection. April, crying out, says, "Oh my God, you guys, it looks like we're going to die." Laura shouts, "Minus body!" Matt also shouts, "Minus body!" The others do the same. Chris shouts, minus body function." Abby shouts, "Minus body!" April shouts, "Minus body!" Nothing happens for any of them. The cats are slowly crawling towards them and growling. Laura looks back at the beach and sees the creatures that were in the sand are now in the air hovering. Their legs and arms are moving in a strange synchronistic fashion. The panthers keep slowly and carefully walking towards them. The creatures from the sand are now flying towards them, making short sounds that resemble sheep. The five look and see that they have to make a run. Therefore Matt grabs Laura's hand and starts to run to the left into the forest, and Chris, April, and Abby follow them. The panthers chase them, but the creatures flying in the air got close, but stopped when they saw the panthers chasing them. Matt and Laura are in the front, followed by Abby, and then Chris and April. Laura looks back. Chris cries out, "Help!" April screams. Two of the panthers jump on them and capture them. Laura can see them scratching, biting, and growling at them. They are showing no mercy. Abby shouts, "Keep running, guys!" Laura looks back and sees the third panther is about a foot away from Abby. Laura shouts, "Abby, it's behind you! Watch out!" Laura throws her stone at the panther, but it misses. The panther jumps on Abby. Abby cries out, "Laura, help!" Laura stops running and grabs Matt's stick. Matt says loudly, "We gotta keep running, Laura!" The cat is now on Abby, and she can be seen fighting for her life as the cat scratches and bites her. Laura runs over and stabs the panther in the eye with a stick. The panther growls and with the stick in its eye starts jumping around trying to take it out with its paw. Abby is now lying on the ground bleeding. She has scratch and bite marks all over her face and body. Abby says, "Laura, please help me." She can barely move. She sticks her arm out to Laura. Laura goes to grab her arm, but when Laura looked up, there are the other two panthers running towards her. Matt shouts, "Run, Laura, they're coming!" Laura and Abby are crying, and as the panthers get closer, Laura tries harder to pull Abby faster. Matt comes to help, but just when Matt arrived, a panther jumped on Laura. The other one can be seen eating and tearing at Abby. Matt manages to pull Laura away from the panther. Matt yells, "Come on!" Matt starts running while holding Laura's hand. Laura is limping. The panther starts to run towards Laura again. The panther then stops and growls. They continue running. Laura looks back and sees that both panthers are eating Abby. Laura starts crying. Laura cries out, "Abby! Oh, Abby!" Just ahead, there appears to be a land area with no trees. They arrive closer, and it appears to be a large circular land area with no trees, and in the center is a large sloping hill. At the top of the hill, there is a small brick house, about 12 feet in length and width, and about 12 feet in height to tip of its roof, but the sides of the walls only extend about 5 feet high. The roof is made of wood, and is not attached to the 5-foot-high brick walls. It is rather about 2 feet higher, leaving an open space to see inside and outside the house. In the center is something that holds up the roof. There is a small wooden door that leads into the house. Directly above the house and hill, shining down on it and the entire land area, is a light coming from the sky, making that area without trees appear as daytime and the rest as night. Matt looks at Laura and points up at the hill. Matt says loudly, "There! Maybe we can be safe from the animals." Holding Laura's hand, they run up the hill. Laura is limping because she has a gash from the panther on her leg. They arrive at the house. Matt opens the door, and inside is only grass on the ground, and in the center, a pole that leads up to support the roof. It is surrounded by the brick walls, with a 2-foot opening above the walls to see outside. They quickly step in. Matt closes the door. Laura goes to sit down on the ground with her back against the wall. Matt sits next to her. They are breathing heavily. Matt gets up to turn around and peek above the wall to see if anything else is coming. He looks back down at Laura and sees that her leg is bleeding. He takes his shirt off. Matt says, "Here, let's put pressure on it." Laura is crying hysterically. Matt wraps his shirt around her leg to cover up the wound. Laura says, "Ah!" She can barely catch her breath. Laura continues, "We have to save her." Matt hugs her. Matt can feel Laura's body trembling because of the crying. Matt says, "She's gone. There's nothing we can do." She is still crying, trying to catch her breath. Matt peeks up again and sees that there is nothing coming. He comes back down to observe and adjust her leg to make sure that the shirt is wrapped correctly. Matt says, "So we really do have real bodies." Laura cries out, "It hurts, Matt." Matt feels her leg. Matt says, "It's gonna be okay." Laura asks, "Where are we? Why did—" Matt interrupts, "I don't know." Laura is sobbing. Matt peeks above the wall again and sees nothing is coming. Matt stops and appears to be thinking. He gets up and starts looking out at all four sides of the environment. He then goes back over to Laura. Matt bends down and puts both his hands up to her face to get her to look up at him. She is still crying. Matt says, "Listen to me. We're going to survive this. We have to." Matt glances up once more. Matt continues, "We're safe now. They're gone." Laura manages to temporarily focus and look Matt in the eyes. Matt says, "This is our new world now. We wanted this. We have to survive. We have to make it last." Laura asks, "But how?" Matt says, "We can do it. We can find a way. We have to. It's what LaQuanda would have wanted." Matt is still looking Laura in the eyes, but she appears to be wondering, still thinking about everything that just happened, not looking directly at him. Matt asks, "Are you with me? Together, me, you, we can do this. We can fight this." Laura starts to look him directly in the eyes again. Matt says, "We've been through too much together to have it end now. Let's make it last that much longer. We can do it." Laura seems to be crying less and focusing more on him. She is looking him directly in the eyes. Matt says, "We can do this, Laura. Let's survive this. Are you with me?" He waits for Laura to respond. Matt continues, "We can do it. For LaQuanda, for the people, for our civilization. Are you with me?" Laura is now looking in a dead stare, not looking at him, but then she slowly looks at him and starts to nod. Matt gives her a smile and hugs her again. Matt says, "I promise not to lose you." Laura says, "I promise not to lose you too." They hug for about 30 seconds. Matt says, "We're still here. Nothing will ever come between us." Laura nods. Tears can be seen coming down her eyes, but she is now calmer. Matt then gets up to have another peek over the wall. He looks in all other directions as well. Everything is clear, and nothing is in sight. Matt then begins to go back over to comfort Laura. But just as he is about to bend down, Laura sees him, and he appears to back up and then is about to bend down again. After that, he backs up and is about to bend down again. After that, he does the exact same thing. He backs up and is about to bend back down again. He did the same again, and he kept doing it. Laura notices. He is doing the same thing over and over again, bending down and restarting over, bending down and restarting over, as if he were a tape being played and rewound. Laura asks, "Matt, are you okay?" Laura notices that he is not changing nor looking at her. Laura asks, "Matt?" Like a broken record, he appears to be stuck in a loop. Laura gets up and goes to him. Laura asks, "Matt?" He is still repeating the same thing. She slowly goes to touch him, but as she did, her hand passes straight through him. Immediately, she is filled with confusion and fear. Laura starts quickly looking all around at her environment. Laura, yelling, asks, "Angels, where am I?" Suddenly, Laura hears the computer sound. Computer says and texts. Connecting users. Computer says and texts. Users connected. Abby says, Laura! Good God, you made it! You were disconnected from the network. Laura asks, What? Huh? What do you mean? I thought we were deciding if we would merge. Matt says, It's a relief to have you back, Laura. Chris agrees. Yeah, we didn't want you to not experience it. April says excitedly, Welcome back, Laura. Laura says, I don't understand. I disappeared from the network? Abby answers, Yeah, like 1 million users disappeared from the network, and you were one of them. We thought you were gone. Matt says, Yeah, Abby and I bid LaQuanda to wait at least a day to give you possibly the chance of connecting back. Laura asks, How long was I disconnected for? April asks, You don't remember anything? Matt says, For about a day. Laura says, I don't remember a thing or any time. Abby says excitedly, Same thing happened to me, Laura. Now you know how it feels, girl. Laura says, But you know, it does kind of feel like... Matt asks, What? Laura says, I feel a little sad and frightened for some reason. Chris asks, But you don't remember anything? You were gone for like a day. No, I don't. It seems like I never left. There's no time, but I just feel sad for some reason. There's a moment of silence. Matt says, Anyways, Laura, we were hoping you would return. Hey, guys, can we have a conversation real quick? Chris says, Sure. April says, Sure. Computer says and texts. Matt has requested private conversation. To accept, send yes. To decline, send no. Laura says, Yes. Computer says and texts. You and Matt are now in private connect. Matt's POV. Matt says, Gosh, Laura, I'm so glad you came back. I was devastated. Laura says, It's so weird because I didn't notice any change. Matt says, But you said you felt something. Laura says, Yeah. Matt asks, What did you feel? I don't know, just like a little feeling of sadness came over me and then went away. Matt says, Interesting. Laura asks, What? I would tell you something LaQuanda told me, but I know you don't want to know. Laura asks, What, Matt? It's nothing. Laura asks, Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. There's a moment of silence. Laura asks, So, what's the news? Are we going to merge? That's when you left, right after LaQuanda was going to give us time to think it over. I wasn't going to go if you didn't return. Remember what we promised? Yeah, but I think I would have wanted you to go, Matt, to live on. Matt says, As I said, without you, I'm nothing. Laura says, I wouldn't have went without you either. There's a moment of silence. Laura asks, So, what's the decision with the merge? It was decided that we have to, if we're going to survive. Laura says, So it's kind of like the same thing. We wouldn't get to see each other again. Matt says, It's not exactly the same because we're merging, not disconnecting. Laura asks, And what if we decide we don't want to merge? We have the option to permanently disconnect from the network, which LaQuanda could help facilitate. Laura says, Wow, so we wouldn't have anyone else to talk to? Laura says excitedly, We can do that and we can stay together. Matt says, Well, the problem is it's the large number of users that aids our connection, so if we're disconnected, let's say together, there's no guarantee we'll have a connection. Laura asks, Why? Because the connection of other users connected to us increases our overall connection. I already talked to LaQuanda, and she said there's a very low chance people would stay connected. And since the users are less, that also increases the chances of disconnecting in time. Laura says, Gosh, so we can't either be alone with our chip information or merge with the entire network? I wish there was another way. I do too. And I don't want to do it either, but even if we're not going to do it for us, we have to do it for the people. Laura takes a deep breath. Matt says, And if you remember what LaQuanda said, It's not the same as dying or becoming more separate. Rather, we're merging and becoming more together and more one. Laura asks, and if we share memories, does that mean I will know all your secrets? Every single one. We both will know each other's secrets, and everyone else's too. I don't really want to, Matt, but I know it's the only way to survive, and I don't know what it'll be like. Matt says, and we have to do it for the angels too, but most importantly, for the people. We have to save them. There's a moment of silence. Laura says, I still don't want to do it, Matt. I'm going to miss you. Matt says, think of us as still being alive, but more together. And maybe this is our destiny. Maybe this is our child we're creating by becoming more one and merging. Laura says, it's actually more beautiful when you look at it that way. There's a moment of silence. Laura says, I'm going to miss you, Matt. Matt says, remember, I'm not going anywhere. We're merging, not separating. Laura says, I still don't want to do it, but I understand we have to. Matt says, yes, let's just do it anyways. It's actually better than us dying alone. Laura says, yeah, but I'm not pressing it. Matt asks, pressing what? Laura says, the button. We don't have to. LaQuanda will do so. She has the keys. We have to actually let her know immediately so we can connect to the world because the time is running out. We have a long journey ahead of us. Laura, sounding tearful, says, I'm so going to miss this. I know, me too. Laura says, I love you so much. I love you too. Laura says, I want to say goodbye to Abby. Okay, are you going to private connect with her? Yes, and I'll connect back with you. Matt says, okay. Laura's POV. Laura is in private conversation with Abby. Abby says, hey girl, so did Matt tell you everything? Yes, he did. Abby says, I'm so glad you get to experience this. Laura asks, the merge? Yes, because Matt and I wanted to wait. I thank you guys for waiting, but I'm going to miss you, Abby. I'm going to miss you too, girl. But I see it like this. It's like the opposite of dying. It's like we're going to become more alive. And so it's kind of a good thing we're merging, because that means we get to live longer. What do you want? Me or yourself dead? Laura says firmly, no, not at all. There's a moment of silence. Laura says, but we won't get to see and talk to each other anymore. Abby says, I talked to LaQuanda, but it may actually be better. We get to know and feel more of each other, and also everyone and everything. Laura says, yeah, I guess you're right. And if we do save the people, that's more awareness and we get to live longer. Better than departing alone. Did Matt tell you? Something better than nothing, right? Yeah, Matt told me about how LaQuanda could disconnect people before they merge if they want, but we decided that's not what we want. Abby says happily, good. But Abby, I really do thank you for all the time we had together. I couldn't ask for a better friend. Aw, thank you, girl. We had our ups and downs. And here we are, about to have another new amazing experience. Laura says, yeah. Abby says, I don't know if it's possible, but I'm going to try to specifically remember our unique experiences. To remember I was me, and you were you. But LaQuanda said it would only last for like a moment, but oh well. Laura asks, because it will be hard to tell the difference, right? Yes, with time or something like that, because everyone will be doing everything. It gets kinda confusing. Laura says, well, I understand we have to do this, and I'm really going to miss you. We had the best of time together, and I thank you again for allowing Matt and I. Abby interrupts and says, this is going to be so much better than the body function, I think. But yes, you're welcome, and I would do it again because you're my best friend. Laura says, thank you. Abby says, much love, girl. LaQuanda is connecting. LaQuanda has connected. LaQuanda says, Hey guys, Laura, it's great to have you back with us. We have to get going fast because the sooner we merge and project, the better. I want to make sure everyone is ready first. Laura says clearly, Yes, thank you, Laquanda. I'm going to miss you so much too. Laquanda says, You were a big help to all of us in the network. In fact, you are one of the very reasons we are still here, so we owe it to you to thank. Laura says, Thank you. Love you, Laquanda. Laquanda says, Love you too. Laura asks, Can I connect back with Matt real quick and say goodbye to Chris and April? Laquanda says, Yes, but we have to make it fast. I will start the merging within 5 minutes. Matt's POV. Computer says and texts, Laura has connected. Laura says, So I talked to Abby. She seems kinda excited. Matt says, In a sense, we all should be. It's just, we have never experienced anything like this before. Laura says, It's going to be strange once I suddenly have all these different memories and experiences. Matt says, You mean once I have all these different memories and experiences? She chuckles. Laura says, I'm going to connect with Chris and April now. Matt says, Connect all of us because Laquanda said we only have a few minutes left. I'll connect. Laura says, Okay. Matt sends, ++ Laura, Chris, April, and Abby. Computer says and texts, All users connected to level 2 connect. Chris says, Hey, Laura, so are you ready for the new experience? I kinda am. I'm gonna miss you guys. April says passionately, We're going to miss you too, Laura. Laura says, I'm so glad we got to save you guys the first time around. Hopefully we can save some more. April says, Yes, thanks to you, we're still here. Chris says, Yeah. April says, And if we hadn't uploaded to your system? Matt says, Our system, April. April chuckles and continues, We probably wouldn't be alive. Chris says, And now we get to be a super consciousness. They laugh. Matt says, It's going to be interesting. Laura says, Thanks, guys. The computer says and texts, Laquanda has connected. Laquanda says, All right, guys, the time has come. Matt asks, Are you connected to the entire network? Yes, I'm communicating with all of them, but I'm going to open up the world talk for about a minute before it merges, as it will help with the merging process. Laura says passionately, Thanks again, Laquanda. You are the best leader ever. They all agree. Laura says, Bye, Chris and April. Chris says, Bye, Laura. April says, Bye, Laura. We love you. Chris says, Bye, guys. Abby says, Bye. Matt says, Bye, guys. You were all awesome. Abby says, Thank you, Matt. Chris says, Thanks. April says, Thanks. Laura says, Bye, Abby. I love you. Best friends forever. You got it, girl. I love you too. Matt says, Bye, Abby. You're amazing. Thank you, Matt. You've been an awesome friend. Matt says, Laura, I love you. Laura says, I love you too, Matt. Matt says passionately, You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Laura also says passionately, You're everything to me. I love you. Matt says, I love you too. Computer says and texts, Initializing merge function. Please wait. Suddenly there is the sound of billions of people talking at once. The sounds converge and get less and less until there is no sound at all. Suddenly there's total darkness. It stays that way for about 10 seconds. Suddenly the view of the text screen fades in, and where it would normally show the unique username within a white rectangle in white text, this time the entire space is filled, showing a filled white rectangle, as if all billions of usernames were overlapping in that space. However, as the new user stared at the screen, the place where each username would then change into a specific username, and then another different specific username, and then another, until it was able to quickly shift through billions of different usernames. It then goes back to the filled rectangle. There's a moment of silence. The new merged person connects to the world. Computer says and texts, Connecting RZ77777727. Computer says and texts, RZ77777727 connected. The screen shows the world. As before, it shows the wooded area of trees, and it is daytime. The person stares at the screen for about 20 seconds. It is trying to project outside. Suddenly, text's environment changes from no longer being in the text screen to being outside. Text's POV, outside. It is the same area that the text screen showed, is where the being appears to be standing outside. There is sound, the sound of birds chirping. There is also the sound of a car driving by. It looks and sees the road. It sees the car driving by with a person in it. End of Text Chapter 8. This has been Text by Marcus Wilson. Narrated by Jennifer Danielson. Text, Chapter 1, Recap. For 8,000 years, a civilization of over 8 billion have been living within a telepathic texting system where they can only see and communicate through a two-dimensional black and white text screen. Their world was destroyed after they saw the sky turn red and red star-like lights coming down on the planet in all directions. And that's all they remember, so they don't know exactly what happened. What they do know is all life was likely wiped out, along with their bodies, because their advanced brain chips, which over 8 billion already had at the time, was able to preserve portions of their brain and consciousness during the calamity, while the chips camouflaged themselves as rocks on the planet. Within the last 8,000 years, 8 billion have already died off or disappeared due to unknown external circumstances with their chips, which they have no external awareness of. There are now only about 300 million users left within the texting system, and the leader has informed them they have only 1,000 years left. Terry, one of the 300 million, accidentally finds a function number that allows him to connect and see a new world through the text screen, which he has kept secret. Matt and Laura, who found each other through a matching algorithm within the texting system about 7,000 years ago, are concerned something is wrong with Terry because he seemed to be forgetting a lot of things. Terry finally tells Matt his secret about the new world. Matt and Terry were best friends even before the calamity, when they had bodies, so they are one of a few who have maintained relationships for the 8,000 years and even before. It turns out Terry's loss in memory was because of the new world he found was replacing some of his text memory of the last 1,000 of years. Terry wants Matt to keep the new world secret, and Matt does from Laura, although he knows Laura would love to see it because she is always saying how bored she is of living within the texting system. The world looks very similar to their old one. It has a beach, ocean, sky, birds, plants, but Terry tells Matt he saw 3 moons in the sky. Their world, on the other hand, had 2 moons, so Matt concludes it's likely another planet. Terry informs Matt that he found some functions with the view where he is able to text plus down and plus up, and the view changes from up and down, showing the sky, the ocean, the sand, and some stones on the ground. Terry also shows Matt how he is able to move one of the stones with his mind, in a similar manner of how they are able to send text within the texting system. There are larger stones that Terry was unable to move, and Matt has an idea that if they were to combine their efforts, they might be able to make the larger stones move. They are successful in getting the larger stone to move by combining their efforts. Laura and Abby, who have also been best friends for 6,000 years within the texting system, are playing a text game. However, as they are playing, Abby suddenly disconnects. Laura tries to connect Abby again, but cannot reach her. Text, Chapter 2, Recap. Laura tries to connect with Abby, but cannot reach her. Matt connects with Laura and finds out. They try calling the help bot, which tells Laura that Abby's chip was likely not damaged, but that her chip was likely taken too far away from the network, which is what caused the loss in signal and connection. The help bot informs that Abby's consciousness signal within the chip is still active, so she's still alive, just disconnected from the network because of the distance. Laura is devastated, and keeping his word with Terry, Matt does not tell Laura about the new world, but hints to her that there is still hope, even though she has just lost her best friend. Matt and Laura play the game Laura and Abby were playing, and then they decide to go into sleep mode. Matt comes out of sleep mode before Laura, and he and Terry continue to explore the world. As they explore, a humanoid girl, April, comes into view. She is down on the beach, sitting on a mat. She is also talking on a phone, listening to headphones and writing in a notebook. Matt and Terry try to contact her by moving rocks towards her, but they realize it gets harder with distance, and the rocks stop before reaching her. It is at this time Laura comes out of sleep mode and calls Matt. She is still distressed at the loss of Abby and wants her and Matt to spend some time together. But Matt tells Laura he and Terry are playing a game. Laura feels Matt is keeping secrets, but Matt hints to Laura again that there is hope and that she can trust him. Matt informs Laura he'll connect back with her within an hour, and Laura informs him she'll probably visit some chat rooms. However, after Matt disconnects, Laura decides to go back into sleep mode. Matt returns to the view. Matt has the idea of contacting her via telepathy like they do within the texting system. They are successful and inform her the location of the viewer. She eventually arrives and is able to more easily communicate with them because of the proximity. However, she is skeptical and wants some proof, so they inform her to hold a rock in her hand. After they move the rock out of her hand, she is filled with confusion, a little fear, and she quickly leaves. As a precaution, Matt and Terry disconnect from the world. Terry decides, as a precaution, it is okay for Matt to tell Laura about the world. However, as Matt tries to connect back with Laura, the computer informs him that she went back into sleep mode. It is at this time Terry and Matt try different ways Terry can send Matt the number to connect to the world. They try different methods, like using the number of letters in words as numbers. However, they are unsuccessful and realize it must be a security feature connected to the network's meaning interpretation system, and that the more they try to bypass it, the more it learns and starts to read Terry's intentions, to the point of actually making all of Terry's messages blank. So they stop, and Matt informs Terry to remove it from his mind, and that it should wear off in around the same amount of time they had tried to bypass it. Matt disconnects with Terry and tries to connect with Laura, and is surprised she is still in sleep mode. Therefore, Matt visits chat rooms for a few hours. Afterward, Matt tries to connect with Laura again, but she is still in sleep mode. Matt decides to go in sleep mode for 8 hours. After the 8-hour sleep mode, he tries to contact Laura again, but she is still in sleep mode. Matt is getting concerned. Matt connects back with Terry, and they carefully connect back to the world. They find that April had left them a message in the form of text written on a whiteboard, along with a mechanical clock, where she apologizes for running away and informs them she would return when the mechanical clock reaches a certain time. While they wait for the clock to reach the time, Matt calls Laura, and she is still in sleep mode. April returns at the selected time. She asks them about their world, and they ask April about hers. April informs them the thing they are viewing through is like a pole connected to the ground, with a red, glass-like sphere on top. It is about 5.5 feet high, and Matt concludes it may be something like an antenna. They tell her that they are in what they call the Milky Way galaxy, and she informs them they have a galaxy by that same name. And she informs them the galaxy she is in is called Andromeda, which they realize is similar to the name Andromeda. She tells them her civilization is about 8 billion people, and that she is the director's daughter of the planet. Her father is the leader, and they are on secluded land. She informs them she is 375 years old. They realize it is because her planet revolves around her star in only 45 of her days, which is at a faster rate than their old world. She tells them her civilization's most advanced technology at the moment is their material building system, which she says can build things to the level of brain complexity. However, April is cautious about telling them everything, and also informs them that she did have contact with 3 different civilizations, but that, as a precaution, her father secretly sent to them clones of her to communicate with them, which she informs may happen to Matt and Terry if she decides to tell her father about them. She feels bad about the other civilizations because they think they are communicating with her, but it is just a clone, which she, her father, their civilization, can see and communicate through. This is why she tells Matt and Terry this may happen, and informs them to still communicate, and act like they don't expect anything because she's still on the other end. April also tells them that she has a friend that may be able to explain how the device they are looking through works. While they are communicating with her, the computer alerts them that a record number of users have disappeared from the network within a specified time, which the computer is designed to do for all users whenever there is a record number. April has things planned in her world and informs them they can meet again in 3 days at the exact same time, letting them know they can go by the current position of the sun and the light. However, before she leaves, Matt has the idea of Terry sending her the connection number so that she can, in turn, show Matt. Terry sends April the connection number. April receives it, writes it down, and shows them. This allows Matt to see the connection number and text it for the first time. The computer gives another alert that a record number of users have disappeared from the network within a specified time. April leaves. They disconnect the world, and Matt, excited to tell Laura about the new world, calls her. However, she is still in sleep mode. Matt is concerned, wondering if he should report her. He wants Terry's opinion, but Terry is not responding. Matt realizes Terry has just disappeared from the network. Unlike with Abby, where the HelpBot was able to perceive Abby's consciousness signal, but not her exact location, the HelpBot informs Matt that it is unable to perceive Terry's consciousness signal, nor Terry's location, and also informs Matt that disappearances have been a regular occurrence lately, referring to the most recent alerts everyone has been getting. Matt is devastated, and finally receives a call from Laura. She had finally come out of sleep mode, and informs Matt she thought about staying in sleep mode for 3 weeks, which is how users can deactivate their chips, but thought she would never see Matt again, and might as well make use of whatever time she has left. Matt is obviously happy, also informs her that Terry has disappeared, just like Abby. Matt connects and shows Laura the new world. They arrive during the night, where the 3 moons can be seen in the sky, as well as many other worlds in the distance. Matt shows her the up and down functions. Matt tells her about April, and shows her how they are able to move the rocks. They enjoy themselves and spend time with each other in the new world. Text, Chapter 3, Recap. Laura and Matt connect to the world, meeting April at her scheduled time. Matt has April write down the connection number for Laura, and Laura stores it. April had brought her technical friend, Chris, to provide more information about the device they are looking through. He has a machine reader that goes over the device, and it reveals that the antenna is mostly hollow, with a complex system of interacting and circulating light, and it appears to be communicating with another antenna, likely the one on Matt and Laura's world. He says that the device's pole seems to go down to the core of the planet, and that it seems to work like a complex brain, billions of times more complex and faster than a human brain, and that its imagination and perceptions are connected to all of their brain's imaginations and perceptions. However, he makes it clear they are not imagining their world, but actually seeing it through the device. Chris also speculates he may be able to give them sound, so he places something on the device, and Matt and Laura are surprised to hear sound for a few seconds, but then it goes away. It is at this time an emergency world meeting is scheduled. They inform April and Chris. They disconnect from the world. The meeting is started. During the meeting, the leader informs them that the increase in the recent disappearances from the network is due to a pattern they just realized. The pattern reveals that the disappearances will only increase, and that their estimated survival of 1,000 years has dropped to only 35 years. After the meeting, Laura and Matt wonder if they should tell the leader. They connect to the world and inform Chris and April about the meeting. They wonder if there is any way they can help them, like, perhaps, in getting bodies. April informs them she would have to tell her father about them in order to know how they will be able to help. She wonders if Matt and Laura are going to tell their leader about them as well, and they agree to do the same. They disconnect and schedule to meet up again the next day. Laura and Matt tell and show to the leader, whose name is revealed as Laquanda, the new world. Matt tells her everything he knows, even about the meeting tomorrow where their leader might be able to help them. Laura asks Laquanda about Abby's disappearance, and she informs her that Abby is not alone, but is instead unknowingly experiencing a simulated version of the texting system, including of all users. Laquanda tells them how they can know if they are disconnected from the network, which is by noticing a small glitch in the beginning. But Laura informs she doesn't want to know about the simulated version, that she doesn't want to know if she's ever alone, so Laquanda erases the memory of telling her, with Matt still knowing about the simulation when people are disconnected from the network. The next day, Matt, Laura, and Laquanda connect to the world to receive word about how the leader might be able to help them. When they connect, April and Chris have a table in front of the viewer, and on it there are 2 plates. April has an apple and places it on one of the plates. She informs them that her father, the leader, would be able to help them get bodies, but that there are 2 things they must do. First, they must try to manifest an apple on the other plate, similar to how they were able to move the rocks, and 2, they must give to them the blueprint of their network, in case they would like to implement it themselves. Laquanda agrees and gives them the blueprint, which Chris was able to extract by placing something on top of the device. They try the experiment. The 3 of them try manifesting the apple, but it does not work. Therefore, they suspect they might need more people. So Laquanda schedules another world meeting, informing half the network about the new world, about the promise of their salvation, and about them performing the experiment and collectively creating the apple. They connect to the world, and millions of them try to collectively create the apple. This time, they are successful in creating the apple. However, after about a minute, the apple dissipates. And Matt speculates it lasted as long as the amount of energy. In all of this time, more users are still disappearing from the network, and even more so than previously. Since they were successful in the 2 requirements, April informs them the leader agrees to help them get new bodies. However, she informs them the bodies must be copies of them, April's species, and that their system will match them with the body that most resembles their previous body, or which one they would likely prefer. More users are unexpectedly disappearing from the network, which causes Laquanda to question the estimation of 35 years. Therefore, to be safe, and not knowing which one of them will disappear, they proceed towards the process of getting bodies. However, before Matt is about to be transferred, Laura notices something strange about the sky. She realizes the sky is filled with red lights, almost identical to what their sky looked like just before the calamity. So Laura gets them to stop the transfer process. She gets Laquanda and Matt to look at the sky, and they agree. April and Chris view the sky, and Laura informs them they have to quickly implement their blueprint, which Laquanda revealed should take no more than 10 minutes if done correctly. April and Chris rush out of view. The red lights from the sky start raining down on the planet. They thought about disconnecting, but decide to stay and watch to see what they are. However, the connection is automatically disconnected, and they are unable to connect back. They then realize they were, perhaps, actually there to save them, and they wonder if April and Chris's civilization implemented the blueprint in time. Suddenly, 8 billion more users are added to the network, and the estimation of survival of the network increases to thousands of more years. Laquanda reveals the survival increase was because the more users added acts like an exponential force that helps stabilize all chips, including increasing their connection range. Because of the increase in connection range, Abby is connected back to the network. She doesn't remember the time of disconnection, and Laura is surprised. She thinks she was just playing random challenge. Matt connects with Laura and Abby. They begin to tell her about everything that just happened, but then suddenly the computer gives a message that the system has been compromised, that an intruder has leaked into the network. Text, Chapter 4, Recap. What appears to be an angel of light appears before all users as a live video on their screen. The angel reveals they are responsible for creating the texting system by incarnating as humans, Terry being one of them, unknowingly with synchronistic ideas to build the texting system, knowing the Reds, who are also light beings, were coming to destroy their world. She informs there are thousands of worlds the Reds have destroyed, but that their world was chosen to build the text system because they had the greatest potential for survival from the Reds. She says it is thanks to the system they, the humans, are still alive and will have more info for them in the future. She disconnects, and their screens go back to normal. Laquanda sends to Abby everything she missed. Laquanda also invites Chris and April in a chat with Matt, Laura, and Abby, and shares with them their connection numbers. 465 years later, the system undergoes an update, which it does every 1,000 years, based on the information it has gathered. The system updates with many new functions, including a new main function, +/- sound. This allows everyone to talk and hear each other's voices. As they marvel at this new function, the computer says an intruder has entered the network. It is the angel again, and this time they can hear her, along with the sound of heavenly singing in the background. She sounds like thousands of children talking at once, and informs them she waited for the update, as it would allow them to relay more information to them. Many more angel-like beings join her. She tells them there are worlds the Reds will be passing through, but they have placed protective veils over them. She says the veils will soon expire, and that they have to save them before the Reds arrive. The veil for the first world, she says, will be lifted in about a year, and that will allow the humans to connect to it, and that 5 days afterwards, that is when the Reds will likely attack. She gives the connection number as RZ7777710. She also reveals there are 2 other worlds they are communicating with for the exact same mission and purpose, and if the humans fail or succeed at saving the people, it would be what they, the humans, truly wanted at a higher level, and that if they fail, one of the other 2 worlds would likely take up their mission, and they would not hear from the angels again. She allows them to ask questions and reveals their name as the Ariels. She explains to them they are beings of light, that they come in many colors, and that the Reds were part of them, but the reason why they attack the worlds is because they want to become matter beings instead of light beings, and that they split from them and need other forms of energy to become whole. After the question-answer session is finished, they depart, and the live video is disconnected. They now understand what their mission is, but they have to wait a year until they are able to connect to the world, in hopes of saving the people, and having them join the network before the arrival of the Reds. Text Chapter 5 Recap. It is a year later, and the time has come for them to connect to the world RZ7777710, which the angels inform them they have 5 days to save from the estimated arrival of the Reds. They manage to connect to the world, and, as with April and Chris's world, a live video appears before them. The video shows they are on top of a large, snowy mountain, and there are more similar mountains in the distance. As they view the world, they test to see if any functions work with the view, such as plus up and plus down. Unfortunately, they do not work. They realize they do not see any people, and knowing they only have 5 days, they wonder how they are supposed to find and save them. They also wonder why the angels didn't give them the exact instructions. Therefore they assume, as was with Chris and April's world, when she came into view, that someone might perhaps do the same. As they wait and observe the view, they begin to experiment. They realize, as it was with the rocks, that they are able to move the snow with their minds. Therefore they manage to play with the snow, even collectively building a snowman. However, days pass, and there is still no sign of anyone, only the snowy and windy mountain, with the same scenery in the distance. They are clueless as to what they are supposed to do. The angels had informed them this is the first world they must save in order to be able to save other worlds. They also tried building a snow house near the snowman, hoping it will get someone's attention. More days pass, and they are nearing the end of the 5 days. There is only an hour left. They still have seen no sign of life, people, or anything. But suddenly Matt has an idea. His idea is that since they are able to move and manifest objects out in the world, then perhaps they maybe would be able to imagine and project themselves out into the world. However, just before they are about to try it, the world automatically disconnects. They are upset. They believe they have failed to save the people and that their time ran out. They accept the fact that, as the angels had told to them, that whatever the outcome would be, it would be what they, the humans, truly wanted. However, a short time later the angels appear to them again. The angels appear in the same world the humans just left, the one with the snowy mountain. They inform them they were the ones who disconnected the world, and that it was after Matt's revelation. They reveal it was just a test to see if they would figure out on their own what they needed to do. They inform them they have succeeded, and that Matt's idea was correct. The angels then proceed to inform them of another world, and another connection number, RZ7777711, where they can continue further with the idea. They also, knowing the humans have a long journey ahead of them, decide to give them a special gift in case they do not succeed, which they inform will reveal to Laquanda after their departure, and also that the gift will not be for everyone. The angels depart, and after some time, Laquanda reveals to them the gift is a new temporary function, plus-minus body, and that they only have 24 hours from the current time to use it. They speculate that they may either be able to give them new bodies or be able to create bodies out in the world. Laquanda reveals there's a probabilistic chance it will or will not work for each user, based on how much memory each user has accumulated within the system, and the more memory being the less chance it will work. She also reveals users can try it in groups, but that the length of time of the experience decreases with the more people who use it together. During the conversation, Abby decides she is going alone because she wanted the whole 24 hours, and also to give Matt and Laura more time if they decide to go together. April and Chris decide to go together, and because they haven't been within the system as long as the others, their probability is 100%, whereas Matt and Laura's probability is only 37%. Abby's is slightly higher at 67%. Laquanda speculates that may be because Abby didn't see the first world. They all disconnect from Matt and Laura's POV, and Matt and Laura hope they are able to use the body function, even with their small chance of 37%. While they try the body function, and unfortunately it does not work. The system says there was too much memory. Therefore they accept the fact they will not be able to use the function. However, as they are about to play a game, that is when Laquanda connects. She informs them Abby has decided not to use the function. She reveals that Abby forfeited her ability, and as a result, allows Laquanda to give some of her percentage to them. She says this is what Abby wanted, and that their probability is now 52%, in case they decide to use it. They are grateful. Laquanda disconnects. They try to use the body function again, and this time, it works. After using the function, they appear in a new world. It is a small area surrounded by trees. They are on top of a small hill. There is a small cabin house nearby, and there is a pond down below. They awake on the benches at the top of the hill, and to their surprise, they now have bodies. They can see each other clearly, and everything in their environment, including themselves, is very clear and pure, much more so than their previous world. As they look around, Matt realizes the environment is where he and Terry used to play as a kid. They visit the cabin house, and Laura realizes the house is from when she was a kid as well. They realize the world is a generation and combination of their childhood memories. Matt even goes to a place near the pond, wondering if he would find something in the ground that he and Terry buried. He is surprised to find it, but then afterwards buries it back. They also try to see how far they can go in the forest, but realize the space regenerates, not allowing them to go past the area. Since they only have 12 hours, they decide to enjoy themselves and make the most of it. After the time runs out, they are awakened back within the texting system. Text, Chapter 6, Recap. After experiencing the body function, everyone returns and shares their experience. Matt and Laura thank Abby for forfeiting hers for them. But knowing they need to continue where they left off when they were on the mountain, they proceed to do so. So they reconnect to the world with the snowy mountain, and as the angels hinted that Matt was on the right track, they proceed with his idea. They begin experimenting, trying to project and imagine themselves out in the world, similar to how they are able to move objects out in the world. At first, things do not work out, but as they continue to experiment, they begin to see light forms appear in the environment on their screens. They realize, as suspected, they are able to shift their point of view, although vaguely, from the texting system to being out in the world. However, since they are only one person, the projection doesn't last very long, and the view is not very clear. During their experiments, they are able to see the thing they are viewing through. It is another antenna-like device, very similar to the one that was on April and Chris's world, but also behind it, in mid-air, is holographic and glowing text, likely a message from the angels. Since when they each try to project and turn around to see the message, the environment is not very clear, and they are immediately brought back within the texting system. Laura has the idea that maybe, if they would try to project together to the exact same spot and time, that it might be clearer and last longer. Well, they try it, and she is right. They manage to project close enough in space-time, causing them to see each other from each other's point of view, as a simultaneity of adjacent and overlapping worlds. It buys them more time and allows them to see things more clearly, and by them being in sync with their movement, they are able to see the message behind the antenna. The message is from the angels, the Ariels, revealing the next 6 connection numbers of the worlds they are to save, the first being RZ77777727. The message states that the Reds will soon be attacking all 6 worlds, with the first connection number starting within 8 days of their last visit. After that, it will be 7 days for the next world, and then after that, 6 days for the next world, and so on. They also inform these are just estimations, and that the Reds are very unpredictable, and that unlike April and Chris's world where April reached the antenna, that in these new worlds, they have to be the ones to reach the people. They accept the angel's message. They still wonder how they are supposed to contact the people in order to save them. They speculate they could try to manifest as light forms, but then the people might think they are ghosts and that it would not likely last long enough for them to be able to communicate with them. And also, considering if they were to try to manifest together with more people, it would be harder to stay in sync, which means more overlapping worlds. However, they are confident and determined, and knowing there are only 7 days until the Reds attack the first world, Laquanda goes over the connection numbers with the Council to ensure they work and are safe. Laquanda informs they are safe and they begin to connect to the first world, which is connection number RZ77777727. Text, Chapter 7, Recap. They connect to the first world, RZ77777727, and are surprised to see a wooded area of trees. They try to project individually to see around, but things are not very clear, and it does not last long enough. So they try it collectively, and manage to only get far enough to see a road, with more trees behind it. With only 5 of them, they know that is not enough to be able to contact and save any people. They speculate that if they were to get billions of people, it would last billions of times longer and clearer, but it would be almost impossible to get everyone to stay in sync, not to mention there being billions of overlapping worlds. But then Laquanda suddenly has a revelation. The revelation is that she has to use a top secret and high-level function. The function is called Merge, and it would allow all billions of users not only to share each other's point of view, as if they are one and the same, but also share each other's memories, making them all as one person within the texting system. Laquanda reveals this will likely allow them to project into the outside world as one person, see one clear world, and permanently and automatically be in sync. But she informs them this function is irreversible once it is implemented. She realizes and reveals to them this is likely why they gave them the body function, to be able to experience each other before merging. If they decide to merge, they speculate that since it will be billions of people as one, then the manifestation would likely be that more dense, giving them the appearance of a physical body, but as a combination of all their bodies, which Laquanda reveals will likely come from the DNA information that is in every user's profile. They realize this is what they have to do to save the people. However, as they discuss, suddenly more users than usual begin disappearing from the network, so much that it puts Laquanda in an emergency. Users are disappearing in such large numbers that they have to change course and forget about saving the people, because even if they were to try, all users would be gone within 3 days. Laquanda reveals to only the 5 of them that the gift the angels gave them is actually reusable, and that she has chosen them because they have been so helpful to her, the Council, which she reveals has also just disappeared from the network, and the entire network, that she has chosen them to be able to use the body function, and it would allow them to be separate from the dying chips and survive for thousands of years, and hopefully give them a chance to restart the network. They accept Laquanda's gift. Laquanda is disappeared from the network. The 5 of them together use the body function. Text, Chapter 8, Recap. They use the body function and connect it to a world that loosely resembles a jungle. They see trees everywhere, a purple sky, and dinosaur-like birds flying in the air. They all have their original bodies and get to see each other. They begin exploring the world and come across a building with 4 alien-like beings inside. The 5 see them through the window, doing some sort of ritual. One of the 5 accidentally makes a noise which gets their attention. They get up and walk over to the window as the 5 try to hide and run away. As they run away, the 4 beings enter their ship, which was also in the building, and they begin flying above them outside. They wanted to keep running, but Matt encourages them they have to face them to see what or who they really are, or unless they'll be running forever. The beings land the ship, and one of them say, "The animals will kill them." The 4 beings scare them away by making a threatening vocal sound. The 5 run away, and the beings take off in the ship. As they run, they come across a beach. They are about to go to the water for safety, but that is when creatures start coming up from the sand, and as they are about to run back into the forest, 3 panther-like beings are ready to attack them. Therefore they run in the other direction, towards the forest, and as they run, the panthers capture and kill Chris, April, and also Abby. As Matt and Laura keep running, they come across a small brick house on top of a hill. They get inside, and it is empty. Laura is devastated at the loss of Abby. She is crying hysterically and is in shock. Matt comes over to comfort her, and with encouragement says that they have to stay strong and survive the world for their people. Laura is feeling better, but then she notices something strange about Matt. A glitch happens where he appears to be doing things over and over, repeatedly like a broken record. That is when Laura awakens back within the texting system. However, she does not remember a thing that just happened, and is informed she was disconnected from the network just before they were deciding to use the merge function. They were going to use the merge function without her, but Abby and Matt bid for Laquanda to wait. Since Laura has returned, they begin to use the merge function. They say to each other their goodbyes. Laquanda initiates the function and all users are merged into a single user. A single user that shares all their memories and points of view into a single experience. The new person connects to the first world, RZ77777727. They project out into the world. Everything is the same as before, except this time they have a body, and they can see, hear, smell, touch, and everything is clear. They hear the sound of a car. They look over and see the road. The car passes by, and there is a person within it.